He died watching his home get torched only for fate to play a twisted joke and make him the enemy prince. Now he's the third royal heir of the very nation that wiped out everyone he ever cared for, and every smile he fakes is a total lie. Every fancy dinner could have a blade waiting for him, and the only shot he has at saving his people is to climb the ranks of the empire that crushed them. In this snake pit, a poisoned smile gets you further than a sword, and survival is the whole game. Let's watch as an enemy prince flips the whole script. It was an absolute slaughter. If hell is a real place, this was it, with countless mangled bodies littering the ground. Our protagonist Burn was gasping for air, his face a mask of terror. A young man riddled with arrows staggered towards him and managed a weak smile. He called him his prince before completely collapsing onto the floor. Terrified, our MC turned to his other comrade, Kyrie, but Kyrie's voice was already trembling as he spoke. He said that tragically this was the only way he could repay Burn for everything. Burn started screaming his name, absolutely losing it, when Kyrie suddenly told him to hold his sword tight and to never ever give up. After spitting out those last words, he lost consciousness and dropped to the ground completely still. Burn stared forward and just roared his friend's name in pure agony, gripping his sword and letting out a grief-stricken cry. See, it all started when a nation called Kyrie, supposedly founded by dragons and humans, demanded tribute from his homeland. When they refused, war broke out. Burn immediately launched himself into the fight, tearing through knights with that same sword. He moved like a whirlwind with insane speed and agility. But Kyrus's home Secresia didn't back down, and in that moment Burn spun around, gritting his teeth, and bracing for the searing pain as his arm was sliced clean off. That was the beginning of the war, and the end of his country. But even alone, he fought on with that same fire. Our boy was the younger brother of the king of Secretia, after all. One of the enemy soldiers started shouting that only one was left, yelling, "Glory to Kyrus!" His hand, crackling with magic, was raised, and the whole area lit up with a blinding fiery light. Burn knew it was over. He knew death was staring him right in the face, but he remembered the words of his fallen friend and decided he wasn't going down without a fight. They weren't going to take him out that easily. He gripped his sword and started swinging like a madman, all because he was Secresia's most faithful sword. Just then, a group of enemies emerged from the thick smoke. They were the Falcon Kyrus's elite magic unit, and the guy behind this whole war was the Mad King of Kyrus, a man named Plants. Leading the charge was Arsene, the Archmage of the Valkyries. He stepped forward, pulled down his hood, and said it was a pleasure to finally meet the warrior. He asked for his name. Burn just shot back that he'd already thrown his name away. In that instant, he lunged forward, leaping into the air and declaring that he was nothing more than a sword that serves his king. With that, he brought his blade down on his opponent. Arsene just smirked and, using his magic, said that he would be sure to remember Prince Secretia. Then he unleashed a massive beam of magic straight at our MC, and just like that, he was annihilated. As Burn looked at his own bloody hands, he realized his whole life and the fall of his kingdom flashed right before his eyes. When the light finally faded, he woke up in a completely different world. Servants were calling him Your Highness, telling him it was time to get up. A servant named Ian was ringing a bell. Ian asked if he slept well right as a maid brought in his breakfast. He shot up from the bed, totally freaked out, as his attendant told him he needed to get a move on. Apparently, Prince Plants had already left. Burn grabbed at his own body and started yelling, "What plants?" He looked down at his hands and couldn't process what he was seeing. They were perfectly fine, not severed. His attendant started screaming, totally scared. He begged him not to say such awful things. How could his hand have been cut off? Was he having a terrible nightmare or something? All the maids were just standing there, completely baffled by the whole scene. Our MC grabbed his face and let out an angry shout. The servant asked what was wrong with him, as Burn was thinking about the one name that was burned into his soul with pure hatred. But his arm was totally intact, and a servant he'd never laid eyes on was standing right beside him. Even crazier memories that weren't his at all were flooding his mind. He clutched his head and desperately asked, "Can you tell me, who am I?" Servant Ian just walked over looking completely bewildered. "Bruh, our MC just woke up as Kalian Rain Kyrus, the third prince of the empire that absolutely wrecked his life, and he's staring at his hands completely He realizes this isn't just a bad dream. It's his literal worst nightmare come to life. With trembling hands, he whispers to himself, "Kyrus, but how could this possibly have happened?" He's totally losing it, spinning around and shouting at a nearby servant, "What's the date today?" The servant probably shook replies that it's April 28th. Kalian presses on, "Yeah, but what year is it?" And the servant answers, "The year 522, Your Highness." That little detail hits our MC like a freight train. He knows this can't be real, because if that's the year, it means there are still 10 years to go before the war even begins. That whole devastating war was started over an artifact called the Time Axis. This thing was a complete game changer, rumored to have the power to actually reverse time, and it just showed up one day in the Palace of Secrecia. News about it spread like wildfire, and naturally, the continent's biggest bully, the Kyrus Empire, decided they had to have it. One day during a family meal, the Kyrus Emperor basically demanded they hand over the artifact. But that was a hard no. It didn't matter how stacked the Kyrus Empire was. The Time Axis belonged to Secrecia, and they weren't about to give an Omega-level item like that to their sworn enemy. So, after Secrecia told them to get lost, the Kyrus Empire didn't waste any time and immediately declared war. Kalian vividly remembers his own brother Chase begging him not to fight, screaming that everyone who went to war had ended up dead. Chase didn't want to lose him, but Kalian, being a stubborn fool, didn't listen. And so Chase had to watch his own brother die right before his eyes. He remembers Chase screaming in pure despair, wishing they could just go back to the time before that cursed artifact ever appeared. At that moment, it all clicks for Kalian. The artifact. Could it be? But before he can even process the thought, he jolts out of bed. A servant asks where he's going as Kalian stares at his hands again. He's thinking if Chase actually used the artifact and rewound time, then this is his one and only chance. His one shot to prevent the total annihilation of his home, the Secrecia Empire. The servant just bows, saying he gets it if breakfast is too much for him right now. But time is running out. Our hero, now Kalian, apologizes for the delay. He's getting ready ASAP. He doesn't care if he has to live as Prince Kyrus from now on. He is absolutely going to milk this opportunity for all it's worth. A short time later, the palace doors swing open, announcing the arrival of the third prince. The servant apologizes, saying he should have given him a heads up about breakfast sooner because he had no idea Prince Randall would show up first. Randall is the first prince, and all three princes are technically half-brothers. The first prince has strong ties by blood to the holy nation of Tencel, and the king ordered them all to have breakfast together every morning. But from what Kalian can recall from his new memories, these family breakfasts are anything but friendly. He bows low, asking for forgiveness for being late. Randall doesn't even acknowledge him. He just keeps sipping his drink. Kalian might as well be a ghost at the table. In his mind, this is a clear sign of disrespect, a power move showing that to Randall, he has only one real brother. Just then, a servant shouts, "Your Highness!" The second Prince Plants comes running in wearing slippers and slides right up to the table in front of his brothers. Our MC is absolutely dumbfounded. He's thinking, what is going on? What kind of prince acts like this? How can he show up at a royal breakfast dressed like that? Is this really the same guy who becomes the Mad King? He sits down without a word. A servant starts pouring his tea, and Kalian thinks his appearance alone screams that he's got a few screws loose. Then he glances at Randall and remembers that the first prince doesn't have the guts to provoke the second. That's because Plant's mother is the current queen, and her power is so massive that no one in the palace dares to challenge her. Our hero calmly sips his tea, wondering how in the world he's supposed to survive in this den of vipers. At that moment, the second prince finally notices him and sneers, calling him an ignorant fool. Kalian is completely stunned by the comment and turns to face the prince. Plants then spits that he's just as worthless as his mother. This makes Kalian's blood boil, and he grits his teeth so hard his jaw aches. With a hand that's visibly shaking, he sets his cup down, telling himself he has to take it. He can't screw up the one chance his brother Chase sacrificed everything for, but right now, he can barely hold back the rage building up inside him. Plants Kyrus, the very man who single-handedly brought ruin to his entire country, is sitting right in front of him, and it's taking every ounce of his self-control not to just snap and attack him right then and there. Plants notices that intense death glare and pauses. Then in a fit of rage, he smashes his own teacup on the floor. He screams at Kalian, "How dare you look at me like that?" That's when Randall finally speaks up coldly, saying, "Enough," while looking at Kalian. Plants catches his brother's furious look, clutches his head, and then kicks his chair back, shouting that he's had enough. He storms out of the room, yelling that just looking at that red-eyed brat makes him lose his appetite. Randall stood up too, telling Kalian to watch himself, since His Majesty's birthday was coming up fast. He got the message loud and clear. They didn't want any drama. Callian just smirked, unable to respond. Was this dude seriously trying to pin the blame on him, and not on the complete psycho who had just stormed out? The servant then turned to Callian, asking if he was okay and making sure he wasn't injured. The guy hadn't even gotten a single day to recover. He knelt by Callian's shoe with a napkin, offering to wipe off a few stray splashes. Even though everyone else was pointedly ignoring him, Callian was low-key, pleased that at least one person actually cared. It was like the servant was looking out for him, as if the problem was his own. In that moment, Callian put a hand on the servant's shoulder, thanking him for being so thoughtful. Normally, in a situation like this, the prince's eyes would be swimming with miserable tears. So why the heck was he smiling now? The ancient dragon Sisfanian was the very first queen consort of Kyrie. It's a well-known fact that when she took on a human form, she had jet black hair and blood-red eyes that blazed with a sacred fire. But here's the kicker. Even though Callian is the only prince who inherited her iconic looks, his actual power is basically non-existent. The third prince always made a point to hide his eyes, terrified of upsetting his brother. And the one who caused this whole mess, none other than that very same brother, Prince Plants. He felt kinda weird digging through someone else's memories, but seriously, how could the original Callian just hide his face? Just because his brother was a bully, he lived such a pathetic life. Ian walked up to him, asking if something was up. He wondered if Callian had any requests, but our guy just said no and told him to head back. Ian pointed out that he seemed a little different today. He joked that maybe that night novel he read last night got him all fired up. Callian shot that down, saying that wasn't it. The third prince, born from a commoner concubine, was known for being weak, timid, and scared of his own shadow, with neither the power nor the strength to even defend himself. That was the situation he was now in. And all of this was going down right before his coming-of-age ceremony. The new Callian turned to Ian and asked him how old he was. Ian told him that in 4 months he'd be turning 15. Callian knew his own clock was ticking. He was supposed to be killed soon after a botched attempt to poison Queen Silica, then framed to look like he hanged himself out of guilt. But pretty much no one bought that story. An assassin was going to be sent to finish him off. A little while later, Ian would come bursting into his room, screaming at him to slow down. That event was barely 2 months away, and since he had no idea what was happening to his real body, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Ian warned him that he could trip and fall. Callian just told him to hand over the scissors. Ian, totally surprised, was like, "You need scissors, sir?" He carefully placed them on a fancy pillow and presented them to his master, asking him why he needed them. Callian just smiled and said he wanted to change things up a bit. If fate was real, then he was going to carve out his own damn path. He started chopping off his hair, and Ian immediately started freaking out, yelling about what he was doing. He knew Prince Plants was going to be furious. But Callian just shot back that he had no intention of following his brother's orders for the rest of his life. He said it's all good. They shouldn't stress about it. He would take care of everything from here on out. A while later, Prince Plants showed up, saying he could see Callian had completely lost his mind. Ian stood next to his master, totally terrified. Unsure of what to do, he thought, this is what he calls handling it. Plants flopped down at the table, calling him Red Eyes. But our boy clapped back that his name was Callian, just as a friendly reminder. Plants just smirked and was like, exactly, before his face soured, and he started shouting that he'd never call him by that name. In a flash, he snatched a sharp knife from the table. The servants were stunned, and so was Ian. The knife came flying straight at Callian, but instead of dodging, he caught it midair, slicing his palm open as blood dripped to the floor. He just held the blade tight in his fist. Ian started screaming that his hand needed to be treated immediately, but Plants just laughed, saying his hand must have slipped. "Oh no, little brother's hurt," he mocked. "Whatever shall we do?" He just kept taunting him, but that's when things got real. Callian squeezed the knife even harder in his bloody hand, rose from his chair, and slammed it right onto the table in front of Prince Plants. He told him not to worry, because no matter what happened to him, he would most certainly be just fine. Plants just stared at him, completely baffled. Callian left the knife there and walked right out of the room. A short time later, Ian was treating his wound with a full kit, asking if maybe he should just call a healer already. Callian told him there was no need, it was just a small cut. Ian was completely shook, asking Callian why he didn't even try to move. He said he saw the knife coming straight for him, so why did he just stand there? He could have dodged it easy. Ian stayed quiet for a second before saying he had no idea how the Prince of Plants would take the news. He was basically scared the prince would take all his rage out on him. Colin shot up from his chair, saying that now, thanks to Ian, Just looking at blood made him sick to his stomach. He told Ian he was going to go clean up and get his head straight, ordering him not to let a single soul inside, but Ian yelled for him to wait. He insisted that he would help him with absolutely everything. Colin just shut him down, saying he needed to be alone, and he told him not to even dream about calling for a healer. Of course, Ian was already planning to get one anyway, since it was the only smart move. Back during the ambush, he'd tried to instinctively shield himself with his aura, but the second he did, a crazy sharp pain blasted through his heart. He knew he had to replicate that scenario to check Kalyan's physical state and figure out what the hell was broken. All of a sudden, he clutched his chest again, wondering what was going on, as he felt 3 distinct magical seals wrapped around his heart. No way was Colin actually a wizard. Fast forward a few days, and with 3 days already gone, Ian was freaking out that the wound still hadn't healed. Panicking, he asked what they should do, but Colin just smiled and said it was perfectly fine, leaving Ian completely stunned. Just then, the royal tailor showed up out of the blue, announcing that everything was ready and that he should probably introduce himself first. He was Slake, the royal tailor. Colin asked him again what was bugging him, and the tailor just bowed and apologized. He explained that he'd just had a sudden memory of Lady Freya. Ian roared his name in fury, and Slake quickly said he was deeply sorry. Kalyan just sighed completely over getting this kind of reaction. For a long time, he's had to deal with looking exactly like his mother, a mother he never even knew. The resemblance was so bad that he couldn't even stand his own reflection, so he had every single mirror removed from his chambers. Brushing it off, he told the tailor it was no big deal. He knew he was a dead ringer for his mom, and to just get on with his job. Slake agreed and said he'd start with the measurements. After sizing up his hand, he awkwardly suggested that Kalyan should eat more, apologizing for overstepping. He mentioned that most young men his age were usually built a lot bigger. Kalyan shot back that he ate plenty, but when he caught his reflection, he had to admit there was definitely a reason to be concerned. The thing is, the royal family of Kairos are descendants of dragons, or more accurately, they come from the 8 legendary heroes who sealed an ancient evil specifically from the line of Sisfanian and Hazar. Because of this, the Kairos royal dynasty has some seriously cracked healing powers and a natural talent for magic, all from Sisfanian's blessing. In other words, Kalyan's wound should have vanished ages ago, but he was still feeling a sharp pain anytime he tried to use his mana. He understood right then that he was in some serious trouble. He was completely unable to call on his aura or his magic. If this kept up, he was pretty much a sitting duck. Just then, Slake turned to Ian and announced he had brought a few samples, asking if he wanted to see them. Kalyan's head turned, wondering if what he really needed was an expert, someone who knew the ins and outs of mana. Slake just kept going, explaining he'd prepared some outfits for him. Outfits that would be absolutely perfect for His Majesty's birthday. That's when it hit him. The birthday was just around the corner, and he knew for sure that he would be there too. The legendary great wizard himself, Alan Monosol. Kalyan knew he had to meet him. This guy was one of the 3 greatest wizards on the entire continent. He'd reached the 7th circle of power, making him a total legend for a whole generation. The story of how Alan got an invitation to the King of Kairos' birthday party, only to be denied entry for some bogus reason, was famous. The news of this diss even spread to all the neighboring countries, including Secretia, but that same wizard who got totally humiliated proved everyone wrong 10 years later, by becoming the only 8th circle archmage on the continent. No cap, nobody knows more about this man than Kalyan does. Kalyan is hoping that Alan can help him solve his current power problem. He can only guess at the real reason the wizard was turned away. But in Kairos, mages are seriously looked down upon, so he's not sure the archmage will even listen to him. On top of that, the Kairos palace is probably crawling with knights, who are all under the thumb of the Brazen family, which is where Prince Plant's mother comes from. To keep the Brazens in check down the line, he desperately needs the power of the wizards. If he can get Alan on his side, he might even be able to stop the war. That Plant is bound to start, but that's a problem for another day. For now, he's got to focus on what's in front of him. At that moment, a maid asked with way too much excitement if the ribbons were too tiny. She thought the bigger ones were much better. Slake then jumped in, suggesting they add even more lace. Our MC knew he had to shut this nonsense down fast, so he stated flatly that he didn't need any ribbons, or any frills. Did they honestly think he was going to put on lace, especially with bells? Who did they think he was, a jester? After a while, he took a sip of his tea and placed the cup back on the table. Kalen was kinda starting to vibe with this new life, and his wound was pretty much all healed up. Ever since that weird incident, the plants totally ignored him, so everything was finally chill. Then his attendant Ian came up with an announcement. He let Kaelin know his schedule was packed a riding lesson in the morning, followed by dinner with Her Majesty and Viscount Brayson in the afternoon. Kaelin was like, "Wait for real," and Ian just confirmed it. Apparently, the Viscount was there to hash out plans for the king's birthday banquet. Kaelin just figured, welp, he'd have to run into the guy sooner or later. A moment later, Ian came over and asked if he was seriously planning to train that day. Kaelin told him he was just going to jog a few laps around the lake, and that he shouldn't worry so much. With a smirk, he asked, "What's the worst that could happen?" So, he strolled into the garden and started running, but he almost immediately felt sick and had to stop, totally gasping for breath. He legit felt like he was about to die and had to grab a tree just to keep himself from collapsing. Just then, a girl ran up to him, totally freaked out, asking if he was okay. It was Merlin, one of Kaelin's servants. She explained that he ran 4.5 laps on day 1, 4 on the second, and today was only his 3rd attempt. Leaning on the tree, he just stared at her for a second before realizing, damn, she was right. The problem was all this training was just draining his stamina instead of building it. Merlin offered to call a healer. Kaelin immediately shot that down, saying he was fine because he knew a healer would spot his magic circles in a hot second. Not even Ian knew Kaelin was a wizard, and his life would be over if he got reckless. All she could do was hope he was okay. He insisted a healer wouldn't do any good since he was just exhausted. Merlin tried to argue, but our MC wasn't having it. He repeated that he was fine, and a few more training sessions would get him back to normal, even as his entire body was shaking. Suddenly, they heard someone shouting. It was a commander yelling at one of the knights to keep his eyes fixed on his opponent. He told another to watch the blade and stay focused. The two of them turned to see what all the noise was about. And it looked like, yup, the knights were having a training session. Several knights were going at it at once while their captain screamed that in a real fight, they would have already been sliced open. He roared at them to act decisively. Our protagonist watched the whole scene completely captivated. He realized he had a ton of memories about this stuff, which was actually pretty good. Merlin mentioned that these were the Pavlov Knights' training grounds. Kaelin commented that it looked fun, but Merlin suddenly started freaking out, saying he'd never been into fencing before. He just said that everything was interesting to him now. Merlin asked, "You do know who the Pavlov Knights are, right?" And of course, he replied that he did. They're the royal guards after all. More specifically, they're the Brayson family's personal army stationed in the palace to keep the king's power in check. At that exact moment, Pavel, the commander of the knights, stomped over and demanded to know what was going on. He told them they had no business being there and needed to leave the training grounds immediately. The commander said his men didn't appreciate people staring at them while they were training. Merlin wasn't having it and started defending the prince, yelling at the commander to show some proper respect. She told him the 3rd prince was standing right in front of him. Pavel was totally shook, saying, "Wait, the prince himself is actually here." He muttered that he just thought some rat had snuck in. He shot the prince a nasty glare, but Kaelin's expression didn't change at all. Instead, he just smiled and thought, so, this is how this guy acts. That only made Merlin angrier, and she started screaming. "What do you think you're doing? The 3rd prince is right here." Pavel just shot back. "Yeah, I heard you the first time." He started to say something like, "So, what if he's the prince?" But before he could even finish the sentence, he froze in pure horror. Kaelin was radiating pure rage, his eyes glowing a terrifying bright red. The knight was thinking, has this ever happened before? He suddenly remembered all the times he'd yelled at the prince, and all Kaelin ever did was quietly walk away. He'd always been just a weak, downtrodden brat. So, where the hell did this intimidating aura come from? Kaelin gave a slight bow and said, "Commander, let me clarify something. What is your purpose?" Pavel was so scared, beads of sweat started pouring down his face. His knights came up from behind, asking if something was wrong, and they started whispering among themselves. "Isn't that the 3rd prince? Why is he getting involved?" Another said. "He's just the 3rd prince. The one even the regular knights throw shade at." That's when Pavel blurted out that they were in the middle of training. He tried to brush them off, saying he didn't have time for this nonsense, and they should go handle their own business. Merlin was completely stunned, but Kaelin, with zero chill in his voice, just asked again, "Commander, I'm asking you again. What is your purpose?" And his tone was absolutely threatening. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife as everyone around the prince froze, whispering in fear. Pavel tried to justify himself, claiming his only job was to beef up the royal guard and protect the kingdom. But Kalyan wasn't buying it. He picked up a branch and was like, "Sure, strength for protection, I get it. But is this really how you go about it?" and with that he snapped the branch clean in half, making his point loud and clear. He death-stared Pavel, who just looked confused, and shot back, "Bruh, what are you even talking about?" Kalyan didn't miss a beat. He was like, "You talk a big game about making the Royal Guard stronger. But let me break it down for you. First off, your training methods are completely useless." And in that instant, he lunged at the commander with the broken stick. The commander's eyes went wide, realizing this dude wasn't playing, he was actually trying to take him out. He managed to draw his sword and parry, but the force of the blow was absolutely insane, stunning the knight completely. He couldn't process what was happening. It was just a wooden stick, but Kalyan was holding it back with some next-level strength. Then Kalyan let the stick go, sending the commander's sword flying. He casually cracked his knuckles and said, "You've clearly never held a real sword. Your movements are so basic I can't even read them." How lame. Pavel could only think about the prince's insane aura. Kalyan pressed on. Secondly, a man sworn to defend the kingdom and the royals starts throwing shade at a prince and then tries to slice him up. You tell me, doesn't that sound a whole lot like treason? The commander was shook. He was thinking, no way. Is this really the third prince? The fear hit him like a ton of bricks. He immediately started screaming for His Highness to forgive him, claiming he wasn't thinking straight, and dropped to the ground. He kept yelling that he had never even dreamed of betrayal, while the other knights just stared completely stunned by the scene. Their commander was groveling on the floor, but Loki Pavel was seething, thinking about how this worthless prince dared to humiliate him like this. He swore to himself that he would never forgive him for this. A little while later, Ian runs up totally out of breath, saying, "I thought you were just gonna go for a walk by the lake. So, where in the world did you get a horse?" Kalyan and Merlin just rolled up with huge grins on their faces. Kalyan just said, "I took it. His name is Raven." Ian was losing his mind, yelling, "You didn't ask. Where have you been? Where did this horse come from?" After all the drama with the commander was finally over, Kalyan turned his attention to the horse and asked what its deal was. One of the knights explained, "Prince Plants tried to tame him, but it was a no-go. This horse has absolutely zero chill." A wicked grin spread across Kalyan's face, as he basically claimed the horse for him. Ian immediately started freaking out, shouting about how he couldn't just jack something that belongs to Prince Plants. But Kalyan just shrugged, saying the horse is a stray. Finders keepers. Whoever tames him is his owner. He then told Merlin to keep it on the down low where they got him. Ian was still panicking, asking, "But what happens if he finds out?" Kalyan tried to chill him out, saying everything was fine, when suddenly a sharp pain shot through his chest. He cried out, and Ian and Merlin immediately shouted his name, terrified. Kalyan knew it. His body just wasn't ready for this level of action yet. Ian asked again if he'd overdone it with his training. "Nah," he replied. "Besides, it's been way too long since I had that much fun with someone." He actually felt refreshed. Ian was totally lost, asking, "Fun? Who are you even talking about?" But Kalyan just said, "If we stand here yapping, I'm going to be late for the dinner party." That snapped Ian out of it, and he urged them to hurry. But then he had no clue what to do with the massive horse. "Does it bite?" he asked. Our MC just replied, "Your guess is as good as mine." A while later, word started spreading through the kingdom. So that's what he said. How interesting. I've heard that even a cornered rat will bite back, so I guess it makes sense. A man crushed a flower in his hand, letting the petals fall. But even if a bottom feeder like him starts to fight back, it doesn't change who he is. It'd be boring to just crush him now. So let's just watch him for a while. Meanwhile, Kalyan was staring ahead at the party with a smirk. He just couldn't vibe with this atmosphere, even though he dealt with it every single day. Everyone around him either hated his guts or pretended he didn't exist. But his eyes landed on Plants, and he wondered why the kid was so quiet for once. Were the Queen and Viscount Brysong keeping him on a leash? He had no filter on his face at all. At the end of the day, he was still just a kid. Just then he caught a familiar scent and smiled. The true ruler of this kingdom, the one pulling all the strings, had finally arrived. It was Celeste Bryson. She's the second and current queen of Kairos, who took over after the last queen passed away from an illness. Celeste slid right in, using her family's immense power to seize control of the Royal Knight Corps. It's no secret that most of the nobility are deep in the Bryson family's pocket. And so, Celeste's power just kept on snowballing with each passing day. Meanwhile, the third Prince Kalyan was in a totally different boat. With absolutely zero influence, he'd become a total laughingstock, even getting clowned on by some low-level commander. Just then, the Viscount announced he wanted to give Commander Fable the same treatment, and Celeste casually agreed, saying they'd pay him off properly. The Viscount got the memo, and Celeste basically told him not to bother her with such trivial garbage in the future before taking a seat. She wondered aloud if she really needed to waste brain cells on such tiny issues, all while Callahan was carefully sizing up the queen. She suddenly turned to him and commented on how much he'd grown lately. He just smirked, clocking her reaction. He played it cool, saying it wasn't that big a deal, and that he had a lot more growing up to do. Then he grabbed a glass of wine and locked eyes with the queen full of confidence, and everyone in the room felt the tension in his gaze. Out of nowhere, a servant cried out that, grown up or not, he almost didn't even recognize the prince anymore. The guy revealed his face, and he was totally hyped to see him, saying he should have gotten that haircut ages ago. It was none other than Viscount Raymond Brayson. He was the second son of the Marquis of Brayson, and he kept gassing Callahan up, saying that since he was still growing, he was bound to get even bigger. But before he could even finish that thought, the queen, absolutely seething, slammed a heavy object down on the table. The Viscount jumped nervously, asking what was wrong. The queen just snapped that she was starving and ordered them to bring her food like yesterday. In that moment, Callahan couldn't help but think that the owner of the Breezen Shopping Center was a real slow burn, just like everyone said. He low-key found it kind of charming. The queen, however, sensed something was off and just stared daggers at him. She suddenly whipped her head towards Plants, demanding to know why he hadn't told her. Plants was just like, "Tell you what?" She shot back that he was supposed to tell her about his horse, completely ignoring his commands. The penny finally dropped for Plants. After a short pause, he just let out a little laugh and didn't say a thing to Celeste. She said it would have been wonderful to hear about it directly from him. Plants shot back that she'd already heard the story, but Celeste wasn't done, adding that he left out a part. The part where the horse went completely feral. That's when Plants got seriously ticked off, arguing that the whole mess started because the horse was a piece of junk to begin with. After dropping that bomb, he threw his fork on the table, stood up, and straight up announced that he was bouncing. The queen was left completely speechless by the drama. Fast forward 3 weeks later. It was time for the king's birthday celebration, and the entire palace was in a frantic scramble to make it perfect. People were screaming for more flowers, stressing that everything had to be flawless for His Majesty's big day. A fancy delegation from the elves was parading through the city, their horses weighed down with tons of treasure chests. The crowd was buzzing, wondering if all those were gifts. This banquet was going to be next level, and you just know the princes had to be drowning in preparations. People were dying to see them. The excitement was off the charts. At that exact moment, our protagonist was in his room with Slake. Slake was looking at his measurements, completely baffled, asking Callahan if he hadn't started eating more food lately. Then, without any warning, blood started pouring from our main character's nose. His whole hand was covered in it, and it was dripping all over the floor. Ian started screaming in pure terror. "Your Highness." His men totally freak and rush to get a handkerchief, but he just tells them it's no big deal, blaming it on a few bad nights of sleep. Anyone can see the bleeding's already stopped, but Ian points out that isn't the real problem here. Slake suddenly apologizes for being so bold. He then explains the real issue is something else entirely, saying our guy's been steadily losing weight and wasn't nearly this thin 3 weeks ago. The MC finally gets what they're saying and asks with a smirk if it's really that noticeable, trying to blame it on his intense workout regimen. He's been training like a beast, but his stamina is just tanking, not to mention all the pain he's still putting up with. He's been grinding like crazy, but his stamina is just tanking, not to mention the insane pain he still feels. Slake begged him not to be so careless with his health and asked if he'd seen a doctor, but Callahan just brushed it off, saying it wasn't that bad. Seriously, who needs a doctor for a simple nosebleed? And so the argument about seeing a doctor started all over again in his room. Callahan was annoyed, wondering why he had to have a nosebleed in front of these guys. Slake shot back that this wasn't just some random nosebleed, but our guy kept insisting he was fine, though he knew he couldn't dodge this bullet forever. Suddenly, Ian stepped forward, claiming he knew exactly what was going on. He declared it was because Callahan was picking his nose the day before. Callahan and Slake were both completely floored, as Ian just kept on talking. Callahan could tell this was a tough subject, but he pressed on, asking what the real deal was. Ian went on explaining how all the servants were just dying laughing at the thought of Prince Callahan having a secret like that. Prince Callahan was eating healthy and exercising, so he brushed off the nosebleed as just a weird quirk and told his servant not to worry about it. Slake just went with it, figuring that if the prince said he was fine, then he was fine. After all, nobody knew his master better than him. Ian just gives Callahan a friendly wink, but the prince is completely shook by the whole situation and starts cussing out his servant. He remembers Ian asking him earlier if he was feeling all right because he low-key looked like he was in bad shape. The worse his body got, the more he felt like he was about to drop dead, so he spun a story about being able to use magic and that his bad health was just a side effect of mana problems. He decided it was better to just let everyone think he was a fragile mess. It was a good cover story that had luckily smoothed things over for now. Slake mentioned that in that case he'd get his clothes tailored to fit his new much skinnier frame. The real issue, however, was the ticking clock. Kalyan tried to play it cool, saying nothing major was going on. He fibbed that the prince had other stuff to deal with, so there was plenty of time before the event, which made Slake light up with relief. The servant said that was a huge weight off his shoulders, and that he'd get his clothes ready for the afternoon event first, but then Kalyan leaned in and whispered. He asked, "It's today, isn't it?" Our boy knew that if he didn't act fast, his secret heart condition would be the hottest gossip in the entire palace. He had to get the word out before everyone else did. So, before that could happen, he absolutely had to meet up with Alan today. No excuses. A little while later, as Kalyan and his servant were heading to the dining hall, another servant bowed and broke the news that due to some urgent business, the group breakfast was officially canceled and everyone would be seen one by one. Kalyan thought this was weird. If they were short on time, why not just meet everyone at once? Meeting individually seemed way less efficient. He hadn't been expecting a private audience with the king. The whole thing made him a little nervous. The doors swung open, and an attendant announced that His Majesty was waiting. He'd been summoned to King Kyrie's personal room. Our protagonist bowed low, greeting His Majesty the King, but when he looked up, he was completely stunned. The man didn't even acknowledge him, just kept his eyes glued to his papers and books without saying a word. Kalyan was floored. Even with his trash-tier knowledge of royal etiquette, he knew this was some next-level disrespect. The king finally told him to sit down next to him. Kalyan wished him a happy birthday. The king, whose name is Rune, gave a half-hearted thanks and asked how he was feeling, saying he looked pretty good. This comment hit Kalyan like a truck, and he remembered all the worried looks he'd been getting. Literally everyone around him, even the servants he never talked to, knew he was fading fast. And that's when it clicked. Now he understood why the king insisted on seeing them all separately. If he had met all his sons together, he would have actually had to pay attention and engage in a real conversation. One-on-one meetings were way easier for him because even spending time with the sons who came to wish him a happy birthday was a complete waste of his precious time. The more he learned about this so-called family, the more messed up it seemed to be. He was dealing with a father who couldn't care less about his own children. Then there was the first prince who was basically indifferent to the world. And let's not forget the second prince who had absolutely zero manners. Just then Celeste walked in and Rune snapped at her for being late. But this woman Felice just smiled it off, saying these things happen. She was a queen with enough power to look down on the king himself. On top of all this, someone was trying to kill him. The celebration was just about to kick off, but who was it? Who was sending an assassin to take him out? A little later, the crowd started buzzing. Prince Kalyan had just arrived in the square, and no cap he'd had a major glow-up. Compared to him, the second Prince Plants looked like a complete drunken disaster. People figured this wouldn't really change the game, that it was just the crowd getting hyped over nothing, but they were wrong. Something was different. You could feel it in the air. Soon after, the shouts started again. Prince Kalyan was making his grand entrance into the hall, and everyone's jaws were on the floor because the crazy rumors were actually true. The prince with the iconic black hair and red eyes, which totally gave off Sisyphonian vibes, had actually chopped off the bangs that used to cover his face. And to top it all off, he was rocking that infamous red brooch. This was basically a declaration to the world that he was done hiding. He strolled into the hall with a smirk. Ian leaned in whispering and asking why everyone was staring at him and his outfit. He figured it was because he looked absolutely amazing in it, right? Kalyan just told him they were probably staring because they were wondering how a train wreck like the third prince had the audacity to wear such a fancy piece of jewelry out in public. He told Ian he had no idea how hard it was to get Slake to chill out with the accessories, and that he should just be glad they settled on this one, because if Slake had his way, he'd be covered in bling. The reaction could have been way worse, to which Ian replied that he was actually super happy with it. Honestly, those two were the most clueless people around. That's why they'd picked out this brooch without a second thought. Colin then mentioned that Ian had told him his family was also based in Kyrie's. "Oh right," Ian said, adding that the story about his younger sister was coming back to him now. Apparently she and his father had gone back to their hometown, while the rest of them stayed in the capital. He then switched gears asking when they were supposed to get to the royal palace. Ian explained they'd show up if they got an invite like this and asked, "So, when should I bring the raven out to the garden?" Colin could tell he was low-key trying to dodge that question. But hey, everyone has stuff they don't want to talk about. So, that was totally normal. For the time being, he suggested they just chill and wait for the right moment, mentioning there was someone he wanted to meet. Ian was shook, asking who though. Khalid just raised a finger. He then asked if Ian knew why the ballroom was called Siegfried's Hall. Ian shot back that it was obvious, since it was named after the first patriarch. That dude, Duke Kitros Hans Siegfried, was not only one of the 8 heroes of the war, but also the head of the only ducal family in Kairos. And even though they had insane influence, they'd been ride or die loyal to the royal family for more than 500 years. Their whole thing was basically protecting the Sasanian territory. Our MC thought back on it. As a baron, he'd been seriously impressed by that history. Ian turned to him then. He started to say, "The person you want to see. It's not him by any chance, is it?" But before he could even finish, Clelian cut in with a confident "yup," confirming he wanted to see him. But just then a booming laugh echoed through the entire hall. The man declared that Siegfried's Midsummer Night was a certified classic that never gets old. Ian whispered, "Looks like he's right there." It was the man himself, Duke Slimon Hans Siegfried. He smiled and asked again, "Am I wrong?" Colin was impressed. A family with that kind of legendary loyalty. That was his kind of vibe. He figured in that case, why not test the guy's perception? Suddenly, Sleeman's expression turned sharp, and his head snapped directly toward our protagonist. The MC was leaking some serious mana, and as expected, the Duke locked onto him instantly. Our guy then let out just a little more magical power to see what would happen. Ian whispered that it looked like the Duke had taken a special interest in him. Colin just thought to himself that it made sense. The guy was one of the 5 swordmasters on the entire continent, so, of course, he'd noticed something. It was a good sign for sure, but still way too early to make a move. For now, he decided to just play it cool, like he hadn't noticed a thing while Sleeman kept staring at him in surprise. After a bit, the king raised his glass, thanking everyone for their congratulations. He told them all to enjoy the night and to raise a glass to their country Kiras. A little while later, our protagonist and Ian started climbing down a rope to get into the garden. Just then, Kolyan hopped on his new horse, super hyped. He was going on about how the raven was so smart and gentle, but Ian yelled at him not to get played when he wasn't there to keep him honest. But as they could see, the horse was a quick study, so there was no use arguing about the intelligent part. All they had to do was make it to the main gate. Kolyan agreed, adding that they could just wait a bit. He could get in without needing an invitation. Suddenly, they overheard voices coming from near the gate where Alan was talking to the night guards. He told them he'd traveled a really long way just to be part of the celebration. The knight shot him down, saying he couldn't come in. The guard told him to please leave immediately. Kalyan's face lit up with joy. He knew that voice. "He's here," Paragon asked again. "Are you sure about that?" He pressed them, asking if they were really going to deny him entry over a piece of paper. Then he dropped his name, Alan Manaseal. But even with that legendary name, the guards wouldn't budge. The captain insisted that he still needed a proper invitation. The mage just smiled, remarking how annoying this was. So, this is how it is judging guests based on how they look. Hearing that, our MC thought, isn't it kind of messed up to judge people by their clothes? But it seemed like Alan Manaseal was being deliberately difficult. It was almost like he was looking for any excuse not to have to go inside. After hearing their final answer, the mage sharply turned his horse around. Our MC started to panic. He was about to go after him, but Ian, realizing what he was up to, shouted that he couldn't. The king had given a direct order no one was allowed to leave during the celebration. Khalid glanced at the mage's retreating figure. He thought anxiously, "No cap, we're gonna lose him if I don't move now." He decided right then and there to ignore the king's command. He bolted for the gate, screaming at Ian to do whatever it took to stop the soldiers, and kicked his horse into a full gallop to catch up. The guards immediately formed a line at the gate, ordering him to stop and reminding him that leaving was forbidden by royal decree. But our MC wasn't listening. He just launched his horse clean over them and rode right out of the palace. The soldiers were already getting ready to chase him. Ian was freaking out, wondering what he was supposed to do. Then he remembered what Kalayan told him. Do everything possible to stop them. He bit his lip nervously and told himself, "All right, get it together, focus." But this guy is Prince Kalyan's servant, and he's ride or die, sworn to protect him no matter what. So, he walks right up to the guards and tells them to stand down, claiming Duke Siegfried himself said the prince could leave. One of the guards gets cocky, asking who the hell he is to be throwing around the Duke's name. That's when the servant lets down his hair and reveals he's Saroyan Siegfried, the Duke's eldest son. When his father hears about what went down later, he absolutely loses it, laughing so hard it makes Ian a little embarrassed. Ian's like, "Bruh, it's not that funny." He calls out his dad's name, totally flustered, while Romain is literally wiping tears from his eyes. Romain asks for forgiveness, saying he just can't wrap his head around his son pulling a stunt like that. He pats Ian on the head with a laugh, saying this is the same son who ran away from the family when he was just a kid. But he admits it was a pretty smart move. Ian shoots back that the whole thing is completely messed up. He's worried this is definitely going to screw up his relationship with His Majesty. But Romain just says he won't ask any questions, which leaves his son looking totally surprised. He repeats himself, saying he won't pry. Romain figures the king thinks way too much. If a royal kid gets a helping hand from the Siegfrieds, it puts the king in a corner where he'd be forced to question the family's real intentions. And if the Siegfrieds get away with helping him with no consequences, it's basically a public announcement that their family and the prince are on good terms now. Bresson would no doubt see that as a huge issue, so the whole incident will get swept under the rug like it never even happened. Meanwhile, our MC finally catches up to Alan. He stops him, pointing out that it doesn't seem like Alan is about to chew him out for ditching his invitation. Alan pulls down his hood turns and asks just why the third prince of Syria is chasing after an old man like him. Callian checks out his face and thinks back to a rumor he heard, that once a mage reaches the 7th circle, time starts rolling backward for them, and apparently it's no cap. Callian then notes how late it is, asking if he's seriously just going to head back now. Alan tells him that when he tried opening a locked door, he found the doorstep was still way too high. His words immediately start ticking Callian off, who thinks, for real, we're really going to communicate in riddles right now. But hey, two can play at that game. With a smile, Callian says he's only asking because Alan was trying to kick down a door that was already unlocked, by which he means, where the hell did you put the invitation I so kindly left for you? Alan just replies that he was a little busy fighting off the wind, and he forgot to sweep the dust off the welcome mat. He adds that he didn't think the guards would screw up and try to block people from entering. After that, Callian realizes this dude isn't apologizing, he's actually criticizing him. Is this guy just brutally honest or completely shameless? He smirks. This third prince he thinks just hits different. When they first met, he seemed like just another 14-year-old kid. But then Alan's eyes lock onto the hand Callian's using to hold the reins, and his expression instantly changes. He rushes towards him. He asks for forgiveness, then grabs his hand and starts channeling magic. A piercing pain explodes in our MC's chest. He clutches his heart as he feels Alan's mana flooding his entire body. Then bright flashes start shooting out from where they're touching. The horse gets spooked and rears up. The jolt breaks their contact and the pain finally subsides. Alan remarks that even if the doors are sealed shut, the wind is no obstacle. Our MC gets it now. Alan already knew about the state of his body. Pulling himself together, he admits the old man is right. He hasn't been able to use mana for a while now. Alan thinks to himself that's not the problem at all. The kid really has no idea what the real issue is. His gaze drops back to Callian's hand, and he scowls, thinking about how this kingdom treats its mages like absolute garbage. And these are the descendants of dragons, no less. Now the great mage himself has walked right into a family like this. He had shown up intending to make them all look like clowns for letting him slip through their fingers. However, could this encounter with the young prince actually be fate? He wonders why Callian wanted to see him so badly. Callian pauses, choosing his words with extreme care, knowing the mage would know if he was lying. He dismounts his horse, says Alan's name, and declares that he wants to possess it. He's got a bad feeling his life is about to be in some serious danger. It's not like Alan didn't know the situation the third prince was in. The kid was hated by everyone and had enemies coming at him from all sides. With a flick of his finger, our guy erects a soundproof dome around them before hopping off his horse when he sees the barrier. Callian was just watching low-key shocked. Alan was floored. The dude just cast magic without an incantation. He couldn't help but ask, "Are you for real, a 7th circle mage?" Was his play just to stop the bleeding, or was he trying to rip the problem out by its roots? Callian just smiled and said that for the time being, he was only focused on stopping the immediate disaster. Alan was stunned when he said, "For the time being," and Callian kept going, admitting that he also wanted to completely erase the source of the rot, even if he had to snatch the throne to do it. The mage couldn't help but grin, thinking to himself, So the throne is just a stepping stone for his real objective. And this is coming from a prince whose body is failing him, a prince who's a dead ringer for his Vanyan, a prince who absolutely needs his power to succeed. This whole situation was just too juicy. In that case, he'd stick around to see what the kid was made of. He told Kallian to give him another one of those invitations. Kallian's face lit up with a victorious smile as he dropped to one knee, joyfully declaring that he, Kallian reigns Sirius, greets his new master. The magician shot back that he, Alan Manasil, accepts his highness's offer. With that, he officially promised to save him. Meanwhile, Ian was checking with his father, wanting to know if he was 100% sure that no one in the palace had a clue who he really was. His dad reassured him, saying he had already taken care of everything. There was no need to stress so much. Ian thoughtfully rubbed his chin, saying that if his identity got out, he probably wouldn't be able to stay by the prince's side. The Duke just smiled and agreed, adding that even though Ian was his son, he wasn't exactly showing much loyalty. Those words immediately made Ian antsy, and he quickly changed the subject, asking how Leah was doing. His father told him she was absolutely killing it, leading the family he'd left in his place. After that, he stood up from the bench and stretched, saying that no matter what, if Ian ever got tired of cosplaying as someone's servant, they'd be waiting for him at home with open arms. But he figured it'd probably be a hot minute until their next family reunion. Ian was confused and asked what he meant, saying they'd see each other in 3 months. Sleeman paused. He asked if Ian was seriously planning to quit his servant act. Ian got super nervous, tangling his fingers together. He mumbled that he'd be turning 15 soon. His father just gave him a look of pure confusion. Then he told him to listen up, asking if he knew their family's nickname, the Elephants of Sirius. They might not have made a play for the throne in forever, but they're built different, and people call them the kings of the beasts. That's because even the fiercest predators know better than to mess with them. Ian asked why he was bringing all this up out of nowhere. His father grabbed him, his eyes blazing with passion, and shouted that he was asking why. He said that the family name Ian was treating so lightly is actually a huge deal, so he should just go out there and do whatever the hell he wanted. Ian's lip trembled, and he looked like he was about to break down and cry. His father pulled him into a crushing hug, calling him a little scoundrel for making him worry so much. He was squeezing so tight that the kid actually yelped in pain. Ian exclaimed that he was legit going to die this time. When his dad finally let go, he stood up and brushed off his clothes. Calling him Duke, Simeon just waved him off and told him to get a move on. Ian bowed and said his goodbyes. Watching his son walk away, Simeon thought, what is with that pointless stubbornness? He's a carbon copy of Siegfried. He thought back to something that happened before and wondered when his son had grown up so damn much. He genuinely had no idea what the boy was planning. A new day broke, and a carriage bearing the crest of 7 red flowers and a silver wand pulled up to the palace. The nobles who saw it were completely shocked. One woman said she heard his contract with Reborn had already expired. The man beside her asked how on earth he ended up with the Sirius family. She replied that it was the logical next step after that whole fiasco. If it wasn't for his ties to King Reborn, he would have bounced ages ago. She added that it must have something to do with that rumor. The nobles started whispering about Alan's son, but at that exact moment, the carriage door opened. The mage himself stepped out and scanned the area, a faint nervous smile on his face. He was thinking about how his new apprentice had made a seriously slick move. The day before he'd told him to arrive at precisely 9:30 in the morning. That was the exact time he needed to walk through the open doors. He was staging this entrance to show him off to the nobles and completely flip the game on its head. His arrival instantly sent a wave of chatter through the crowd about His Highness's ongoing beef with the Brizzen family. Finally, a butler emerged from the palace. He walked up to the magician and said his sudden appearance was quite a surprise. His Majesty was waiting for him. When they finally met, and the king heard the reason for his visit, he was absolutely stunned. Roman asked in disbelief if he was serious about being reinstated in Sirius. Alan confirmed it, leaving him deep in thought. He had already figured that taking on Solis would require some Alan Manasol level power, but who could have predicted this? For Alan to be the first one volunteering to shack up here, what was his angle? Seeing the prince's confusion, the magician said he'd be real with him. Last night he'd spotted a black cat with some freaky red eyes chilling in the town square. It was a sharp little thing, so he figured it was worth teaching a few new moves, but he didn't have a place to crash. Romain totally caught on to who he was talking about and asked what exactly he planned to teach him. The magician said, magic, obviously. But there was more. He was also planning on setting up a comfy spot for himself. To do that, he needed the owner's help with a bit of a cleanup. Romain was a little taken aback at first. Then he asked with some serious doubt in his voice, "You think you can actually pull this off?" Alan shot back that since he'd decided to make Prince Callion his student, not even Bryson could stop him. Besides, you can't just grind magic solo all day long. So, if a bored teacher wants to help His Highness out, nobody could really get in his way. These arguments were the final push Prince Callion needed. Clenching his fist, Romain made up his mind and got up from the couch. He told Alan he'd make some space for him, saying the place was already a total disaster, so it couldn't possibly get any worse. Walking over to his desk, he mentioned that something he'd heard had for some reason piqued his interest. He'd been told there was nothing special about the kid. The mage thought to himself, "Nothing special, bruh." Just the state of his health was a massive red flag. It was honestly harder to find anything normal about him. The king kept going, saying he had also heard the kid was a total scaredy cat. So, he found it pretty hard to believe that this boy who was apparently terrified of horses was the one chasing after him. If there was anything remotely remarkable about him, he would have known by now. The magician couldn't believe his ears. Was this dude seriously just talking about secondhand gossip? He shot back, "Do you even know how tall His Highness is?" Ramon turned to face him, completely unable to answer the question. That silence just confirmed what the magician already knew. This man knew absolutely nothing about his own son. He stood up, declaring that sometimes attention can be like poison while neglect can be the cure, but he knew damn well that being busy was just a weak excuse. The king did not appreciate his tone. He snapped back that he'd chalk up his rude behavior to him just being concerned for his student. He felt it was ridiculous to even have to say this, but he cared for all the princes, especially Callion, who was his favorite. He tried to shut down the conversation and walk away, but Alan just snapped his fingers, throwing up a barrier to block his exit. Alan was done with the small talk, and Roman, absolutely livid, demanded to know how he dared to use magic inside the royal palace. Alan just ignored him, pointing out that the prince's lips were chapped, his breathing was shallow, and his skin had a weird bluish tint. His nails were literally purple, and his clothes, they were obviously tailored in a huge rush, which was weird, considering his ceremony outfit had been ready for a month. Callion must have dropped a ton of weight recently. He couldn't even get out of bed without help, and was constantly weak. It was finally starting to dawn on the king just how badly he'd failed his son. The mage laid it out cold if he kept watching from the sidelines. He was going to lose him for good. Meanwhile, a maid nervously came up to Ian, telling him it was almost noon, and the prince still hadn't touched his morning tea. Ian just smiled and told her to let him know, promising he'd make sure the prince didn't choke. With that, he grabbed the tray and walked into Callion's room. Seeing the prince twitching in his sleep, he worried that he was still out cold. Yesterday must have really taken a lot out of him. Suddenly, a voice from behind him asked if the prince was still sleeping. Ian whipped around completely spooked and let out a loud scream. He almost dropped the entire tea tray and whispered, "How in the world did you get in here?" Alan, acting like it was no big deal, started walking toward the prince's bed. Ian jumped in his way, telling him he was way out of line. He reminded him that you can't just waltz into the Chermal Palace without permission, and asked if he just teleported in. Alan corrected him, saying it was actually deformation, a much trickier spell. As you can see, he said, he's pretty cracked at magic. Ian shot back that it didn't matter right now, and that he needed to get out of the room. The prince's health is still fragile, but the magician cut him off, asking, "You know who I am, don't you, model?" The guy reveals he was in Riverin years ago, and asks our MC if he honestly thought a little growing up would make him unrecognizable, calling him a baby elephant. And that's when he remembers his father's advice telling him not to stress because his build wasn't massive, so nobody would ever suspect a thing. But he got spotted and the noise immediately woke our MC. He shot up asking how long he'd been out, while Ian just awkwardly gestured toward Alan. Ian explained that he had a visitor, and Callion just scratched his head, totally confused, since he wasn't expecting anyone to show up. Once Callion was awake enough to function, they got down to it. Alan handed him a small bag of pills, instructing him to take one each day. Callion immediately asked if it was some kind of medicine. His teacher confirmed it, saying that right now he's dealing with two huge problems. First, he can't control his mana at all, and second, his body is basically falling apart at a crazy speed. MC just shut his eyes, feeling bone tired. It was wild. He hadn't said a word yet. It felt like his teacher could see right through him and knew exactly what was going on. Alan's brow furrowed as he asked, "He does have the power of a blessing, correct?" Callion confirmed it. He explained it granted him healing abilities, and also gave him a natural knack for magic, though he had a gut feeling that his healing factor had pretty much disappeared. Alan wondered if it was a heart issue, asking if it ever struck him as a weird combination of powers to get from a blessing. Callion replied that he'd thought about it, figuring the blessing probably reinforced his heart. After all, the heart is the engine for both mana and life itself. The mage smiled, confirming his theory was spot on. The blessing's power does strengthen the heart, but that power isn't gone. He doesn't have a heart problem, and his mana isn't sealed. Confused MC asked what on earth was wrong with him then. Alan then posed a new question. Had he ever considered that Sisfania's blessing hadn't vanished? What if it just hit its absolute limit? Callion's eyes shot wide open as the realization hit him like a lightning bolt. Something was actively messing with his blessing. That's why it couldn't even fix a tiny scratch anymore. He asked with a knot in his stomach. So, it's poison, isn't it? The mage replied that without his blessing, he would have been dead and buried a long time ago. Constantly fighting a poison this nasty puts an insane amount of pressure on his heart. It's maxing out his healing powers, and any attempt he makes to channel mana gets instantly rejected by his own body. MC thoughtfully spun a pill between his fingers, processing it all. He realized the original Callion was murdered, but he'd been getting poison long before that. This whole thing was premeditated, not random. So, why assassinate a kid who was already dying anyway? A completely different chilling aura began to radiate from him, fueled by his building rage. Alan noticed the shift instantly and just stared at him, completely shocked. He thought to himself that this level of killing intent was not normal for a 14-year-old boy. Who was he really? Callion then asked if these pills were the antidote. The mage confirmed it. He'd rushed to make it, but he was positive it would be effective. Callion looked down at the tiny pill. He was lost in his thoughts for a moment before asking what would happen if he took the poison and the antidote at the same time. Alan immediately grew anxious, exclaiming that if he kept drinking the poison, the antidote would only delay the inevitable. He insisted this was dangerous enough already, pleading with him. Was he seriously considering taking both? Alan then asked if he had some suspicions. Callion admitted he had one solid theory. He's pretty sure the poison is in the tea he drinks. He has it every morning in front of everyone, making it a simple way to confirm the poison was ingested and no one else drinks it. They must have thought it was the most foolproof plan. Most likely the original Callion noticed the changes in his body and one day refused to drink the poison-laced tea. That's probably why things ended with him being strangled. But the situation is different now that the poison is already in his new body. So, at this point, he has no clue how they'll try to finish the job. Because of that, he needs to keep this whole thing under wraps, at least until he figures out who's behind it all. He laid this all out for his teacher. Alan asked if that was truly the only reason he was being so careful. Callion replied that if the morning tea is the problem, then Ian and the rest of the servants are in serious danger. The person behind this is probably so used to their routine they're convinced they can't be caught. The magician looked away thoughtfully and whispered that the little one would be all right before grabbing his head. He sighed, saying he understood the whole picture now, and asked what Callion was going to do. Our MC's mind flashed to his father. He once told him that to bait out an opponent's trump card, you first have to be willing to sacrifice your own. He always thinks of his father in these moments. He asked his teacher to sneak him out of the palace tomorrow night. At that very moment, servants were rushing to wake up Prince Plants. They were in a panic because the queen was on her way to see him. She was striding down the hallway at a blistering pace. They got him awake, but they didn't have time to get him dressed. The queen waved them away and stormed over to his bed. She violently ripped the curtain aside. She sneered that it looked like he was already late for his afternoon plans, wasn't he? Her son just wearily rubbed his face. She immediately recoiled, saying with disgust that he reeked of alcohol. It was clear he hadn't learned his lesson at all. Even though he was explicitly told not to drink at the ceremony, my man grabs a glass of water from the nightstand anyway. He snaps at her, asking what she's even doing there, and tells her to just spit it out and bounce. You can tell she's pissed, biting her lip in annoyance. She finally reveals that Kaylin snagged a mentor, a legit 7th Circle mage named Alan Manicel. Hearing this, the nobles are starting to get cold feet. Plants is like, so what? But the queen gets right in his face with zero chill. She orders him to make sure all the effort she's poured into him doesn't just go down the drain. She demands he get dressed immediately and waves over the servants. She tells them to get a move on and then warns her son that all eyes are on him today, so he'd better not let her down. And with that, she dips, leaving Plants absolutely fuming over her words. He yeets himself out of bed and smashes the glass on the floor, but ends up cutting himself in the process. Bruh. The servants immediately rush over, all worried, but he doesn't even care about the wound. He just angrily waves them off and tells everyone to get out. The second Kalen's face pops into his head, he grinds his teeth so hard they could crack. Meanwhile, a massive parade is kicking off. The king himself leads the procession through the city streets, and all the townspeople are sincerely cheering for his birthday. They're all wishing the kingdom prosperity and glory. Then a little kid sitting on his dad's shoulders spots the princes. He points at them all hyped up, telling his dad that the one with the dark hair is the prince he really wanted to see. Turns out it's Prince Kalen. Our MC gives a wave to the crowd and they go wild. Ian, walking beside him, leans in and worriedly asks how he's holding up. It's a good thing he's looking a lot better than he did yesterday. Kalen just smiles and says it's to be expected since he got some solid rest. He figures maybe the antidote is finally working its magic. No cap, he really can breathe easier now, and the pain in his chest has definitely chilled out. Ian then says, complaining that their schedule is totally packed. After the parade, there's a horse show and then a ball. What if his nose starts bleeding again? This is just way too much. Our MC just laughs nervously, telling him he's worrying way too much and that he can totally handle all the events. As long as he's in decent condition, that's all that really matters. He glances over at the townspeople, waving at them with a smile. That's when he clocks two suspicious people, a girl and a guy, lurking in an alley. His eyes lock onto the dude. He instantly flashes back to his old friend Kyrie, the one who literally laid down his life to protect him. When he gets a good look at the guy's face, he's convinced it's definitely him. But what the heck is he doing here? His horse Raven immediately picks up on his master's intense emotions. It glances toward the alley and starts moving, but Ian grabs the reins, asking why it's suddenly acting up. Kalen pulls the reins, turning Raven back to the road, and asks if it's because someone is over there. He gives a sad look at the two people, who are already slipping out of the alley. He pats his horse, asking if it sensed him too, but they can't go after them right now. He thinks to himself, just wait, Kyrie. I swear I'll find you. When they finally get to the venue for the show, they're met by Melfier Pollen, the owner of the Pollen Shopping Center, who gives a grand greeting to His Majesty. He says they've put together some performances that the king is going to absolutely love. Our MC is thinking, so it was this guy who set up the horse show instead of the Brezen family. This switch-up actually saved him from a whole lot of pointless drama. But he's got another worry nagging at him. If his memory is right, Randall is about to get seriously injured during this show. And after that happens, Baron Pollen is going to be hanged. Melfier invites them inside, mentioning he has special seats prepared for them. 3 huge chandeliers are hanging right above their seats. Kalen immediately looks up and pinpoints the exact one that's designed to fall. This whole situation is low-key sketchy. You'd think they would have checked everything thoroughly, especially for an event like this. I mean, the king himself is here, and the legendary Fable Knight Corps is supposed to be handling security. The moment he remembers that particular squad, that one super annoying commander immediately comes to mind. Kalen smirks, thinking maybe he'll give the guy a chance to survive this. Melfier leads Kalen toward his seat. As he passes, he whispers that the chandelier hanging over his head is giving him a bad vibe, and that he should probably get it checked. The Baron stares after him, completely bewildered, then looks up at the chandelier and gets lost in thought. Finally, the show begins. Down on the platform, riders are circling around to some seriously enthusiastic applause. Melfier clenches his fists in excitement. His big day is finally here, and he's lucky enough to be sitting right next to the king. He was about to start a conversation with the king, but then his eyes fell on Kalen. Kalen was just sitting behind them, looking totally bored. That's when the warning about the chandelier hit him like a ton of bricks. He starts to panic, wondering if they ever actually checked the ceiling. That thought won't leave him alone, so he decides he has to double-check everything himself. And what do you know, the rope holding that massive chandelier was literally hanging on by a thread. If our MC hadn't given the prince a heads up, the whole thing would have come crashing down. It would have flattened Prince Randall, no cap. The aftermath would have been a total disaster. The king shot a look at Colin. He couldn't help but wonder how the hell he knew something was wrong. He smirked, realizing Baron Pollen wasn't just sticking close to him for show. The guy had come to a pretty smart conclusion, was quick on his feet, and knew you gotta play the long game instead of just grabbing at whatever's in front of you. But it still begged the question, why did the Brezen family have such a massive beef with Pollen that they'd stage a whole public spectacle? That's when he caught Prince Plant's death glare. It low-key surprised him. The king just stared at him for a few seconds, his expression unreadable, before telling him to remember his damn place. Prince Plants was absolutely disgusted, feeling like Colin's filthy, pathetic blood Was a disease clogging up his throat even with all the cheering from the crowd below? Yo, everyone around him heard the prince's comment loud and clear. Randall, the king, and the queen all whipped their heads around looking completely shocked. Our MC just covered his face trying to hide his expression. He was thinking, pathetic blood bruh, this guy has zero idea who he's messing with. But he never thought he'd actually come in handy like this. Celeste must be absolutely losing her mind right now. How much deeper is she gonna dig her own grave? Meanwhile, the queen was nervously hiding behind her fan, shooting daggers at her son, and thinking he was a complete and total idiot. She'd warned him about this so many times, but when she saw the look on his face, she was stunned. The dude was smiling. He was clearly pleased with her reaction, and it hit her like a ton of bricks. He did it on purpose. But why? Why drop a bomb like that today of all days? The aristocrats immediately started whispering among themselves. How could he say something so out of pocket, especially right in front of His Majesty King Romain? After a stunt like that, there was no way they could keep supporting Prince Plants. It was obvious that Prince Kalyan, who had the backing of Alan Manasol, was the best choice for the crown prince position. They couldn't just sit on the fence anymore. It was time to pick a side. The performance ended not long after. Randall dodged a major bullet, and King Romain didn't seem to pay too much attention to the whole drama involving Plants. Our MC thought that even though things went his way, the queen was acting way too chill. If the plan to frame Pauline was her idea, he figured she'd be more rattled by today's events. He glanced over at her, trying to read her expression. It reminded him of a time he was playing chess with his brother. During one of their games, Kalyan had asked him if he really thought this string of accidents was just a direct hit on the royal family, or if someone from the outside was secretly pulling the strings to try and take out the prince. His brother had replied that it was possible, but things would be pretty boring if the answer was that simple. He then offered him a wager, reminding him that he was already losing big time. He asked if Kalyan even remembered how much money he owed him. His brother just laughed it off, saying he remembered every last cent. He said it was all tallied up, and since he was feeling generous, he'd give him a little hint. Wasn't this whole accident a little too on the nose? It was almost like the people behind it wanted to get caught attacking the royal family. Think about it. If the owner of the second most powerful trading house in the kingdom gets wiped out, the person who benefits the most is obviously Renan Brazon, the guy who owns the most influential trading house. Back in the present, while Ian was getting his horse ready to leave the show, Kalyan asked him what House Paulin's most profitable asset was. Ian thought about it for a second. He figured it was probably their diamond mine. Our MC knew that was the right answer. If Paulin was out of the picture, the trading house, Breeson would basically get a monopoly on the entire diamond market. Renan had definitely planned this out. Kalyan needed to get the full story, and he also wanted to protect Paulin. But first, he needed to collect payment from the guy for saving his life. He swung up onto his horse. He told Ian to cancel all his plans for after the show. Ian was totally caught off guard by this and started to worry. He pointed out that pretty much every noble in the kingdom would be at the ball, but Kalyan just clutched his head dramatically, faking that he was too shaken up by what he'd overheard earlier to possibly attend. With that, he rode off, and a little time went by. When King Romain got back to the palace, he had a meeting right away. Now he was sitting alone, just thinking about what the hell was going on. He kept replaying Alan's words about how he'd lose him for good if he kept doing nothing, and then Plance's insane outburst from today. His mind drifted to Colleen's mother, how she was on her deathbed begging him to protect their son. Suddenly the doors flew open, and the butler, who clearly couldn't stop the queen from barging in, unannounced, frantically announced her arrival. Celeste strode right into the middle of the room and just stared the king down, her eyes full of fire. A maid quickly removed 2 half-empty teacups from the table, saying she would bring a fresh pot. Celeste looked at the cups surprised and wondered if someone else had been in here right before she arrived. She hadn't heard about any other visitors. Ramon just waved his hand at the maid, telling her not to bother. He said it was fine, since she'd be leaving soon anyway. The queen was clearly pissed by his words and demanded to know why he was there. She sat down across from him and, trying her best to keep her cool, she declared that House Brazon would take full responsibility for the whole mess today. She was nervously biting her lip, and Roman, noticing this, couldn't help but wonder if she'd really sunk to this level just because of what Prince Plants did. Clearly, her son's reputation was non-negotiable. At the same time, she hadn't lost an ounce of her audacity, saying that today's show was pretty impressive. She even suggested Baron Paulin deserved a reward for throwing such a great party, asking if Roman didn't think so too. Roman shot back that it looked like she already knew exactly what kind of reward she had in mind for him. She snapped open her fan, smiling as she told him he was right. She was planning to give him House Brazan's exclusive contract to supply the royal stables. The king's hand trembled as he grinned, wondering if she was seriously about to give up such a cash cow. This was all going down exactly as Alan had predicted. In a meeting just before this, Alan told him the queen knew she'd have to sacrifice something to clean up the damage her son had caused, but she wasn't quite at rock bottom enough to pull her knights out of the palace. So she'd approach him with a deal that she thought was a fair trade. Once that happened, he was supposed to show her that he was willing to let the whole thing go. Right then, Roman was wondering if this was the master's strategy or the student's. He told the queen that he and Plants would walk into the ballroom together that night, which made her super happy. She promised he'd be incredibly pleased. Following the agreement, Roman and Plants strolled into the ballroom side by side. And just as planned, Baron Pollen was awarded the exclusive supply contract. Everyone in the ballroom knew this was just Queen Celeste's big move to save her son. I mean, to think House Brazan took a hit like that, no cap. Now they finally understood the price the queen had to pay for her son's little adventures. Turns out Prince Kalyan is built different with enough power to actually make the queen sweat. It was time for everyone to see what he was really worth. After that, Kalyan's room was flooded with gifts, and he was just scratching his head in confusion, looking at it all and noting that these people were ready to jump ship with zero shame or loyalty. Ian had no idea what they were supposed to do with all these gifts. Kalyan thought to himself that while it was nice to see Plants and House Brazan's influence tanking, he'd rather not build his crew with a bunch of bandwagoners. He told Ian to return every single thing except for the gifts from the Mage Association and Baron Pollen, and made sure to tell him to keep a list of who sent what. Ian then pointed to a small box, saying this one had to be from the Baron. Our MC immediately perked up, and Ian pulled a ridiculously huge necklace from the box. Thing is, it wasn't for him. It was for his horse. Kalyan looked completely dumbfounded. He then remarked that it was a very specific gift and figured Ian was behind it. He asked him what he had said to the Baron. Ian admitted that the Baron asked for a tip, so he just mentioned how much His Highness loved his horse. Kalyan looked closer at the necklace and thought, so this bling is for my horse, not me. He's testing me. If he accepts this gift, he's basically agreeing to be paid in gold for the rescue. The next gift would be jewelry for him, which would finally clear the slate. But it's not that simple. The Baron is dead wrong if he thinks he can just buy him off with some shiny trinkets. He told Ian to find out what the necklace was worth and send that exact amount of money to the Baron. The guy started putting the necklace back in its box, asking if they were really buying it. He said it was a unique item for sure, but our MC cut him off. He said he wasn't buying it for its uniqueness. In fact, the Most Unique Gift award definitely went to something else. He pointed over to a potted carnivorous plant. Ian nervously glanced at the tag and said it was from the Mage Association. Kalyan remarked that they sure had a unique taste. A creature like this was actually being sold as a gift, wild. Ian said there was a note with it. Apparently it's pretty rare and even came with care instructions. It was a magical flower that spreads glow-in-the-dark pollen right before it dies, which is super popular with herbalists. Our MC's eyes immediately lit up. He smiled, a plan clearly forming in his head. Ian asked if they should send it back, but Kalyan said they were keeping it. He had an idea. Some time passed, they brought him some tea, and then suddenly there was a sharp sound. The cup had shattered. The maid who delivered the tea practically bolts, and Ian immediately rushes to the prince asking if he's all right, but he just brushes it off. He claims his hand just slipped, that's all. Still, what a shame to waste good tea. Ian, clearly annoyed, orders the servants to clean up the mess. He points out that the tea splashed all over a gifted flower, and sarcastically asks if the prince really thinks everything is fine. But the prince just reassures him it's no big deal, claiming the tea isn't poisoned or anything. At that moment, the maid picking up the broken pieces looks scared out of her mind. Kalyan tells her to leave the flower, as it's saying he likes it, but because of the poison, a leaf instantly starts to wither and die. Later that evening, our MC finally gets to leave the palace with his teacher. He thanks him for taking time out of his packed schedule, but Alan says there's no need for thanks. I mean, how could he possibly refuse when the prince is putting his own life on the line? Our MC just laughs awkwardly. Alan notes that he seems a lot happier outside the palace, which he confirms with a huge smile, but he almost lets something slip. He nervously covers his tracks, telling his teacher it's just a wonderful long-awaited walk. While thinking to himself, he almost blurted out that it was his first time ever being outside. Kalyan had to remind himself who he was now. Man, it's been a hot minute since he's actually stepped foot outside the palace. He asked his teacher if the king even signed off on him dipping out like this. Alan thought about it for a second before telling him, "You're about to find out any second now." Our boy wasn't even shocked, but it didn't really matter. He knew he was just as much to blame here. He admitted that he totally bailed on Ian, saying he'd be back by dawn, even though he originally promised to return by midnight. Alan just noted that Kalyan was definitely his student all right. With a smile, Kalyan said he'd take that as a compliment before his whole vibe turned dead serious. He asked if Kalyan was taking his antidote like he was supposed to. Our MC told him he took a dose this morning and was already feeling way better. So much better, in fact, that whoever slipped him the poison was probably in a full-blown panic right now. Every piece of the plan was about to fall perfectly into place. All they needed was for the enemy to take the bait. Alan smiled, saying he had to hand it to him for his clever moves. He even joked that maybe Kalyan didn't need his help after all. But Kalyan shot that down, saying none of this would have ever gotten off the ground if it wasn't for that little gift Alan had sent over. With a heavy sigh, Alan turned his horse, saying this was as far as he was going. He did admit, though, that he wished he could have stayed. Kalyan just pulled up his hood and let out a laugh, saying he knew Alan would get it. Alan told him to find the Magicians Association office over on Tina Street, and he'd be all set. As soon as their business was done, Kalyan said his goodbyes and wished him luck, and then they both bolted in opposite directions. Our MC wandered onto a busy shopping street and copped a new sword from a blacksmith. He gave the dagger a quick once-over. He figured it'd work just fine. This new blade would have to do until his custom order was ready. After that, he made his way toward the mouth of an alley. Peering into the darkness, he thought to himself, all right, now all that's left is to get some intel. See, the kingdom of Sakuracha runs a massive spy network all across the continent, just to gather dirt on other countries. However, these spies do a whole lot more than just listen in on secrets. Every single agent goes through years of brutal training until they become an elite assassin. And the masterminds who put this whole killer network together, none other than his own father, King Deblon, and Byrne, his past self. Hopping off his horse, he found himself on Tana Street, right near a shop called the Dovecot. He looked up at the sign, and a grim thought hit him. He knew firsthand just how dangerous these people could be. I mean, he was the one who personally trained them. Not to mention he was now the Prince of Cyrisi. Just then, two drunks stumbled past him. He immediately yanked his hood up. If they figured out someone like him was sniffing around their base, he could kiss any chance of a safe return goodbye. His black hair and red eyes were way too distinct. So yeah, he'd better stay hidden. He stepped inside the Dovecot and was instantly surprised. It was way more spacious than it looked from the street. The shopkeeper asked if he was looking to buy a pigeon. Kalyan answered that he wasn't because those birds hadn't woken up yet. The man's eyes flickered, immediately catching the code. He shot back that they simply liked to get their beauty rest. Kalyan stepped closer with a smirk, suggesting that maybe they were just tired. After all, they had covered quite a long distance. The shopkeeper agreed that was precisely why they were still asleep. Then Kalyan's gaze fell on some dummy birds. Noticing the keyholes on the backs of their heads, he said that tired birds could probably rest their wings here. The shopkeeper's look turned suspicious. He demanded to know why Kalyan was there, to which he replied that he came for some bird food. The man grunted that he'd come to the right place. Then in a flash, he whipped out a knife, slicing Kalyan's hood clean off, saying he didn't remember selling any pigeons lately. Our MC knew right away this was no ordinary shopkeeper. Dealing with this guy in Kalyan's current body was going to be a challenge. He pushed the blade away from his face and flashed a grin. He explained that the bird had clearly just left its nest to find its own food. So of course, the shopkeeper wouldn't have sold it. For context, birds are secret agents who gather intel, and Sakuricha keeps their identities secret, even from each other. That way, if one of them gets exposed, no clues will ever lead back to the organization. The man asked whose bird he was. Kalyan realized that if he used his father's name and pretended to be a Sakuricha agent, nobody would know the difference. He replied that he was a Neblad bird. The shopkeeper's expression immediately turned to one of shock. Our MC then told him it was time to provide some food for this bird, one that had just flown the coop. And just like that, he was about to become the first prince of Cyrisi to use Sakuricha's own secret agents, to steal information about his own kingdom. No cap. The man then opened a secret passage leading to the second floor. He told him to follow. As they walked, Kalyan looked around thinking, so this is what one of their hidden bases looks like. The guy tells our MC that he's gotta be new around here and to make sure he remembers his name, because they'll definitely be seeing each other again. He calls himself a white eagle, so our MC fires back, introducing himself as a red swan. After they head up to a room, the guy asks what kind of intel he needs. Our boy crouches down and says he's only looking for one thing, one single piece of information. Without even hesitating, the man just holds out his hand. He says it's going to be 8 florin and he wants the payment up front. Colin looks at him totally confused, wondering if this dude seriously just named a price. He hasn't even mentioned what he's looking for yet. Is this guy low-key trying to play him and get him to drop his guard? Noticing his reaction, the White Eagle just shrugs and says it's a fixed price, no exceptions. After that, our MC pays the man, who then hands over a scroll with the information. He reads through it all very carefully. He asks if everything on it is legit. The White Eagle replies that considering the size of the area he requested, this was the only location that fit the bill. Khalid thanks him, saying it was some pretty useful intel. But as he's about to dip, the White Eagle warns him to watch his back. Our MC turns to him with a smirk. The guy explains that the rules around here are seriously harsh. Khalid just smiles back and leaves, thinking that no matter how savage this place gets, a predator like the White Eagle, who's always ready to strike, is way more dangerous. After saddling up his horse, our MC heads to the spot. His path leads him over a bridge, but a whole crowd of people in robes is blocking the way. He's thinking, what's all this about in the middle of the night? Causing a scene right now would be a terrible idea. According to his map, he has to cross this bridge, so he decides he's just gonna act fast. But when he gets closer, one of the robed figures steps in his way. He gets ticked off and asks what the big idea is and why he isn't being allowed to pass. The man apologizes and explains that the deceased are embarking on their final journey. He says that if he isn't in a huge hurry, he should probably just wait a bit. Kalian doesn't get what they're talking about. Not at first anyway, but then he spots lotus flowers with candles floating in the water under the bridge. It hits him. This is a funeral procession. He immediately dismounts his horse, saying that he wouldn't dare obstruct the path of the dead. He says he'll wait. The man thanks him. As he watches the lights drift on the water, he thinks about how every country has its own traditions. For saying their final goodbyes. In series, there's a legend that if a living person crosses a bridge, while red flowers are floating down the river below, the spirits of the dead will lose their way. Back in his homeland, Secretia, they plant a special flower called a sinistar. They put it right on the grave. It blooms white during the day and turns blue at night. This flower is a symbol that two people can't meet again, a tradition meant to show that the paths of the living and the dead should never ever cross. He looks away, wondering if his brother planted that flower on his grave. Or maybe time rewound before that ever happened. Perhaps he thinks he's the one who's lost his way, a dead man walking. A man approaches him then. He thanks him for waiting and gestures to the bridge, saying he's free to cross now. Our MC looks at him with a touch of sadness. He thinks that no matter what, he's only the third prince of series now. With a nimble leap, he's back on his horse. He wishes them a peaceful rest, promising he'll pray for their souls. The jump causes his hood to fly off his head, and the man is a little surprised when he sees his face. After Khalid takes off, the guy watches him go. One of his friends calls out to him, Arsene! He asks if he's even listening, saying they need to get a move on. Arsene, the very same magician who took out Prince Sakishia, just mutters that he thought the guy seemed like a good person. Meanwhile, our MC finally arrives at the location. He'd passed a ton of signs with the name Cisphanian on the way, but this place was definitely going overboard with it. The deep smell of Cisphanian alcohol was everywhere. He looks at the sign completely baffled, thinking that all those stories about secret agents when he was burned were no cap. They were all real. He walks up to the building, and the guy at the entrance says he'll take him to a free table. Our MC turns him down flat. He needs to go to the 4th floor of this place. The doorman gets it immediately and tells him to follow. They walk through the main torn into an empty room, where the guy wishes him a pleasant evening and leaves. Kalian scans his surroundings. He notices a coat rack on the wall, but one of the hooks is clearly built different. He'd only requested one small bit of info from the White Eagle about the locations of illegal businesses in series. He slides the odd hook to the side, and a secret passage swings open. The code phrase about going to the 4th floor of a 2-story building actually worked. This meant the real action wasn't happening topside, but way down below in some hidden basement. What he was looking for wasn't some basic operation, like an underground casino, but something buried even deeper. He cut through the main gaming room and made his way to room number 4. He walked right into an arena built for illegal betting. The whole place was electric with patrons screaming their heads off for the fighters they'd put money on. When the dust settled, a guy called Bloody Gerard was declared the winner yet again. The announcer declared that everyone who bet on White should get ready to collect their cash. The poor dude who lost got dragged out of the ring while the people who bet on him started absolutely roasting him. Our MC looked around thinking the constant reek of blood, combined with this whole scene which had zero chill, was seriously disgusting. The bouncer at the entrance suddenly called out to him, demanding a cover charge to get in. The second he paid the guy, called over a girl named Hina and told her to escort him over to Section 27. An innocent-looking girl immediately rushed over to Kalyan, grabbing his hand and pointing at her mouth. He wondered if she was trying to tell him to follow her. Maybe she couldn't speak. She led him straight to his seat, and that's when he clocked that her ears were shaped weirdly. They'd been clipped. Plus, it didn't look like she was rocking that outfit by choice. All the girls here even had a tracking collar around their necks, which pretty much meant they were prisoners. The girl pointed at him to get his attention, then motioned down to the tray. He got the message loud and clear. It was time to place a bet. So, he tossed a few gold coins her way, figuring he had to play the game if he wanted to get what he came for. You can't even call them rules because it's dead simple. You throw down some cash, watch two guys beat each other up, and if your guy wins, you double your stack. 3 plorin becomes 6, and 6 turns into 12. By just rinsing and repeating, you could stack up some serious dough. The whole time our MC had been on a crazy hot streak and his table was piled high with chips. Just like that, his initial 3 plorin had morphed into a whopping 1,536. The staff started whispering and giving him the side eye, but he just smirked to himself. He wasn't here just to make a quick buck. The final match was announced with a quadruple payout. Fighting for White was the Bloody Hammer of Seong, and his opponent for the day was some guy they called Undefeated. The moment the other fighter walked out, Kolian shot forward in his seat. No way, it was him. It was Kyrie. He remembered when Kyrie, back when he was known as Burn, told him about being trapped in a place just like this, where they forced him into fights to make money. He was stuck there until his sister passed away, and now here Kyrie was right in front of him. He recalled asking him if he wanted to become a knight, and Kyrie just said he'd rather be His Highness's sword. And in the end, that's exactly how he died, as his sword. In the ring, they called him Monster-Eyed Kyrie because of his 2 different colored eyes. Kalyan immediately went all in on black, dropping every last chip on Kyrie. Hina stared at the mountain of chips on her tray, completely stunned. The other gamblers were bugging out, wondering if this guy knew something they didn't, or if he was just a total maniac. The announcer piped up saying that Kyrie's current win rate was a fat 0%. He then asked the crowd if tonight was the night he could finally make up for all his losses in this rematch. The bouncer who took his entrance fee walked over, telling him that was a ridiculously huge bet. He told him there was no need to be so extra, he was just saying it out of treaty. He insisted he should bet on the other guy since that idiot Kyrie had never won a single match. Hina looked a little bummed out by his comment, but Kolian distracted her, asking if she'd counted everything properly. He was talking about the mountain of chips he'd put on black, telling her to double-check. The bouncer just scoffed, saying it wasn't his problem if he lost every chip he'd worked so hard to win, because the Bloody Hammer Seong is built different. As they were getting ready for the fight, some guy in the crowd yelled out to Seong, telling him to really mess him up this time. If he actually finished him, the bet would jump by 10 times. Someone else yelled out, wondering how Kyrie was even still alive after all the beatings he's taken. Kyrie ignored the crowd's noise, but he shot a quick look over at Kalyan. His opponent then said this new player was about to lose all his money, blinded by greed, and it was all thanks to this one loser who was somehow still breathing. His shackles were unlocked, and the final match began. Seong immediately went on the attack, moving so fast he was a blur and throwing a punch that Kyrie barely managed to dodge. Then he saw another fist flying at him from the right, and he quickly brought his arm up to block it. But the force of the blow still messed up his forearm. His opponent sneered that he was too slow and then launched a massive kick with everything he had. The kick sent Kyrie flying backwards, slamming him against the fence of the ring as blood sprayed from his mouth. The gamblers started screaming for Seong to finish him in one go, telling him to use his fists instead of his feet. Seong then started unleashing a flurry of punches. While our MC is watching Kyrie get absolutely rocked without a sword, you can tell he's getting antsy. Bruh, why is he just letting this happen? He's totally capable of clapping this dude. Meanwhile, Kyrie throws a punch, but his opponent just sidesteps it with a smug grin, telling him he's way too slow. He follows up with another brutal hit, calling him a cockroach that's just too stubborn to stay down. The blow sends blood flying from Kyrie's mouth as Scion unloads a nasty combo, screaming that this is the end of the line for him. The moment for the final nail in the coffin has arrived. Callian knows that if this keeps up, Kyrie is going to lose, so he shoots up from his chair. He shouts out some advice telling him to keep his shoulders covered right before he makes a move. Kyrie actually listens. And just in time, his opponent's fist materializes in front of his face, which he instinctively dodges. He then drops low, pulling his arms in tight to his body, and you can see our MC crack a smile. The tables turn in an instant. Kyrie slams a fist straight into his opponent's chest, making him stumble back. He immediately follows up with a second haymaker right to the face. A tooth goes flying, and Scion drops to the floor, completely knocked out. Everyone in the building is just staring, totally shook, with no idea what just went down. Some guy in the crowd screams out, "What a monster!" Monster-eyed Kyrie just took down the Bloody Hammer Scion and locked in his very first victory. All the players who bet on Scion immediately start cursing his name. Kyrie looks over at Callian, his gaze lingering for a moment. He flashes a huge grin hyped about his win, but that's when a tall dude walks up to him. The guy says someone's looking for him and that he needs to come with him. Next thing you know, he's being led into the ringmaster's office. The ringmaster greets him, noting that he's got some pretty impressive skills. He's already raked in almost 6,000 from just 3 fights, and the boss's goons immediately put their hands on their weapons. The boss says he's a little nervous about handing over such a massive pile of cash to some young punk, but our MC just chuckles. He says he honestly thought the guy would at least try to strike a deal, but nope, he's way dumber than he looks. No cap, these words seriously tick him off. The boss demands to know who he thinks he is telling him to lose the hood and show his face. Callian just asks if he's really sure he can handle the fallout if the hood comes off, warning him that it could cause a whole lot of problems. The ringmaster just laughs, saying he's dying to see what could possibly happen, and then gestures for one of his lackeys to step up. The goon gets right in Callian's personal space, talking trash about seeing his precious face. He asks how cool he must be to keep it hidden, but the second his hand reaches for that hood, our MC moves like lightning and stabs him with a dagger. The guy lets out a horrifying scream. The other men are just frozen in shock, as Callian says he figured they'd at least have some common sense. At that moment, the boss gets extremely nervous. He realizes they've brought in a complete psycho who isn't afraid to get his hands dirty. He starts backpedaling, saying it's too much money to give away at once. He promises they'll hand it over if he just waits a bit, but Callian, expertly flipping the dagger in his hand, says he doesn't want the money. Instead, he tells the boss to hand over monster-eyed Kyrie. The guy gets all flustered, exclaiming that this kid just started making them bank. He starts to say their master would never allow it, but he knows that's just a load of crap. He realizes if he says that he's probably going to lose his head right then and there. No matter how good Callian is with a blade, he's still by himself. And there are a whole lot more of them. He's about to refuse, but our MC reads his mind. He unleashes his aura, and the ringmaster immediately feels a cold dread, right down in his pants. Callian rips the guy's trousers, exposing his bright pink underwear. He then asks if he'd rather lose 6,000 florin in his life, or if he's ready to negotiate. The man is now sweating buckets. This kid just flexed his aura right in front of him. He immediately orders his goons to drag Kyrie in there right away. Our MC covers his mouth as a little trickle of blood flows out. He knows he can't pull a stunt like that a second time. This body just can't handle the strain, so he knows he has to see this through to the end. A subordinate quickly comes back, but he's alone. He says there's a problem. Kyrie told him he won't leave without someone named Hina. Callian thinks for a second, wondering who that could be. Then it hits him. He remembers Kyrie telling him about his sister, the one who chose death, which is what landed him in the fighting ring in the first place. He felt so much pain from not being able to protect her. The ringmaster just lazily waves a hand, showing he couldn't care less. He orders his goon to just drag them both over here, but our MC says he'll bring her himself. He tells the boss to go and get everything ready for them to leave. He says they need to be able to walk out without any issues, but adds that he forgot something. Callian holds out his hand, reminding him he still needs to collect his entry fee and his winnings. After getting paid, he easily leads Kyrie and Hina out of the building. It's obvious they're both confused and terrified. Kyrie is hugging his sister, trying to keep her calm, and turns to thank Callian for helping them. He's clearly about to ask him what his real intentions are, but our MC cuts him off, saying there's no need to get all sus. He whips off his cloak and drapes it over the girl. He makes it clear he's not there to cause trouble. But when Kiri gets a good look at his face, he's totally floored. It's the third prince standing right there. The dude immediately bows, apologizing for not recognizing royalty and for even daring to doubt him for a second. Kalyan puts a hand on his shoulder, telling him to quit bowing. He says if anyone shouldn't be lowering their head, it's him. A pair of half-elf siblings completely broke. You can just imagine the kind of rough life they have had. And in his past life, Kyrie couldn't protect his little sister Hina. Kalyan points at the kid, noting how he leaves his shoulders wide open. A classic rookie mistake for anyone learning to fence. Then he drops the question, does he want to become a knight? Kyrie glances at his sister, then declares he doesn't just want to be a knight, he wants to become a sword that can protect everything on the planet. That answer, no cap, made Kalyan crack a smile. He tosses his own sword to the kid, saying, you can't just magically become a knight overnight. For now, this sword can be his shield. If he's still serious about learning, he'll have to find Kalyan later. With that, our MC heads back to his horse. Kyrie, completely stunned, asks why he's just handing over something so valuable. Kalyan just flashes a smile. He tells him it's because a good swordsman needs a good sword. He thinks back to the good times they had, figuring this is the least he can do to pay him back. Meanwhile, over at the Mage Association, Alan is in his office burning a letter. He's thinking about the report from the mage sent to the riding event. Apparently, Prince Kalyan told some dude named Melfir Pollen that the chandelier right above him was giving him bad vibes and that he should check it. The Baron, obviously freaking out, went and what do you know, found a frayed rope. The real question is, how did the prince know? Just then our MC finally shows up. Kalyan strolls into the office with a bit of an awkward smile. The mage instantly clocks his messed up appearance and frowns, asking if he got into a scrap. He's like, bruh, what happened to your clothes? Kalyan plays it cool, saying he didn't fight, but something came up. The mage decides to brew some tea, commenting that from the sound of it, he figures Kalyan's day has been seriously complicated. Our MC just agrees, saying it's been a long one. In his head, he confirms he's successfully recruited Kyrie, and has also laid the bait to catch the person behind the poison tea incident. Everything is going exactly as planned. So why does he feel so on edge? Maybe it's because he's accomplished way too much, way too fast. Alan gives him a suspicious look. Then he casually uses a bit of magic to pour the tea. Kalyan remarks that the office is finally looking like a proper mage's workshop. Alan turns to him and asks if he was expecting like floating eyeballs in a bubbling cauldron or something. Kalyan just grins and says, yeah, pretty much. He glances around, noticing the place is way more normal than he imagined. But then he spots a dagger unsheathed just lying on the table. It looks totally out of place. And then it hits him. That's his dagger. The realization instantly sets him on edge. Alan asks what he thinks that blade is doing there, saying it doesn't really seem to belong. Right after he says that he uses magic, and the dagger shoots up into the air, its tip aimed straight at Kalyan. Our MC panics. It's way too late to dodge. The next thing he knows, the dagger slams into something, and blood explodes from his mouth. Alan just watches with this cold, detached expression, noting that for someone with such a messed up body, he's surprisingly quick. Kalyan had thrown up an aura shield to block the dagger, but his body just couldn't handle the strain. Alan magically yanks the blade back to his hand. He explains that it's a magic item, a creation of Sisfanian. It's designed to copy an enemy's hidden weapon. He tells Kalyan to think of it as a warning shot. Our boy is just trying to catch his breath. He realizes Alan wasn't actually trying to kill him. He got jumpy and activated his aura for nothing. Alan walks over, pointing out that he has an aura, which is weird since Kalyan himself has never even held a sword. He touches his shoulder, casting a spell, and says that from the day they met, there have been a bunch of strange little things about him. But you know life is weird. Except later on, more and more seriously, Seuss things started popping up. The king himself mentioned that the prince was terrified of horses, while all the nobles are saying it's like he's become a completely different person. Then there's the fact that when he found out he'd been poisoned, he didn't show any fear of death. Instead, it was pure bloodlust. That kind of energy only comes from someone who's kukisable, boo-boos actual. And let's not forget he somehow knew about the accident at the riding event before it even happened and stopped it cold. Can you explain any of this to your teacher? As he says this, our MC suddenly feels a wave of strength return. The mage was using healing magic on him the whole time. This whole situation was messing with his head. He'd been suspicious, but one look in Alan's eyes and he knew the guy was genuinely trying to believe him. He nervously balled up his fist, getting his thoughts straight, before finally dropping the bomb he wasn't Kolyan. His real name was Burn from Secrecia. After he spilled all the details, you could hear a pin drop in that room. Alan let out a massive sigh and grabbed his head, asking, "So this is about the axis of time?" But he quickly added that something else was way more important now. He asked if this meant the real Prince Kolyan was dead. Burn shook his head, saying he didn't think so, though he didn't get it at first either. He explained that the kid is still here. He can feel his faint presence. Alan just stared at him for a second, processing. Then he grabbed his head again, remembering how Burn had told him on day one that he had zero desire for the throne. So Alan asked what he really wanted. Burn said his goal was to stop the war, but he still didn't know the reason. Why his people were so obsessed with getting the time axis. Because if the root of the problem isn't fixed, the history is just going to repeat itself. So he has to find the real reason and lock it down. Alan went quiet for a moment. Then he asked if Burn was doing this for himself, and for the prince he's impersonating, or for his brother Chase. Burn was totally thrown and asked what he meant. Alan said that first Burn needed a reality check in Secrecia. There's only one Prince Chase. He's the only son of the king's concubine since the queen has no kids. A person named Burn, he doesn't exist. Bruh, that news hit our MC like a freight train. He was just trying to wrap his head around it all. He doesn't exist in Secrecia or anywhere else. But why? Was it because he traveled back in time? Did something get completely screwed up? Was using the time axis the reason he ended up in Kolyan's body? He looked down at his hands, totally lost. This body belonged to Prince Kolyan, a guy who was living his life perfectly fine. He clenched his fist. He said he could still feel Kolyan's faint presence. It made him think that if he got yeeted into someone else's body, maybe someone else ended up in his. But then again, as long as he's here, another Burn couldn't possibly exist. He shut his eyes, filled with regret, thinking about how he'd basically just hijacked someone else's life. Alan told him that the current Chase was already cementing his position as the crown prince of Secrecia. He pointed out that since the past and present were so different from Burn's memories, the future had probably changed too. So, as the third prince of Ceres whose life was constantly on the line, he really shouldn't be stressing about the crown prince of Secrecia. That dude was doing just fine on his own. Our MC looked at Alan's confident expression, totally surprised, and then a smile broke through. He realized Alan was basically telling him to live his life without being chained to the past. He said he understood his concerns, but he needed to make one thing crystal clear. Whatever Alan was worried about wasn't going to happen. The day he first woke up here in Ceres, he'd already let go of wanting to live as Burn. The mage was low-key shocked by this and asked if he really didn't mind, even though he wasn't the real Prince of Ceres. Alan stared at him stunned, then just started laughing, saying he'd been wondering what had him so twisted up. Now it was Alan's turn to clarify something. From the very beginning, he had only ever made an alliance with him. Burn couldn't help but smile, genuinely happy. After that, they headed back to the palace. On the way, he asked Alan if he already knew about the time axis. Judging by his reaction, he totally did. Burn asked what he knew, and Alan explained that last year, around the same time Prince Chase had come asking him about the time axis. Even after sneaking into Secrecia, Alan couldn't find out much other than the fact that it wasn't created by humans. And then just a month ago, he got word that the time axis had straight up vanished from Secrecia. Burn realized he had traveled back 10 years, exactly 1 month ago. He looked at Alan completely shocked, thinking, was he the reason the time axis disappeared? He asked Alan for his theory on why he time traveled and why the axis was gone. But Alan immediately shut that down, saying they wouldn't find answers to those questions. At least, not by just thinking about it, but there was someone they could ask. Someone who knew way more than him, who Burn would be meeting soon, a Sisphonian. Our MC glanced at a majestic statue. It was in the middle of the square, and it reminded him that his own coming-of-age ceremony was just around the corner. The coming-of-age ceremony for a Prince of Ceres, the Rosalita, is a whole different beast. It's a ritual meant to prove you're a true descendant of the royal line by finding an empty Sisphonian nest. And inside that place lies the Sisphonian will. The magician made it crystal clear staying alive is the only way he's going to pass his coming-of-age ceremony. That means he needs to sort out this whole poison tea drama, and fast. He's totally on board, mentioning that the little seed he planted should be about ready to sprout by now. The moment he's back in the palace, he makes a beeline for his carnivorous plant. Ian immediately lays into him like, "Bruh, do you have any clue how worried I was? You said midnight, but you just rolled in at dawn." Kalyan completely ignores him, his full attention on carefully checking the plant's leaves. They were still a vibrant green, which no cap was exactly what he was expecting. After his inspection, he calls out to Ian. A super tired Ian just says that if he's planning to sleep, he'll help him get ready. But Kalyan cuts him off with a huge grin, telling him to come check out something really cool before darting out onto the terrace. Ian chases after him, all worried, asking what the heck he's doing. It's barely morning and freezing out, but Kalyan is busy scanning the area. He's on the hunt for something, and then he spots it the flower pot he got as a gift from the Magical Association. After it died, it started shedding this glowing pollen. This flower's so rare that nobody really knows its properties. He had made a big show of accidentally spilling the poison tea on it in front of everyone just to watch the servants' reactions. This poison is seriously potent enough to wipe out a small army in a week. So, if the plant had absorbed it, it should be totally dead by now. And yet the flower didn't even wilt. It looked perfectly healthy. It was almost as if someone had switched them out on purpose. And that's when the glowing pollen started to appear. Ian's eyes light up, totally amazed, as a beautiful shining trail begins to stretch across the palace grounds. Kalyan figured that whoever switched the pots couldn't just throw the poisoned one away, so they must have stashed it somewhere safe. And just like that, the flower pot dropped a trail of breadcrumbs leading our MC straight to the culprit. The glowing path pointed directly to the owner of the Hysia Palace, Queen Celeste. The next morning is gloomy and rainy, and we find Kalyan just staring out the window, watching the downpour. The doors to his room swing open quietly, and Ian walks in. Kalyan greets him, asking if he slept all right. Ian just stares back, a little stunned. He says the night was fine, and as he puts a tea tray on the table, he admits it's a little awkward, hearing his usual morning greeting come from Kalyan's mouth. Our MC just smiles and says he just happened to wake up early. Handing him a cup, Ian notes that this is a first and totally unexpected. Kalyan takes the poison tea. Ian glances out the window, wondering aloud if the sound of the rain woke him. Just then, Kalyan takes his first sip. The taste. It hits different. That can only mean Celeste has cranked up the poison's dosage. He asks Ian if there are any big events this week where all the nobles will be gathered. Ian says there's a conference next week that even the king is attending. Kalyan just takes another slow, thoughtful sip. Right after the noble conference, there's going to be an evening banquet. He thinks to himself that'll be the absolute perfect day to chug the whole cup of poison tea. He glances back outside and silently challenges the queen to bring her A-game. He then pops his antidote, which makes a happy Ian ask what pills he's been taking lately. Vitamins, he answers sharply. He knows his body's weak and quickly changes the subject, suggesting they get breakfast early. He quickly ties the pouch of pills shut and hides it away. Ian Loki, worried by his sudden mood swing, just decides to help him get dressed. After Kalyan leaves his room, Ian stares at the now empty teacup, wondering why that whole interaction is bugging him so much. Once he's ready, Kalyan heads down for breakfast. He notices the empty seat at the table, and thinks to himself that ever since that disaster at the equestrian show, Plans has stopped showing his face at breakfast. Honestly, that just makes things easier. It would be a major problem if he messed up his plans. His gaze then falls on Randall. Kalyan casually says the roses will be blooming soon. The prince reacts instantly, whipping his head around to look at him. Randall gives him this intense, calculating stare for a few seconds before just getting up and walking out. Ian then leans in to whisper to Kalyan. He asks why he brought up the roses all of a sudden. Kalyan plays it cool, saying he just saw them while on a walk. They just reminded him of seeing Randall's brother tending to his own roses, nothing more. Outside, the rain keeps coming down. But the crappy weather doesn't stop him. Right after breakfast, he's out training, only stopping for a quick rest against a tree after a long run. His teacher rolls up on him, asking why his condition is just getting worse every day, and if torturing himself is his new hobby. He fires back that if he skips his endurance training, everything's gonna spiral out of control, then asks where the old man has even been. Alan mentions he had a quick chat with Romain, and our MC is instantly surprised, wondering if they're suddenly that close. I mean, he's calling the guy by his first name. Alan just shrugs, saying it's not like they're tight or anything. He explains he's just calling him that on his own. Dude's old enough to be his grandpa anyway. Then he cuts to the chase, asking why the prince called for him. Kalyan tells him he needs 2 favors. First up, he needs the real identities of 2 specific people. Alan just nods, saying that's not a big deal. And for the second favor, he wants to launch a full-blown investigation into some shady business involving the nobles. He's especially interested in cases tied to the Bryson family. His teacher thinks it over, then grins, saying that's also not a problem. But he notes that Kalyan is really piling on the requests, asking for 2 major things at once. He must be in a real rush. Callian confirms it, revealing the queen has increased the poison's dosage, which makes Alan realize he's already found the culprit. He adds that he's pretty sure he knows who the guy is, and that soon the queen is going to start watching him like a hawk. It'll be tough for her to mess with a great mage directly, so now is the prime time for Callian to build up his own strength. The old mage just raises an eyebrow, completely lost. He's like, "So, you want to use me as a human shield?" And Callian hits back that he's not a shield, he's a weapon. He knows better than anyone how absolutely cracked powerful mages are. The White Demon's army, a legion of monsters, took everything from him. That's exactly why he wants to build his own squad of mages. When Alan hears this, he has to remind him that mages aren't exactly knights. He gets that they're a different breed, a group of people you can't just forge through training alone, right? Callian just smirks and says, "Actually, you can." The teacher looks at him totally shook, before letting out a nervous chuckle. Our MC keeps going. He explains that when Romain first said he was making a mage squad, everyone, especially the Bryson family, looked down on him for it. To them, it wasn't even worth a second thought. Because of that, nobody even bothered to interfere with Romain's plan, and he actually succeeded in the end. But right after the squad was officially formed, he died under some very mysterious circumstances. So the mage squad fell right into the hands of Plant, who inherited the throne, and Callian already knows how that whole disaster played out. This time, though, it's not going to be so easy for them, because they'll have the Bryson family breathing down their necks constantly. That's why he plans to use the Queen's own poison tea as a bargaining chip. Alan is low-key confused by this plan and has to ask what kind of method he's thinking of using. Callian just grins and says it's top secret, but promises everything is starting soon. The mage just clutches his head and sighs defeated. He mutters sarcastically about how that's a real trustworthy answer. Callian tells him to go ask Romain's opinion, certain the guy has a lot on his plate. They've got to use Celeste's screw-up to their advantage and make sure these negotiations are a win. Meanwhile, that same maid reports to the Queen, confirming they upped the dosage like she ordered. Celeste, however, looks totally dissatisfied. She slams her teacup down on the table. She snaps that the maid needs to get her act together. She keeps getting all this disturbing news, and wasn't the whole point for her to not be bothered anymore? The maid nervously says she'll keep that in mind, right, as Plant's voice cuts through the tension. He asks his mother if this means she's up to something wicked. She retorts that the one who's supposed to be doing something is doing absolutely nothing at all, so she has no other option but to suffer like this. He storms over to her angrily, saying he doesn't care and that he only came to tell her that. She fires back that it's not his place to make decisions when he can't do anything, claiming this suffering is just her unavoidable fate. He clenches his fist in pure rage, then runs off. She mockingly calls after him, calling him weak. She vows she will do whatever it takes to let nothing and no one stand in her way. Then the day of the trip to the palace finally comes. Hina is preparing clothes, humming a joyful little tune to herself. Her brother points out that she seems to be in an amazing mood today, asking if she's really that hyped. With a massive smile and excited hand gestures, she tells him that they're finally going to the palace to meet the prince. He gently pats her head and asks if she likes him that much, and she confirms it without a second thought. She signs that she wishes the night would just hurry up and get here. Elsewhere, servants are helping Callian get ready for the upcoming dinner. While straightening his clothes, Ian casually mentions that a meeting of the nobles is going on right now. With dinner just an hour away, our MC pulled out a little something from his sleeve and was like, "Hey, I need you to do something for me." With that, he headed straight for the Queen's chambers, thinking it was finally time to put an end to this. This whole poison tea party, a special little tradition reserved for the weakest prince, was about to be cancelled. The moment he stops, everything changes. The doors to the Queen's office flew open, and he strode inside with main character energy, a confident smirk plastered on his face as he locked eyes with her. Meanwhile, Ian was already on horseback racing to carry out his orders. Before he bounced, the prince slapped 2 letters into his hand. He had strict instructions, one for the magical association, the other for his teacher. And the order was critical: hit up the association first. Then and only then was he to go to his teacher. Ian was shook, realizing the prince planned on going to the banquet completely alone. Before he could start asking a million questions, our MC shut him down, saying he could handle the rest himself. He told Ian not to sweat it, but his loyal knight couldn't shake a bad feeling. Something just like this had happened before, and he just had to be worrying over nothing, right? He had total faith that the prince would be fine. But then it happened anyway. At the banquet, some guy named Colin took a sip of something and immediately collapsed right in front of the Queen. Blood just started pouring from his mouth, At that exact moment, Alan was over at the association. Uriah Siren, the absolute boss of the Syrian Mage Association, told him everything was set. They had collected a mountain of paperwork. And that was just from looking at the official cases, which was kinda wild. She pointed out how sus it was that none of this had ever leaked to the public. Alan was like, nah, that tracks, since no weak noble would ever have the guts to go after the Breeson family. She had to agree, otherwise they'd just end up as another unsolved mystery. But she had to know, how was the prince planning to use this intel? Alan didn't say a word, and right on cue the door burst open and Ian scrambled inside. He frantically called out to the association head, but then spotted Alan and said, "Thank God you're here." He explained the prince sent letters for both of them. The second Alan scanned the letter, a storm cloud rolled over his face. He instantly grabbed his gear, let out a curse and bolted for the exit, demanding to know where this banquet was being held. Ian told him that without an invitation, there was no way he'd get inside. Alan whipped around and yelled that this was no time to be worrying about a frickin' invitation. He screamed that his master's life was on the line, which sent Ian into a full-blown panic. In the letter to his teacher, Kalyan laid it all out tonight. He was cutting a deal with Queen Celeste. He was literally putting his life on the table. If things went sideways, he needed Alan to come in and save his butt. Flashback to an hour ago, MC walks into the Queen's office. A servant poured their tea, and as soon as they were alone, Kalyan said, "All right, it's just us." He suggested they drop the formalities and be real with each other. She snapped her fan shut and slammed it on the table. She told him she was down, but she, low-key, doubted it would change anything. He took a sip of his tea and clarified, "Let's be honest, but let's not forget our manners." She just crossed her arms, completely unimpressed. She scoffed that she was curious what he had to say, but all he wanted to do was bicker. She was already regretting giving him the time of day, acting just like the low-born trash she thought he was. He was being so rude, she thought. That is until he mentioned the poison tea. That shut her up real quick. Her eyes snapped to him as he smiled and basically told her to get on with it. He said he was a patient guy, but his throat was already getting tight with disgust just being there. She let out a shaky laugh and tried to play dumb, acting like she had no idea what he was talking about. He just looked at her and asked, "Oh, so you're clueless?" He said he figured that would be her move, so he came prepared. He then pulled out the sugar cubes he'd gotten from the White Eagle. He said that if you want to stop someone like her for good, you gotta be willing to take a huge risk. But right now, all he had was a strong heart, so he was gonna bet it all. He revealed it was a poison that could stop a heart for a long, long time. The Queen's hands started to tremble. Then with zero hesitation, he dumped all the poison into his own teacup. He explained that it doesn't show up with silver and is completely invisible to magical tests. "Of course," he said, "my blessing power will keep my heart pumping, but that power can only focus on one thing at a time. So while his blessing is busy fighting off this new poison, all the other poison she's been feeding him for ages will finally get to run wild through his body. And when I drop dead," he asked, "who do you think they'll point the finger at first?" The Queen just exploded with laughter. She couldn't hold it back and just howled. "You really think it's gonna go down the way you planned?" she shrieked. "Do you honestly think this is my first rodeo? Who around here doesn't know I'm the one who sent your mother to the next life?" The words hit him like a punch to the gut, but he didn't let it show. Instead, he just asked her, "So, what's he supposed to do with this tea?" She basically tells him with a smirk to just drink as much as his little body can handle. He just takes that as a no and starts sipping. The Queen waits, watching him like a hawk until he's downed the whole thing. Then, with a sickeningly sweet smile, she calls him a total idiot. She thinks who would even have the guts to point a finger at her. Not even Ramon would dare. In this kingdom, there's absolutely nothing she can't get her hands on. That includes the Queen's throne itself. All she has to do is knock over a few pawns that are blocking her path. And just like that, she's managed to get everything she wanted piece by piece. Well, except for one little thing she still hasn't claimed. The moment the evening banquet kicks off, Colin suddenly gets sick, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The Queen just watches him with a nasty little smirk. She hides it behind her fan while nobles start freaking out. Overwhelmed by the poison, our MC finally collapses. The princess and the king immediately shoot up from their thrones as everyone starts screaming for the guards and a priest. The Queen just glances over at Kalyan, thinking to herself that he's just another brick in the road to her empire. Just like everybody else. The nobles are all crowding around the prince, and someone nervously asks if the drink was poisoned. But another guy points out that not even the king had touched his drink yet, so that's probably not it. Could the prince have been hit with poison before the party even started? Who was with him last? One of the nobles immediately tells everyone else to shut it, or they'll literally lose their heads. All their eyes land right on the queen. Low-key, they all know she's the one behind this. Hearing them whispering, she just smiles, thinking that none of them have the guts to accuse her directly. It's another flawless victory for her. Meanwhile, a terrified Roman rushes over to his son. He pulls him up, begging him to wake up, and starts yelling at the guards about where the priest is. He's panicking, telling his son not to, "You dare close his eyes." Kalyan weakly calls out to him, holding out his hand. In that instant, Roman gets a flashback to his own mother's death. That day she had reached out to him in the exact same way, begging him to protect their son. And now, seeing Kalyan in the same exact state his mother was in makes him absolutely livid. The queen chimes in that she never imagined such a horrible thing could happen, especially inside the castle walls. She claims she can't bear to stay here a second longer and is heading back to her palace. As she walks to the exit, he hisses through his teeth. He asks her if she's trying to get rid of his son too. Then he roars her name for the whole court to hear. All the nobles just stare at her shook. She turns back to the king completely stunned. But this time he isn't staying quiet. Seeing the king's reaction, the nobles suddenly find their courage and start talking. After all, the two of them were together right before the banquet. Had she seriously been planning to poison him this whole time? If she did it, then everything suddenly makes sense. Everyone was just too scared to say anything, but she was brazenly trying to off the prince right in front of them. Celeste nervously grips her fan. She snaps it open to hide her face, claiming she has absolutely no clue what he's talking about. She'd heard Kalyan was just a sickly kid, that's all. Roman is furious, saying that's the same exact excuse she used when Freya was sick, surrounded by the Brezen Knights. "It's just the illness," she'd said. Even now she's wearing the exact same innocent expression on her face. The queen thinks that no matter how much he acts up, he can't make her look like the bad guy. No one would ever back up his crazy accusations. Then she asks if the child was even healthy to begin with. The princess who has breakfast with him every morning should know all about his health. Randall starts to look nervous as the queen turns to them, asking if she should check with them too. Roman just tells her that's enough. But she just exclaims that she's simply worried about the scene he's making. She's worried that Kalyan's, or rather their children's condition, will get worse. Pissed off by her words and her whole act, he whips out his sword. He tells her she can call anyone her child, but definitely not Kalyan. The queen looks at him totally bewildered, and he says that Kalyan is perfectly fine. He's never seen anything wrong with his health, not once. He even tells them not to worry. The queen hisses his name through her teeth, absolutely furious. She never expected him to set her up like this. And right at that moment, a priest finally bursts into the banquet hall. Amid all the chaos, the queen dips out and runs back to her palace while the priest rushes over to Kalyan. The king begs him to hurry and use his divine power, but as soon as the priest reaches out, he's thrown back by a magic barrier that Alan put up. Alan runs into the hall looking panicked and shouting. He says that would only finish him off. The king roars in anger, asking what the hell he's doing. Kalyan needs treatment right now. Alan cuts him off, yelling that the prince has a circle in his heart. The room goes dead silent. They instantly get why he stopped the priest. Alan explains that if a magic circle and holy power clash, it's game over. They knew the owner's heart was about to explode, killing him instantly. Romain, totally freaking out, asked what the hell they were supposed to do. And when his son started hacking up a lung again, he spun around to the magician terrified and shouted that if holy power was useless, then what was their next move? Could they use magic? Would that even help him? Alan shot back that if they had a nature-based healer, it might be possible. But regular magic wouldn't do squat. Romain, completely panicked, just ordered him to come up with something, anything. He screamed, "Can't you see how much pain he's in?" In that instant, it all came flooding back to Alan, the memory of his own son dying from poisoned wine right before his eyes. He'd asked what was wrong with him back then, and now the same exact nightmare was happening all over again with his student. He gently laid the boy's head on his lap and caressed his face. Our MC's eyes immediately fluttered open, and he looked up confused by the pained expression on his master's face. Alan began casting a spell, muttering that he never imagined he'd have to use this magic a second time in his life, not after his son was dying from poison. He'd done the same thing back then, cradling his son's head, and using the spell, promising that it would make the pain go away. He completed the incantation, and everything went dark. Following this whole mess, thousands of flyers slamming the Brezen family were plastered all over the city. They were everywhere with sensational headlines claiming that screams from the grave were demanding truth from the butchers of human bodies. The flyers accused the Brezin family of killing 37 people, and they were caught in a total firestorm, especially with suspicions that the queen poisoned Prince Kalian. That rumor piled on top of all the other Brezin atrocities caused a massive public uproar, and the other nobles wanted nothing to do with them. They knew if they made one wrong move, they'd get dragged down into the same mess. The public was absolutely furious with the queen. The king himself pretty much pointed the finger at her for the poisoning. No one could believe she was actually a cold-blooded murderer. Chants of "Down with Queen Celeste" filled the streets. Meanwhile, Alan met with the king again, explaining what Prince Kalian had told him. In order to get his new detachment of mages approved, they had to create a no-win situation for Celeste completely boxing her in. When Romain heard this, he was absolutely stunned. This was the exact scenario he'd been trying to create. He just stared at the documents in shock. He wondered aloud if the prince was seriously on the same page as him. After the queen heard what was going down, she stormed right into Kalian's chambers. He was still laid up recovering when she commented that organizing a squad of mages must be a real pain. She asked him when he even had the time to cook up a scheme like that. He just gave her a chill smile and said he had no idea what she was on about. He added that thanks to her little stunt, he was going to need a long time to recover. She smiled nervously, thinking that she'd heard. He was at death's door for a whole week, but his voice sounded stronger than ever. In reality, our MC was putting on a serious act. He told her that he had almost kicked the bucket, so it was getting hard for him to talk for too long. He basically said if she didn't have anything else to say, she should bounce, because he needed to rest. She nervously wrung her hands. Finally, she asked him what he'd think about a one-for-one trade. He shot back that she should have brought that to the table a week ago. He said things are a bit different now, but told her to go on and pitch her idea. She nervously bit her lip and said that if he would just announce that his intel was unreliable, she wouldn't stand in the way of his plans. He chuckled and then just burst out laughing, pointing out that she seemed to have misunderstood something major. Did he really need the queen's permission for anything? He asked if that was her best offer. She squeezed her fan so hard it snapped in half. She seethed that he could have whatever he wanted. He just chuckled, thinking that what he really needed was to make sure there was no place left in the palace for the Brezin family. He asked her in a kingdom ruled by Cisphanian's bloodline, why should the clash of swords be heard so loudly? He told her to get rid of the Fable Knight Corps. She was immediately outraged by his demand, and he knew why. The Fables were the royal knights that Marquis Brezin had gifted Celeste to act as a check against the king's own guard. For Celeste, losing those knights meant losing all her power. He told her straight up she had to disband the Knight Corps, and in its place she would install his squad of mages. No compromises. She went dead silent, clenching her teeth in frustration. It was finally dawning on her that she was in a completely hopeless situation. And that's when our MC gave a little wave to his servant. The servant brought over a pledge magically bound by the seal of an oath. She stared at the document in total shock. "Is that an oath seal?" she gasped. Our MC confirmed it, explaining it was magic that seared the contract's terms directly onto the hearts of both parties. If the oath is broken, that person's heart gets torn to pieces. We're talking instant, unavoidable death. So, what's her choice going to be? The moment the third prince was back on his feet, Queen Celeste paid him a visit. This news was immediately reported to Randall. He was out in the garden pruning roses at the time. He looked at the flowers with a deep sadness, remembering a time when he was so sure their eyes had met. Even as he was falling, his last words were a cryptic promise the roses were about to bloom soon, and he'd been planning to drag our boy into this twisted game from the very beginning. He was actually considering giving the guy what he wanted, but the second plants walked into the room, he did a complete 180. He reported back that Kalian was doing just fine, and while Randall was pruning his roses, he couldn't help but think he never expected plants to fold so easily. Yeah, something about this whole situation just isn't adding up. Just then, Celeste completely loses her cool and screams at him to wait just a damn minute. She starts fuming. If this is supposed to be some kind of oath, then... But before she can even finish her furious thought, Kalen just points to his own chest and says, "That's right. This is a magic that literally seals a promise inside your heart." He explains that if she dares to violate it, her heart will just stop, and that's game over. Celeste is absolutely seething, biting her lip in pure rage. This was pretty much inevitable, since his trust in her was basically zero. So, what now? Celeste just slumps against the table, totally defeated. She just stares at the document, completely floored, and not saying a word for a long time. Then out of nowhere, she snatches the pen right out of Ian's hand, and with a flash of defiance, she slams her signature down on the document. Her name instantly erupts in a blinding magical light that engulfs her entire body, and her hands are suddenly wreathed in bright flames. Kalyan just smirks and says, "Perfect. Now everything is ready, Celeste." Overwhelmed with tension, she furiously throws the pen on the floor and storms toward the exit. But just as she's leaving, Kalen decides to say one last thing to her. He clarifies, worried she's getting it all twisted, that he's never ever had a good relationship with any of his brothers. He tells her Plants didn't make that move for his sake that day. No cap, if she had said one more word, the king's sword would have been at her throat on the spot. That hits different. She freezes the image of her son flashing in her mind. Her head drops for a second, but then she snaps right back up. And she practically bolts for the exit even faster than before. Kalen just watches her leave, completely bewildered. Alan mentions he's surprised Celeste even showed up. Meanwhile, our protagonist is just chilling, demolishing a bunch of bananas and stacking the peels like he's playing Jenga. Alan cracks a smile, asking if he's always got such a massive appetite. Our boy is absolutely delighted, grinning back that the bananas are seriously delicious. But Alan keeps pressing the point. He says it can't possibly be as delicious as coming back to life and eating normally. Our MC just tosses the last banana peel away. He says he did what he was supposed to do. Alan snaps back, asking if he thinks this is a joke, pointing out he almost lost his own legs in the process. He says if it wasn't for Heina, that healer girl who's built different with her nature powers, he would have been a goner for good. Our MC replies that he's actually surprised by that. He had no idea Heina was a healer. Alan asks if he didn't know that in his past life, and our MC explains that at that point in time, he had zero connection to her, and by the time he met her crew, she was already long gone. Alan is floored by this. He's like, "So, you're telling me you just blindly got rid of the poison in your body, banking everything on a blessing?" To make the poison tea plan work, he actually sourced and drank poison himself. Bruh, the man was genuinely sick, laid up in bed for a solid week, unable to do a thing. Alan can't believe the nonsense he's hearing, but Kalen just grins and says he's got it all wrong. Then cheekily asks, "Want a banana?" Alan has had enough and yells at him to just take the document already. Our MC grabs the package, and as he opens it, a huge smile spreads across his face. Alan explains that it's the identification for those kids he asked about. He just keeps on smiling. Our boy says he'd totally forgotten about that, mentioning how easy it is to whip up a fake ID. But then he reads something on the paper and completely freezes. They're the names of his close friends. Alan explains they needed a last name for the official identification. So he gave them the prince's old family name. Alan notes that it really doesn't seem like he just met these kids off the street. Our MC is just frozen stiff. Then a slow smile spreads across his face as he thanks his teacher. This wasn't some back alley fake. It's 100% legitimate identification. They were now officially registered as commoners living on his land. Alan had been looking out for him from the start, as if he were one of his own subjects. Alan clarifies that it was actually Romain who handled all the paperwork. Then suddenly, our protagonist gives his teacher a questioning look, and Alan just asks him straight up, "So, what's it like being the king's favorite son now?" He's shocked, asking if those rumors are for real. Alan is like, "Bruh, you caused a massive scandal in front of all the nobility." He says there was no way it wouldn't spread. Kalen just sits there wondering how the hell he's even supposed to feel about all this. He figures this is the kind of thing you just have to lean into and enjoy to the fullest. A little while later, he's just chilling on the sofa in his room. Deep in thought about all the pressing matters, he turns to Ian and asks him to get rid of the banana peels. The servant approaches, calling his name respectfully. Kalen asks what's up, and Ian says he has something important to tell him. He's going to stop serving him. At that moment, our protagonist is completely blindsided, his jaw practically hitting the floor in shock. We get a flashback to Ian's childhood. As he walks through his house, his pace suddenly quickening with a sense of urgency. It was the room at the far right on the second floor of the mansion, and he was kinda hiding behind a pillar. Then he shouted out that he was there, finding himself next to his brother, who was just lying in bed all wrapped up in bandages. He was so happy to see him, and said hello, but in that room he felt a crushing wave of guilt as his brother spoke. He asked Ian if he had heard the cicadas chirping today, and Ian, trying to sound upbeat, was like, "Yeah, they're those ugly black and super noisy bugs." He went on saying you can find them in the summer, and that they make this weird buzzing sound, plus their wings look totally hilarious. Ian thought their annoying sounds seemed to come right from their bellies, and his brother agreed they were super strange, with Ian confirming they totally were. Then Ian asked if his brother wanted to see them up close, offering to go catch some, but his brother immediately shot that idea down. He told Ian they were actually terrifying to him, and he'd much rather just listen to Ian play the violin instead. His brother's health was getting worse by the day. That's when Ian overheard a low-key conversation between his dad and one of his subordinates. The subordinate brought up that Lord Manisel's son was basically a genius doctor, and maybe they should try hitting him up again. But his dad fired back, asking if that was really the issue, wondering how he could possibly ask for something like that. Sleeman just looked down, defeated. He admitted it wasn't easy for him either, and that there had to be another option, not knowing at the time a simple truth. A person who can't actually get something has no business even offering it in the first place. And then suddenly, he was completely floored by what happened next, when his brother grabbed him by the shoulders and screamed his name. He yelled that Ian couldn't even think about looking away from him. He had to look him straight in the eye and never ever forget that he was dying. Ian remembered how absolutely terrifying that moment was, right before a massive fire broke out in their house, and people started screaming for everyone to get out. They yelled that they had to run with Mr. Ian and get as far away as they could because the fire was spreading like crazy. And just like that, the day before his 15th birthday celebration, his brother decided to end his own life. After that day, summer faded into autumn, and then winter came and went. And until the sound of cicadas filled the air again, he just completely shut down, hiding from the world, until his father couldn't stand seeing him like that anymore. His dad literally dragged him from his self-made prison, picking him up in his arms and carrying him outside when Ian suddenly pointed and asked his father a question. He asked who that kid was. His dad turned and saw who he meant, explaining that the guy was the third prince of their kingdom. The moment their eyes met, Ian made a life-changing decision to serve him, which brings us to now as he tells the prince he's resigning as his aide. Kolian was absolutely stunned by what he was hearing and started getting frantic like, "Wait, what are you even talking about?" Ian replied that even though he was the one closest to the prince, he was completely clueless about so many things, especially about what really happened to him, because plot twist, Ian was the one who personally gave him the poison. Hearing that our protagonist's world absolutely shattered, his eyes widening in total shock, as Ian explained it was all his fault. He said he'd ignored all the little details that felt off, and on top of that, he wasn't even there when Kolian was in real danger. And once again, he was clueless about what was going on. Kolian could have died that day, and he'd been completely blind to what was right in front of him. In that moment, the image of his brother flashed in his mind again. The memory of him begging Ian not to forget he was dying hit him hard, just as Kolian started screaming his name, demanding he look at him right now. Ian just started sobbing a total mess, before suddenly looking up at the protagonist and asking him to answer a question. He asked, "Who is standing in front of you?" After he said that, Kolian just stared silently into Ian's eyes for a second, before answering that he was Prince Kolian. Kolian stepped closer, put a hand on his chest, and said, "That's right. So, you better know that I'm not dead." He explained that only when he woke up in that strange place did he realize Ian had always been there for him, and the only reason he could endure all the insane trials fate threw at him was because of Ian. He never turned away, and that's the only reason he survived. When Ian heard those words, the waterworks went into overdrive. Kolian kept going, saying that he felt like he still didn't know a lot about Ian either, but he was 100% sure of one thing. He was going to keep protecting him no matter what. Ian backed away, not believing what he was hearing, and then just started crying even harder. He was blushing from all the emotion, and he suddenly just dropped to his knees, continuing to sob his heart out while the protagonist looked on. Kolian asked him why he was crying so hard and told him to stop and get up immediately, thinking to himself that Ian probably wouldn't go back home. Just then, Kolian held out his hand and told him to take it. Ian kept thinking that no, he would never go back home again, because he had finally found someone who actually needed his help. They grabbed each other's hands and just held on for a moment, and after a bit, Ian made an announcement. He said he was going to kill every last person who did this to Kolian, who just turned and stared at him, totally bewildered, as Ian kept looking at him. His expression was pure confidence, as he said he would also collect banana peels. Kolian, still confused, just asked again, "What are you talking about?" When asked if he was plotting some revenge, Ian just said that nothing was off the table. He was ranting about how much they had made him suffer, but Kolian told him to drop it, saying an elephant shouldn't be making any moves. Kolian warned that it could start a war, but Ian just screamed that he couldn't care less about a war no matter whose blood he had. He made it crystal clear he wasn't a son of House Sleeman anymore. That's when it hit Ian, and he was completely floored. He asked again, "Elephants. So you knew everything all along?" Our MC just spread his hands with a massive troll face grin and gave him nothing, which only made Ian get more heated. Ian demanded to know when he found all this out, and Kallian just casually replied that it was pretty recent, which made Ian scream, "How did you know?" After that whole scene, Kallian just grinned and told him that after he was done with the banana peels, he'd better go make him some coffee. In that weird moment, our protagonist's main thought was, is Ian actually going to end up taller than me? All of a sudden, Kallian was totally dumbfounded by the clone he saw right in front of him. He had zero idea what was happening. This copycat version of him strolled closer with a creepy smile and then literally phased right through his body. As he watched from a distance, the clone turned back and flashed that same unsettling grin. Kallian was so stunned, he balled his hand into a fist and just held it out in front of him, staring at it in total disbelief. When he looked back up at the clone, it started to just evaporate into thin air, leaving him completely baffled by the whole trippy experience. And right before it vanished, he caught a final glimpse of that smile on his copy's face. Then bam, it zapped him with magical light. Turns out it was all a dream. The second Kallian woke up, he checked his hands before even getting out of bed. His window was wide open with a breeze blowing in. The other guy had completely vanished, so he went out into the garden. He picked up a flower, thinking to himself that you'd assume the kid wouldn't just bounce after getting everything he ever wanted. But instead, he just up and disappeared, clean and successful. Kallian looked at the sky, remembering the kid's face, and thinking this is what life will give him. It'll give him what he craves. While drawing a smiley face in the air, he prayed for it to happen. Then Kallian closed his eyes and spoke. He said that if this life felt like chains to that boy, then he low-key envied that kind of complete freedom. Alan tried to chime in, but Kallian cut him off. Kallian said he wasn't going to pretend he didn't know, and that he had a ton of prep work to do to make it all happen. He also mentioned he needed to ask Alan for a huge favor, and right at that moment he turned around. He declared he wanted to live his second life the right way. With those words, he let the flower go into the water. In the aftermath, Pavel's entire knightly corps was quickly shut down. They were all shipped back to Marquis de Brisson, and Romain issued a warning not to believe any baseless rumors about the royal family. Alan then announced he was going to create an order of mages. 3 months zipped by, and our protagonist was finally starting to put on some weight. His clothes were getting way too tight, and a surprised Ian told Merlin he thought they'd need to call Slake because he needed a lot of stuff hemmed. Kallian was just fixing his hair when Ian started bugging him about it. Ian pointed out how snug his clothes were getting. No cap, Kallian was starting to look way healthier and a lot more attractive. A little while later, Romain came over to greet him. He said that Kallian had seriously grown in that time and was now shooting up bigger than a weed. He'd put on weight and looked fantastic. Kallian played it cool, just saying he'd grown a little. Once they sat down, the topic changed to whether Rosalita was ready. Everything was all set since her birthday was just around the corner. Elaine then announced he really needed to assign someone to the prince. So, he set up a meeting introducing the mage who would escort the prince to Rosalita. The mage bowed, saying it was an honor to meet him. His name was Arsene Hertz. The moment Kallian saw him, he was completely stunned, speechless. Romain spoke up, saying that this guy was more than capable of becoming a member of the new order of mages. He added that they'd get to know each other better on the road. Arsene smiled at him, but Kallian just whipped his head away and gave him the silent treatment. He muttered that it was just talent. Then a huge grin suddenly spread across his face as he dramatically clutched his chest. He exclaimed that this was totally unexpected and a fantastic birthday present. So, he asked, when can we expect the Order of Mages to actually start its work? Alan told him to pump the brakes, saying it wouldn't be any time soon since they didn't even have a name yet. They didn't have any dedicated staff, nothing was approved, and they had a mountain of things to do. This was just the very beginning. Arsene just smiled and looked at our MC, who was giving him a silent death stare. Alan kept talking, saying that if you really think about it, that they're all magicians, so why shouldn't His Majesty be the one to choose the name? Romain asked him again. It was obvious he'd been thinking about it a lot. He already had an idea for a name, and nervously scratched his knee. He finally replied that the name should be Falcon. The moment he said it, Kallian cracked a smile and looked away while Alan just smirked. Elaine teased him, saying it looked like he was just waiting to be asked, and that if he hadn't brought it up, he would have been in big trouble. Roman went beet red and started shouting that Alan was the one who asked him in the first place. Right then, Kalyan turned to Mister. He asks Arsene for his take, and the guy just spins around totally confused like, "Bro, what are you even talking about?" Our MC presses him asking if the name rings a bell, or if he just likes the sound of it. In that moment, Alan gets real busy pretending to sip his tea. But then out of nowhere, he looks completely floored. After being low-key offended for a second, Arsene just says he thinks it's an amazing name. He even slaps a hand on his chest to show he's for real. Kalyan just smiles, thinking everything is falling into place. A little while later, things get interesting. Once Alan and Kalyan are outside under a privacy barrier, they start breaking down that whole wild interaction. Alan admits he never dreamed they had that kind of history. He asks if Kalyan wants him to do something about it, but our MC is like, "Nah, we're good." But here's the tea, according to the prince. Arsene was the one who actually offed him in the original timeline. No cap. This Arsene is built different from the one he used to know. The whole situation is already changing, and he gets that the future he remembers might just go completely off the rails. But before he can even get the words out, Alan jumps in again, asking what he means. Kalyan admits he's kinda ticked off. With a look that could kill, he's replaying Arsene's reaction in his head when suddenly a servant pops into their office. The servant is there to announce the third prince. Kalyan flashes a smile and says it's been a minute. And he points to the guy introducing him as Baron Melfier. He tells the Baron to make himself comfortable, who then apologizes for showing up unannounced and keeping his identity under wraps, saying it was pretty tricky. He explains it's hard to talk openly about these things. Melfier then declares it's a massive honor just to be allowed to see him. Our protagonist is thinking to himself that the OG Prince Kalyan never bothered meeting with any nobles before. The fact this guy showed up in secret is a total power move designed to get his attention. And the reason he came is crystal clear. Kalyan decides to ditch the small talk and be blunt, telling him he's here to collect the payment for saving his life. So, what exactly is Melfier's trade union selling Melfier as totally blindsided by the question and doesn't even know what to say? He stammers that a while back they got into a serious trade operation with diamonds and tinsel. He mentions they've got a bunch of deals with the imperial family, but he has a gut feeling that's not the answer the prince wants to hear. His palms start sweating from pure anxiety. He admits that they don't have an official treaty signed just yet. Prince Kalyan just grins at that and asks another question. Could the Baron handle something bigger, something much larger than just his little trade union? Melfier replies that as long as there are people and cash, it's not a problem. Kalyan confirms they've got the people and the money, but they also have brazen. The second Melfier hears that word, he freezes up. His mouth is hanging wide open in shock, and he finally asks if the prince is planning on being involved in this too. The silence that follows is super awkward until Kalyan just bursts out laughing like a maniac. He says it was a dumb question. Of course he's going to be involved. Melfier replies that with the people and the money, and with the prince himself leading the brazen, it won't be a challenge at all. Kalyan then announces the big plan. They're going to establish a brand new order of mages. They have plenty of money and people to lead, but the one thing they're missing is management. Melfier has to ask again, is this the price for his life? Our protagonist just smirks and tells him that he's already been paid. Those words send a chill down Melfier's spine, leaving him completely stunned. He puts a hand over his heart in shock. He declares that if that's the case, he would be honored to serve him. Kalyan knows right then that his plan totally worked. The coming-of-age ceremony at 15 was supposed to be his death sentence. Instead, it completely changed his fate. He's standing there with people he can actually trust by his side. The only thing left to do is swear the oath of allegiance. Back in Rosalith, everyone is just confused about how any of this even happened. Sometime later, our boy steps out from the gates into a massive hall in the palace, and the crowd goes wild. People are shouting, "Prince Kalyan," and wishing him a happy birthday. He walks out rocking some seriously fancy clothes. He scans the crowd with a confident smile. All the preparations are finally done. After a bit, Plants is just standing by himself in a hallway, lost in his own world. Kalyan walks up to him with a smile, saying it's been a hot minute since they last saw each other. Plants gives him zero response, so Kalyan just starts to walk away. But then Plants calls out, calling him by the name Blood Eyes. Kalyan turns back and warns him not to say that again. He says his name is Kalyan. Plants just scoffs, asking if he's really Kalyan because he sure doesn't seem like it. Our MC is completely dumbfounded by what he just heard, and Plants just keeps digging in with the insults. He mocks him, saying now he can ride a horse, and even knows how to use a sword. He's even got a cruel streak. That's why he doesn't know who this person in front of him is, and he asks him that question straight to his face. Kalyan just frowns and stares ahead, looking genuinely freaked out. He has to remind himself that this isn't his past life. He's not the Prince of Secrecia who lost it all, and this man isn't the Mad King he once knew. The identity of the one who trashed his homeland was about to be revealed, all thanks to what was hidden in Sisfanian's will. His hand went limp, and a smirk played on his lips as he claimed to have no idea what the guy was talking about, his whole vibe screaming that he couldn't care less. The plants, however, got agitated and kept checking him out until after a bit, Alan reported back that they were totally vibing with him. It seemed like he'd picked up on something, because damn, he was playing the part of a shunned outcast way too well. But the act was way more calculated than it looked, and Kalyan couldn't help but wonder if this whole attitude was just for show. Alan confirmed it was the real deal, which is why he wasn't shocked by his concerns in the slightest, making Kalyan pause for a second. Then Kalyan just said that he totally got it now. He admitted he'd been so caught up in pointless drama that he completely missed it and never expected to figure anything out. Alan shot back, asking what he seriously expected him to buy, since all they had was a single name that he, Kalyan, had chosen for himself. After a beat of silence, Kalyan admitted that was true, because he did choose it. Alan gave him a hard look, thinking that dropping a name is one thing, but trying to ditch who you are deep down is a completely different ballgame. Without warning, Alan spun around and chucked a ring right at him. He told him it was a gift. Kalyan snagged it out of the air and started checking it out, so Alan told him to use it whenever he needed the old man's help to sort things out. It clicked for Kalyan that the ring was packing some magic. When he asked about it, Alan confirmed it, saying it was his own handiwork, but warned him it wouldn't work inside the castle. Sisfanian's magic was just way too powerful in there, basically a dead zone. But once he was outside the palace walls, he could call any time, and he'd answer instantly. Kalyan gave him his thanks, clearly stoked to have the master's help on speed dial. Alan had told him he had nothing to stress about, since the people around him were completely loyal, and he pictured the faces of Ian, Hina, and Kyrie. With a small smile, Kalyan said he'd be the judge of that. A little later, the commander of the knights showed up. Duran greeted him formally, saying it was an honor and that his prince was at his command. He explained that his men would escort him to Sisfanian's private rooms, and our MC realized this was exactly the kind of treatment you'd expect from the Siegfried Knights. The name definitely had a nice ring to it, though he recalled that sometimes it sounded a little too legendary for its own good. So these were the guys who had turned their own young lord into a glorified delivery boy. Ian then walked up, telling him it was time to move. Seeing it was that same young lord he asked if Kalyan needed anything else before they headed out. Kalyan paused, a thought sparking in his mind. He then casually put a hand on Ian's shoulder and asked him to go grab him something to drink, leaving the knight completely floored. Ian, trying to process, asked again if he wanted water or maybe some warm tea. Kalyan just replied that any of it sounded good to him. Without missing a beat, Ian promised he'd be right back with it. Kalyan called after him, "Good boy," then glanced over at the other knights who were all looking at him with utter shock. Alan wondered if he was being for real, since making enemies seemed to come so naturally to him, and this was his one and only shot to get a piece of Sigmund Sisfanian's will. Moments later, a massive crowd had formed near the palace, cheering their heads off. The knights made their grand entrance, led by Arsene, with Ian and Kyrie right behind him, while the plants stood off to the side. They were just watching the whole scene unfold. Meanwhile, Celeste was sipping a mug of tea all by herself, staring off into the distance. Kalyan handled his horse like a pro, pulling up right next to Alan, who shot him a smile. This was the official start of the Rosalita. It was the prince's official coming-of-age ceremony, and considering Kalyan had barely scraped by that last incident, you couldn't blame people for worrying about him. Someone asked if they should have gone with him, but Alan just said that nobody knows what could go down. But then he dropped a bomb, saying they were worried about the wrong person entirely. The one in real danger was trapped inside these walls. That person was way more screwed than the prince could ever be. Ramon set his mug down, saying Alan hadn't changed one bit. And trust me, he didn't mean it as a compliment. He called him out, asking if he wasn't secretly worried about the guy himself. Alan just smirked, thinking he sounded like such a nagging parent. It was actually kind of annoying, and he found it hard to believe that this dude had managed to fake being detached for so long. He shot back that every single word he had spoken was the absolute truth. The king then replied that he was spot on, and that was precisely what he'd been talking about the whole time. After a while, our boy's attention drifted back to his ring, realizing that since he was inside the palace, it was totally useless. Ian asked him again why he wasn't responding, but Kalyan just said he had heard that ambassadors from the Tensile Empire had just shown up. So that's why the court was buzzing with so much energy. Ian offered to talk to him, saying he'd try to keep him entertained. But Kalyan hit him with a stone-cold reply, saying he was already sick of him, since all he'd done for the past few days was stare at his face. The knights weren't even trying to hide their hatred for Colin, and Ian's voice was practically shaking. Trying to get a grip, he started barking orders, telling everyone that this situation was strictly about the prince. Lord Alan laid it out plain and simple. His Highness had zero magic talent, and his sword skills were totally basic. He basically described him as a delicate little teacup, warning them to be super careful on escort duty. When he asked if they understood, the knights looked absolutely disgusted, their faces twisting in shock. I mean, this guy is the firstborn son of the legendary House Siegfried, and he threw away his entire birthright for this. The disbelief was real. They were only a couple of hours out from Latron. Our protagonist, hearing all this drama, got pretty thoughtful. Ian suggested they camp for a bit, but the MC told him to hang on. In a flash, a ton of knights started drawing their swords, but our boy Khalil looked ahead. He could tell right away that whatever was making noise wasn't a threat at all. It seemed more like... But before he could get the words out, a hand shot out from the bushes. Then a girl leaped out screaming for help. He immediately clocked her ears. No way could she actually be an elf. The girl introduced herself as Shay, and everyone immediately started asking what was going on. Shay just blurted out that she was starving. When they asked if she was looking for food, she was like, "Nah, I was just hiding." Kalyan, cool as ever, just said her being there was already a win. Shay immediately got flustered. She realized Kaleem was definitely picking up on some weird vibes from the way she spoke. Something was seriously wrong. Duran just asked what in the world they were supposed to do with her. Our boy replied that the first priority was getting some food into her stomach. But then he suddenly went rigid, telling them to halt. He snapped at the girl, saying she should have mentioned she'd brought a friend along. Right on cue, another guy on horseback shows up. Kyrie moves fast, throwing a cloak over the girl to hide her. Kalyan ordered his men to keep their eyes peeled. Duran, ever the blunt one, just asked the stranger who he was. The man claimed he was just a simple guy on the hunt for a thief, casually asking if they had happened to see a strange kid wandering about. Duran shot back that there weren't any kids around, and that he should probably get lost. Suddenly, Carrie froze as the man's whole demeanor shifted. He stated that he hadn't come looking for a fight with a bunch of knights. This immediately put Kalyan on edge. He listened intently as the man explained he was only there to retrieve something that belonged to him. The stranger said it would only take a minute. Duran insisted no one was there, but Kalyan cut him off, demanding to know who exactly he was looking for. The man finally admitted he needed the little elf. At that, Kalyan immediately pressed him for more information. "You mean this elf?" he asked, gesturing to Shay. She flinched, her eyes wide with fear as she stared straight ahead. The man strode past Kalyan, whispering under his breath, "Listen to me, but don't you dare turn around. You see those people hiding in the trees. Your friends," he said with zero chill. "Bro, you gotta pick better allies. They're here to put you and that kid in the ground." Kalyan was completely stunned by this bombshell. The man continued explaining that the moment his men saw the girl, they were going to open fire. Kalyan froze solid, his eyes catching a faint glint of light in the distance just then. A storm of arrows rained down on them, aimed right at him. But our protagonist is just built different, deflecting every single one to shield the man. The stranger just deadpanned. "I literally just told you not to turn around." The knights erupted into chaos, shouting about an ambush and the need to protect the prince. In that instant, Arsene cast his magic, enveloping the protagonist in a protective barrier. Now totally safe, John spotted a bright flash nearby and yelled for his men to follow his lead, warning them not to push too deep into the forest. The volley of arrows stopped, suggesting the attackers had decided to dip. The stranger frowned, his eyes scanning the surrounding area. Arsene told everyone to leave the child with him and go support the prince. Carrie ran up to him, asking if he was hurt. Suddenly, he went stiff, spotting an assassin sneaking up from behind, ready to strike. He yelled out a warning. The nearby knights looked on in pure terror, but our MC managed to spin around and parry the attack. The would-be killer froze in disbelief. Beads of sweat started pouring down the assassin's face. Without missing a beat, our protagonist unleashed a powerful blast of magic straight into his opponent's chest. The man crumpled to the ground, screaming in agony as his blood stained the earth. The surrounding knights' jaws hit the floor in utter shock. They were all thinking, what is going on? Was that actually magic? No cap, is our prince a sorcerer? Ian began screaming for his highness. Even he couldn't believe what was happening and kept shouting, realizing the prince was no longer playing games. It was an absolute miracle he wasn't injured. Why did he charge in himself when he had dozens of knights right behind him? As far as anyone knew, he barely had the basics of sword fighting down and was a total magic noob. And yet here he was asking for all the smoke again. The knights thought Ian's words were completely off base. This guy was as delicate as a flower. Since when does a flower absolutely wreck an assassin like that? After things calmed down, Shay was found trembling behind a tree. Colin approached her, pulled back her hood, and said they really needed to talk. She was completely terrified by the sight of him and started screaming that it was all Luca's fault and she didn't know anything. He pressed her again. So, you're a thief, is that right? She just kept screaming that she knew nothing, prompting Kalyan to ask again. What do you mean you don't know? That's exactly what they told us. She just wailed that it wasn't her fault. Kalyan clutched his head in frustration before turning to Arsene, who shouted back to ask what was up. Kalyan ordered him to talk with the elf and report back. He explained that the kid was somehow answering questions before he could even ask them. Arsene promised he'd do everything he could. He smiled, but then his voice trembled slightly as he said he would report his findings to his highness. That's when Shay popped up behind him, speaking at lightning speed. This name was given to me by my mother tree. It means spirit who rejoices in a horse. The elf lives in the Cerisi forest, and his name is Ciaras Tian Evriha, she said, or something along those lines. He turned to Shay, mentioning her friend Luca, who was also an elf, and had apparently stolen something from a group of bandits. As they were making their escape, they got spotted. Luca split off in one direction while she sprinted straight towards them, for reasons he couldn't figure out. She was answering things ahead of time, but when he pointed it out, she shot back that she wouldn't say that, leaving the protagonist baffled. He wondered out loud if she had some kind of prophetic gift. If so, Arsene could just chill. Ian then turned to him. He asked what the plan was for her. Our MC simply said they would drop her off somewhere near the forest. Otherwise, she'd be spotted at the second they dipped. Since they were headed the same way, Ian figured they should totally investigate this mess. But Kieran shut that down, saying they had a long road ahead and couldn't afford to get tangled up in local drama or waste any time here. He insisted on just sending a message to the nearest lord to handle it. Ian pointed out that they'd be hitting the Latrona estate that evening anyway, so the lord there would get the full scoop on everything that went down. Jiran cut in, asking for a moment to say they'd searched the guy's stuff and found something pretty sus. He asked if Kieran wanted a look, and Kieran was like, "What is it?" Jiran handed over a package, and when Kieran unwrapped it, he had to ask, "For real?" This was in his things. Jiran confirmed it. Kieran then asked the dude if he knew what it was, but of course he wouldn't, because Kieran had already tested it on him. So where's our guy now? A bit later, we see Norton tied to a tree muttering about how he thought Kieran was just some pathetic chump lord. But clearly there was way more to him than he let on. Kieran strolled up and was like, "You're not wrong. I'm way more noble than you could possibly imagine." "Now," he said, "let's get down to business." He held up the poison cube and asked, "Got any idea what this is?" Norton was completely floored. He then asked if the cube was useful, admitting he'd snagged one for each of his crew just in case. Kieran, looking confused, was like, "What are you even trying to do?" Norton shot back that he had no clue. Kieran pressed on, asking if he knew who the people he was working for were. Norton said they kept their faces hidden. When Kieran asked if there was anything else he could tell them, Norton just snapped back with a hard no. Kieran was a little surprised, but then sat down next to him, changing his tune. "Okay, look," he said, "I don't give a damn about those guys. So what do you want? If you help me out, I'll try to fix your problem. You can trust me on this." Norton scoffed, saying Kieran was just like the other lords. But Kieran countered, "How can you be so sure? What if my power is exactly what you need to get what you want?" That hit a nerve. Norton froze and blurted out that his wife was being held in Hanson Village. He knew Kieran was aware of it. Kieran didn't miss a beat. "Fine, I'll make sure she's protected. Now tell me what their goal is." Norton caved, explaining they were searching for a tiny sphere about the size of a fingernail. He said they were tight-lipped on the details, but he had overheard that only Tanzil priests could actually identify it. Kieran's mind started racing. A divine artifact. That's what they're after. Villagers can literally tap into those things for magic instead of relying on divine power, which is exactly why the Tanzil shrines are always hunting for these relics all over the continent. So, if this artifact got stolen, it makes total sense they'd send hunters to get it back. But one thing wasn't adding up. Why did they need this specific poison, the kind packed in these cubes? This stuff is used by Caesarian spies for when their missions go south. Kiran knew no one else could have gotten their hands on it, except the White Hawk. Norton added that while he didn't know who these people were, he did hear them call their leader by a super weird code name. Kiran, intrigued, asked what it was. Norton replied, "Blue Songbird." In that instant, Kiran was absolutely shook, grabbing his face in disbelief. He had to ask again, "Are you being serious right now?" This was the name of one of his father's birds, the one he always kept caged up. What in the world was that bird doing all the way out here? Later, as the rain started pouring, they finally reached the Latrin estate. The evening downpour basically forced them to stop for the night. At first, Kieran thought it was a blessing in disguise, but then Count Hale slammed his wine glass down. Hale started cheering with way too much enthusiasm, yelling about how honored he was to finally host them, and that the rain must be a sign from the heavens. It was a divine message for him to take care of Kieran. Our boy was not vibing with how extra this guy was, which suddenly reminded him of a chat he'd had with Ian. Ian had asked if he remembered Count Hale, one of the nobles who had sent him gifts. Kieran recalled seeing the name on the list. But hadn't they sent all that stuff back? Ian confirmed they did. Turns out Hale used to be in Prince Randall's camp. But 6 years ago, after the war between the Great Dunes and the Tanzil Shrine, he flipped sides to Prince Flance and was now desperately trying to suck up to Kieran. So they were basically dealing with a two-faced clout chaser. Hale kept gushing, saying he'd been waiting for his highness with bated breath. The news of his visit had kept him up at night. Kieran just thought about how this was the same guy who was fawning all over Prince Flance last year. And from that alone, he could already tell how Hale treated his own servants. To him, they were just miserable peasants. Malson Kefish Hale's butler stood nearby, looking absolutely mortified by his master's cringy behavior. Just then, Arsene slipped into the room. He apologized for interrupting, but said he had to deliver some news. He leaned in close to Kieran. He whispered that they'd caught a bird. He knew the Count would definitely try to tip off the Blue Warbler about his location. Normal people don't send birds out in weather this bad, so whoever sent it had to be a pro. Holly, meanwhile, was calling for another drink, saying it was just what he needed in this nasty weather, and that he'd been dying to ask Kieran something. Kieran, playing it cool, asked, "By any chance do you happen to know what the Tanzil priests are up to in this area?" Right then, Hale dropped his bottle, mumbling some excuse about being hammered, before asking them again where they were crashing. He started going off about some fake healers he called Tinsel, and when Killian heard this, he and Arsene were low-key shook, while Hale just kept yelling. He was ranting about what business those shameless phonies could possibly have in a backwater town like this, thinking he had to be mistaken. At this point, Killian was getting pissed, and called him by his name, but Hale, with zero chill, just screamed back that they were all heartless monsters. He was convinced every single one of them was rotten straight to the bone. Hale shouted that they needed to box them in, but before he could even finish that thought, he suddenly face-planted, completely knocked out. Turns out Killian just snapped his fingers and told the dude to go to sleep. That Count of his has absolutely no class, and the whole thing was honestly insulting. After that mess, they finally got back on the road. Duran rode up next to Lord Killian, who started a telepathic chat with Alan through his ring, asking if he was getting pulled into all this drama. You know, the whole situation with the stolen artifact and that spy from Secretia. Killian confirmed it was putting him at risk, but said he was still breathing, and Alan was basically like, "I'd bet." He told him to do whatever he felt he had to, and they'd just see how it all unfolds, saying the old man was done, losing sleep over his apprentice, and that he was about to dip to the warm south for a while. Our MC, however, explained that he wasn't worried at all, because if this blue singer was the person he suspected, then he wasn't in any real danger. Alan just commented that Killian has way too many connections. Killian revealed that in his past life, the blue singer was absolutely cracked at her job and had never once failed a mission. She must have recognized him as Prince Kyrus the instant she laid eyes on him, but that didn't stop her from popping out of the shadows and taking a shot. But there was a bigger game at play here, and that's why he needed his master's help to find out this priest's exact location. A bit later, a room was found that looked like a scene from a horror movie, just blood and bodies everywhere. They needed to figure out what the blue singer wanted from that priest. It was clear that the mysterious blue-haired girl had been the one to take out all these people. In a cafe somewhere, the workers were just minding their business when suddenly the door burst open and in walked Killian. He gave a nod and told them to pay no mind to the people waiting for him outside. The girl shot back that he could relax, saying she had no plans to send her people to murder some innocent bystanders. He pressed her, asking if that was really true, because he was pretty sure she knew who he was, and that she'd ordered the hit on his guy. She admitted she knew exactly who he was, which she claimed was why she'd warned her crew not to be reckless. Right then, he saw one of her boys just collapse onto a nearby table, completely unconscious. The other people with her started looking like they were about to hurl. The girl sighed, saying it was a shame her people did the exact opposite of what she told them. Killian's tone got serious. So, he asked, does this mean he was getting personally involved in her business now? She replied that she guessed that was pretty much the situation. Feeling his dangerous aura, the girl Ella grabbed the hilt of her dagger. She then said she had a feeling he wasn't about to make her job any easier, but Killian just smiled. He asked her if the elf she'd been chasing was dead. She told him the elf had vanished into the forest, and if she'd known it would turn into this much of a mess, she would have never gone after him in the first place. She also added that their little meeting hadn't been the most pleasant. But seeing as how nobody had actually gotten hurt yet, she thought it would be best if they just went their separate ways. She gave him her word that the child was in no danger. Killian wasn't buying it. He asked if she really thought he came all this way just to walk away empty-handed. He told her straight up he wasn't leaving until he got some answers. So why did she need divine artifacts when she wasn't a priestess and had no clue how to use them? He could see her reflection in his glass. She was scowling, clearly getting angry. Then she snatched the glass from him and snapped that it cost her a pretty penny. And just like that, Killian put it together. He asked, so you're a supplier? Ella said it was more of a side gig. People in her line of work, so to speak, rarely have a stable income. Killian stared at her, then asked his next question. Was her client located in Latron? He just couldn't think of any other reason for her to be running this operation in such a tiny village. After all, she could always find buyers among the priests of Sirius. Ella just said that her client always paid a fair price, and that it's tough to find generous people these days. Killian realized they hadn't known each other long, and there was only one thing that could possibly grab the attention of a spy from Secretia information. The Blue Singer had to be offering up these divine artifacts as payment for state secrets from Sirius. He casually grabbed a bottle of wine as Killian watched, saying he'd like to know one more thing. Meanwhile, back in the kingdom, Alan rolls up on the king, who's looking baffled, and asks if he really came all this way this late at night, just to pop a question. Alan fires back, asking if the king gets a kick out of humiliating him, and says he's just trying to leave before the rumors start flying. He points out that His Majesty is usually up around this time anyway, and besides, he already has the answer he was looking for. And he's not about to waste a second. He wants to cut straight to the chase. How many Tonsila priests are in Cyrus, and where are they? Romaine pushes back, asking if he's actually onto something or just being nosy, but Alan thinks that's completely irrelevant. He's positive the king has heard about the Tonsila envoys. He reveals there are 14 of them in Cyrus right now, and they're not all being recalled. Only one is staying behind. They also made it crystal clear that any requests for more priests would be shot down. The irony is absolutely delicious. I mean, they were the ones who sent their people away in the first place, using the excuse of performing some sacred rituals. But now they're trying to spin it like Cyrus forced them to stay. If they're pulling their priests back, it probably means they've got some serious drama brewing back home. To him, it looks like they're scrambling to get as many bodies back as they can, all while keeping the emergency on the down low. When Alan asked how the king responded, he said he played it cool. He told them to go ahead and take their priests home since Cyrus doesn't have any authority over their priesthood anyway. But he was still curious why Alan was asking. Alan admits that Prince Callion was the one who wanted their locations. Romaine just gives him a questioning look. Alan presses again, asking if something was up. He couldn't figure out why the king was making a big deal out of it if the answer was so obvious. He wonders if Callion already figured it out, which is why he bounced to Latron. Meanwhile, Callion is still with Ella. He asks her if Count Hale is still one of her clients, watching her like a hawk for any reaction. Ella just casually pours herself a glass of wine, takes a sip, and then tells him that's none of his business. At that exact moment, Alan realizes that snake of a count has been playing him this whole time. He must have had a priest tucked away leaking state secrets to Sirius's spies for divine artifacts. Callion confirms he's spot on and tells him they need to get back to the palace immediately. Alan's confused, asking why they have to rush back, and if there's some kind of trouble. Kalyan replies that, yeah, there could definitely be a problem. The Count was getting way too sloppy and making demands at dinner, so our boy had to hit him with a sleep spell to shut him up. But now he's starting to think the Count wasn't even drunk. A bit later, he gets back to the palace, and Ian is already losing his mind, screaming about how out of line this is. He yells, asking how many times he has to tell them that the prince is out for a walk. So, nobody is supposed to go anywhere near him. Katesh insists it won't take long explaining that. The Count just wants to say sorry for acting like a fool at dinner, and if he could just point them in the right direction, they could handle it from there. Ian's not buying it, asking if they seriously think that's not the weakest apology attempt he's ever heard. He then snaps, asking since when do butlers have the right to demand the location of a royal? Katesh freezes up, his voice trembling. As he tries to explain it's not what it looks like, Ian knows they're in deep trouble and starts panicking, wondering where on earth Kalyan went. Katesh asks if he could at least find out when the prince might be back. Ian has had it with this stubborn old man. He starts shouting at him, asking how he's supposed to know that, and that he needs to get back to his own room. Like, where are his manners? Katesh pushes, saying he could at least give him a ballpark estimate when suddenly Kalyan's door swings open. He looks totally pissed off that he can't get a moment of peace. No one expected him to be there, leaving Ian and Katesh completely shocked. Katesh's jaw hits the floor, a mix of pure shock and terror on his face. Kalyan just sighs, calling Ian a fool and asking if it was really that hard to just send the guy away. Ian is totally confused. He apologizes to the prince, shooting a quick wink at Kalyan, and says the gentleman was being difficult, but that he'll handle it now. With that, Kalyan slams his door shut, and Katesh finally gets how screwed he is. He immediately starts begging for forgiveness, saying he had no idea the prince was resting and that he'll leave right away. Kalyan, hiding on the other side of the door, is trying to catch his breath after that whole performance. He just acted exactly like that idiot prince, and it leaves a seriously nasty feeling in his gut. Ian walks into his room and notes that he got back way earlier than he thought, and through the window, of all things. Ian demands to know what's going on, but Kalyan just says it's a long story and asks if anyone suspicious showed up while he was out. Ian replies that it was only the butler and that the really sketchy people usually come in through the main doors, especially after he just vaulted through a third-story window. Kalyan just laughs it off, saying he'll keep that in mind. The butler then asks why he's so ticked off, claiming he doesn't remember him ever snapping back like that in the palace. Ian claps back that it's because he never listens to a word he says. He clearly told the butler he was just stepping out for a walk, but the guy just kept pestering him about the exact time he'd be back. Kalyan's thinking, is this dude for real? Ian confirms that the butler was totally relentless. He was low-key more obsessed with the specific time than his actual whereabouts. He hits up his mentor, saying that the Count seems to be getting real nervous about him poking his nose into his business, so their hunch was right. Alan asks, so he wasn't drunk when he staged that scene? He wonders why he'd even put on an act like that. Our MC says it's a classic move. It was all a big distraction to throw them off his deal with Ella. That deal was supposed to go down that very night, which finally explains why she even showed up in the first place. The wine was meant to be a perfect excuse for the Count to dip out without anyone noticing, but his whole plan got wrecked. Our MC put him to sleep with a spell, and when the Count woke up and found out he'd left, he sent his butler to scope out his intentions. Alan admits that it sounds pretty convincing, but one thing still isn't clicking. Why is he so desperate? To get his hands on some divine artifacts our MC figures, it's the perfect bribe to get on the good side of the sacred kingdom of Tinsel. That just so happens to be Randall's mother's homeland. So, long story short, the Count is staying buddy-buddy with the Randall faction, while also playing footsie with the Blanche faction on the side. What's more, he's been showering them with gifts behind everyone's backs. He's even leaking massive state secrets like Kyrie's to Secretia spies. It's almost like destiny itself pushed him, and that kid together just to lead him straight to the clues he needed. The guy he was chasing led him straight to Ella, and from her he found out Hale was sending divine artifacts to the Sacred Kingdom, all to suck up to Randall. No cap, can this really all be a coincidence? The forecast says the rain isn't letting up, so since he's already out here and stuck, he decides to expose this mole. Meanwhile, Hale is absolutely losing his mind, smashing plates and screaming that our MC is a disrespectful little brat. He says he should have known something was wrong when the gifts were returned, and he's sure the prince used some kind of spell on him. Only magic could have put him into such a deep sleep. Now his entire scheme has fallen apart because of this one idiot. He's just coasting on his fake confidence because he has the Archmage on his side. He's nothing but a dirty freak. Hale rants that he doesn't belong anywhere near the prince and Celine, and curses that stupid woman for not killing him before this mess began. He whines about spending a fortune to win over the Marquise of Bryson, and now his noble connections are completely shot. He was promised some prime real estate near the capital, but this scandal with Celine has ruined absolutely everything. Suddenly, Kaddish knocks and enters the room. Hale announces his arrival with heavy sarcasm. He asks if he's had any luck contacting their friend. Katish regretfully informs him that's a negative, not yet anyway. He says they should get a response a little later, but at that moment, he launches a glass and smashes it square in his servant's face. The man drops to the ground, clutching his head in pain. Hale screams, asking if he can do a single thing right. The rain is pouring. This means that low-born mongrel will be staying for another night. Katish, still on the floor, asks if he should postpone their deal. Hale screams back even louder, "What other choice do we have? There's no way they can risk it with the prince and his men hanging around." He needs to send a message. He orders him to reschedule the whole thing. Then he yells at a nearby maid, asking why she's just standing there, and to bring his clothes immediately. He's gonna teach that bastard a lesson that'll put him firmly back in his place. Sometime later, our protagonist takes a bite of meat, enjoying the meal. Just then, Hale stares him down. He's holding a drink, and a frown creases his face as he thinks, this calm facade doesn't suit him at all. In this empire, the title of Count demands respect. The nobles will raise hell if they find out magic was used on him. He thinks that his royal blood won't save him. What a foolish prince. He smirks, thinking that very soon, the prince will be on his knees begging for forgiveness. He then says to His Highness that he really should apologize for his behavior last night. The MC looks at him and then goes right back to his meal and replies, "No big deal." Hale then asks, "If I may, was that a spell?" But he doesn't get to finish. Our MC explains that he had to cast a sleep spell on the guy, saying his behavior was getting way too out of line. Hale stared back completely baffled and yelled, "What?" But our boy just casually waved a hand, saying all that drama was yesterday's news. He told him not to sweat it. Since Hale is the lord of these lands, our MC just figured this was probably the first time that a royal had ever dropped in for a visit, right? With a slick smile and his hand on his chest, he added that Hale must have been a little too hyped up. Forcing a smile, Hale agreed, "Yeah, overexcited." But inside he was absolutely fuming. A spell. This sneaky bastard just made me look like a total fool. Then our MC casually asked if Hale saw how completely wiped out he was after dealing with that ambusher. Hale was shocked. Like, the ambusher? He asked if he meant the dying dude they brought in. Our MC just said, "Yep." Turns out he squeezed some seriously juicy information out of the guy. Hale's mind started racing, thinking he needed to find out more. That's when our protagonist coolly crossed his arms. And then he dropped the name of a certain bird species. The next thing you know, Hale literally spits out his wine, as Malcolm cries out in a panic, "My lord, your clothes." Malcolm whipped a handkerchief out of his pocket and offered it to Hale, who just barked at him to back off. He snapped that they were in the middle of a conversation with the prince. Our MC then smoothly added that of course they still had plenty to discuss, but he figured it would be interesting to hear what was really going down on Hale's lands. Hearing this, Hale shot up from his seat and placed a hand firmly over his chest. He declared that he'd use every ounce of his power to help His Highness. He swore he'd never let any harm come to the prince on his territory, but in his head he was thinking, no way am I letting him snoop around here. This damn prince, he seethed. I'll find out everything and uncover all his weaknesses. Just then Geron turned to our MC. He said that he needed to be allowed to give a report. Hale glared at the man, thinking that the very sight of this creature, who completely ruined his performance, was unbearable. He wondered what the quickest way to get this clown out of his castle was. But then our MC said, "You're an incredibly lucky man, Count." Hale was confused, asking what, as the prince just smirked. It looks like our friend in the dungeon has finally decided to talk. A little while later, Hale found himself walking through the dungeon, stepping right into a disgusting puddle. He thought with disgust, "This place is revolting and totally beneath me. Did he really have to drag me down here?" At that exact moment, our protagonist was thinking, "Yep, I know exactly what you're thinking, Count Hale, no matter how hard you try. I already put you in checkmate last night." In a nearby cell, prisoner Norton grabbed the bars, screaming at the prince again about what he'd done to his wife. Our MC leaned casually against the opposite wall, with his arms crossed, stating that his family would not be harmed. After all, he gave the man his word. "You remember that, don't you?" he asked. Norton shot back. "Then what am I doing in here?" He replied that as Norton could have guessed, he was looking at an execution for trying to assassinate the prince. Once the investigation wraps up, he'll be shipped off to Ceres where they'll have a nice public hanging waiting for him. Norton's gaze dropped to the floor. Our protagonist wasn't finished. He pointed out that even if he just rots in this cell without treatment, his days are numbered since that wound of his has already started to fester. "What are you trying to say?" Norton asked. The MC replied that he could help him escape. Norton was floored. "What did you say?" he asked. The prince offered him a brand new life far from this estate, complete with a plot of land to live on. He even offered a humble home where he and his wife could live in peace. Leaning in close to Norton's face, he added one condition. This was all his, but only in exchange for his help. If he does this, his only punishment will be losing that infected arm. Which, let's be honest, you'd be better off without anyway. Norton stared at him in silence for a long moment before finally saying, "Okay, what do you need from me?" Our MC told him they needed some information. The person they know as the Blue Warbler is a secret spy who came here to sell some items to her client. And it turns out the spy and her client have been acquainted for a very long time. Malcolm looked on totally bewildered as Norton muttered it was food for thought. "Don't you think so?" Norton added. "Being friends with spies is hardly acceptable." Our MC just smiled and said, "That's true. But that's only if we aren't talking about a double agent. Otherwise, the laws of Syria would call that treason. Wouldn't you agree, my dear Count?" he said, his eyes locking with Hale's. Haley awkwardly choked out a "yes" and started laughing nervously. Our MC thought to himself, "He's getting desperate, isn't he? Come on," he thought. "Make your move. Give me the evidence I so desperately need." A moment later, Malcolm fell to his knees with his head bowed. He cried out, begging His Highness for mercy and swearing he was only following his master's orders. He admitted he wasn't blameless, but still pleaded for mercy. While this was all happening, our MC sat down on the throne opposite him, thinking, "I knew Count Hale would break under pressure, but I honestly didn't expect this to happen." He then turned to Malcolm and asked, "You're a priest of Tenzel, correct?" Our boy looked totally stunned, saying something like, "Hold up, only priests are supposed to get their hands on sacred relics." Count Hale, on the other hand, was now calling the shots because he had stumbled upon a secret that could ruin everything. Malcolm was panicking, saying the temple would literally have his head. If word got out, he was selling holy artifacts on the black market. The protagonist was floored by this. He's selling them. Wasn't the whole plan to collect these relics for Tencel to earn their trust? He immediately demanded to know who the buyers were. The guy desperately spilled the beans, admitting it was Viscount Renan Queen Silisi's own brother who was buying the temple's relics. Turns out Renan was trying to get on Tensel's good side the whole time. He totally backstabbed his own people to join the Randall faction. To put it bluntly, he didn't just double-cross Silise. That woman has zero chill and would burn the world down to see her son on the throne. No, this dude betrayed his entire clan. The trap our MC set for a few rats had just caught a whale. In that moment, the protagonist casually drew a little smiley face on his knee before hearing a voice ask what the next move was. Someone warned, "Your Highness, this is going to cause a huge scene," and said he needed to talk to the king first. But our MC replied that before that, he needed him to write a letter to Count Hale in his name. A little while later, MC was chilling in a chair and told his subordinate to go patch up the prisoner down in the dungeon, whose wound was looking pretty nasty. He then handed over a package. He added that if it wasn't treated properly, the guy was at risk of losing his arm, so he should take this medicine to him. Duran bowed and was like, "Yes, Your Highness." Then the protagonist shifted his gaze to Kyrie, telling him to head to the village and locate his wife. He was ordered to take her somewhere safe nearby right after she took her medicine. But speak of the devil, the next second she burst right into the room saying hello. She explained that Hina was just cleaning the room and that she'd only come in to check on the bird. She walked closer and said, "No. It's still here." She rushed over saying she knew it would be and that she just didn't want the maid to get punished. Our MC was like, "I didn't even ask." He then clutched his head, thinking this was way above his pay grade. Shay then pointed her finger straight at the cage. At that exact moment, Ian leaned in and whispered to the protagonist, asking what the plan was for the bird and if he was actually thinking about keeping it. He shot that down, saying he was just biding his time to return it to its real owner. They watched the girls gushing over it, and our MC told Hina he would buy her a different one when they got home, which left Hina completely surprised. The protagonist explained that this Miss Bird would be flying the coop that evening, and she just replied, "It's all right, Your Highness. Merlin might not be cool with a bird in our room anyway," she added. The protagonist just smiled and asked, "Oh, really?" He then asked if she'd be willing to help him set the bird free after dinner. Later on, as the sky went dark, the protagonist was sitting in a chair. He looked away from his book and closed it, saying, "Sooner than I thought." Just then, Ayla, hiding under her hood, appeared on the balcony. She remarked that his letter was so poetic it actually touched her. It basically told her to show up, if she didn't want everyone at the Dovecote on Tynosh Street to find out what she'd been up to. She said she figured he had a pretty good reason for blackmailing her. After saying that, she pulled down her hood while MC just held the notes in his hand. He told her straight up that he needed proof of Hale's involvement in the illegal sale of sacred relics. In exchange, their little secret would stay a secret. They locked eyes for a moment, then she looked away. "Is that your answer?" he asked. "Unfortunately," she answered, "I really hate complicated situations." As she said this, she slipped a hand into an inner pocket, and bam, she unleashed a bunch of projectiles at him. Our protagonist was shook, thinking magic projectiles. He barely had time to breathe. The blue warbler he knew was a sword fighter, not someone who would use a hidden weapon. Instantly, he threw up a magic sigil in front of him. It formed a barrier shielding him from the incoming magic projectiles. The next thing you know, a huge explosion goes off, and people outside start yelling in alarm. "Intruder is His Highness. Okay." The MC immediately used magic to slam the door shut, shouting for no one to come in. He turned back to her and demanded, "Are you actually trying to kill me? What else are you hiding?" Ayla just charged forward, screaming she had nothing left. Their weapons clashed loudly as she gritted her teeth. The protagonist blocked her attack with ease, thinking to himself that the sword in his hand was just plain steel and wouldn't be able to handle his aura. He realized he had to wrap this up fast without using his full power. At that moment, Ayla glanced at his hand in total surprise, and they broke their deadlock for a second. They immediately crossed blades again, but in the next moment, our MCs knocked the weapon right out of her hands. He thought, didn't she just say she was all out of tricks? And in that very instant, he saw a small sphere between her fingers. She yeeted it forward, and the protagonist knew it was coming way too fast. "Without my aura, getting injured is a sure thing," he thought. In a flash, he swung his sword, slicing the sphere clean in two. But out of nowhere, his blade just shatters, sending a piece flying. Ayla is totally shook, gasping out, "No way, that's impossible." She's a master swordsman clutching her injured hand, and our MC is over here, lips tight, brainstorming his next move. He just drops her name, Ayla, and she absolutely loses it, freaking out over how he knows who she is. Before she can even process, he snatches her face, making her scream. He's all up in her business, asking who she thinks she is. He then brings up the little poison vial she's supposed to have, and just like that, he forces her mouth open. He then asks her, isn't it like standard protocol for Secrecia's spies to keep that little party favor tucked in their cheek 24/7? Now he tells her it's time to spill the tea on everything she knows. He lets go, and she touches her face, asking if he'll bounce her if she talks. He's clearly annoyed, pointing out that spies from Secrecia are usually built different, known for being tough as nails. But she's folding like a cheap lawn chair, which is making him wonder if this version of Ayla is completely different from the one he remembers. Or did something happen to change her? Then my girl gets a smirk on her face and suggests it'd be real smart of him to just let her walk. She points out that for someone with his insane sword skills, his blade is kinda janky, way worse than a standard issue guard sword. It's almost like he can't let anyone find out his true power level. She tells him if he wants to keep that secret safe, he better let her go. Otherwise, she's gonna stroll right out and snitch to the knights about everything she just saw. This gets our protagonist thinking. See, in his past life, the Blue Warbler was a ride-or-die loyalist for Secrecia, a total beast with the sword. Her entire life was dedicated to the blade. This girl in front of him, nah, that's not her. With that realization, he grabs her by the collar. He yells that if she's so desperate to stay alive, then maybe she shouldn't be poking the bear. He gets right in her face, lets go of her shirt, and tells her not to get it twisted. His secrets aren't some golden ticket she can use to bargain her way out. He closes his eyes for a sec and adds that she needs to tell him what she knows. In return, he'll spare her from any unnecessary questions. This totally catches her off guard. He then clarifies that someone else will be asking those questions. A certain White Hawk, for example. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Hale is absolutely raging. He's screaming, "Screw it all, damn it." wondering where that clueless old fool Malcolm ran off to as he slams his fist on the table. First, it was those trash mercenaries, and now he's got this letter. It's addressed to the dear Count, telling him that to convince everyone he's innocent, he needs to cook up a defense strategy. The letter writer claims he personally explained the entire situation to Her Majesty. Apparently, he laid out exactly what led him into this whole mess. It tells Hale not to worry that everything's cool, but Hale's not buying it for a second. He scowls, yelling, "What did he encounter?" He starts to panic, wondering if this guy actually found out about his shady dealings with the divine artifacts. He starts pacing, hands clasped behind his back. He mutters, "You slimy snake." The fact that a letter was even sent means the guy already knows everything and is trying to intimidate him. But it's just pathetic blackmail. Well, screw him. Hale's done groveling before some low-born trash. Some nobody posing as a prince. Nah, he's not gonna whimper and roll over like a scared puppy. He's not going down that easy. Then he places a hand on a grandfather clock, smugly asking if they really thought he'd dive into this mess without a backup plan. The next second, a secret door swings open, showing off a room literally overflowing with gold. He steps inside, all proud of himself. He bitches that all his hard work went down the drain because of some loser. But hey, at least he still has this, his ultimate prize. He walks over to a chest, reaches for a box inside, and pops it open to admire the goods. He gloats that with this many divine artifacts, he can just ghost and start over, still filthy rich. He had hoped the deal with Renon would make him a fortune, but that guy ended up being way more trouble than he was worth. But then all of a sudden, bam! Arson slams the box shut right in his hands, sarcastically thanking my lord for making his job so much easier. He snatches the box, and Hale whips around, totally stunned, yelling out, "What the is that, an invisibility spell?" He assumes the guy is one of the prince's henchmen, but Arsene just grins and says he's a mage in service to His Majesty Prince Callan. He holds up the box, adding that he really can't thank Hale enough for gathering up all this juicy evidence. With his own 2 hands, no less. He tells Hale not to sweat it, promising that the vile snake and lowborn scum will definitely find out just how much he helped with this investigation. Later, back with the Prince, Arsene said that these were the artifacts. He confirms these are the ones Hale had stashed away, and on top of that, they also got a full list of his transactions with the Blue Warbler. They also got a list of all the state secrets he'd sold. Our MC takes a peek inside the box, closes it, and is like, well. He cracks a smile and says, "Excellent work." This, he notes, is going to save them a whole lot of unnecessary drama. But just then, Ian bursts into the room, totally panicked and yelling, "Your Highness, we've got company outside." At that moment, a squad of knights is rolling up on the building. Our protagonist strolls over to the window, looks out, and asks, "Is that the king's personal guard?" "Hold up, the Kira. Aren't those the elite guards supposed to be protecting the king back in the capital? So, what the hell are they doing all the way out here?" Meanwhile, Alan was completely freaking out, shouting that they sent the top-tier guards to Latlan when he was expecting just some regular old knights. He was fuming, saying this wasn't what he asked for when he wrote to His Majesty. He just put his head in his hands and was like, he was gone in a flash. At that exact moment, Homon grabbed a drink and chimed in saying, this whole thing is way too dangerous for the knightly order. He insisted he couldn't take a risk that big, especially since he knew there were spies in their ranks, dudes who were just puppets for someone else. He said those guys couldn't be trusted. Alan shot back, yelling, "Your Majesty has to get the full picture." He argued that being overprotective won't actually help Kalyan. If something goes sideways, it'll just lead to total disaster. Every time they baby him, it just closes another door in Kalyan's life. His rivals will use it as ammo and stir up trouble. Alan wondered if that's why the king was being so careful. Roman put his cup down and finally caved, saying he understood and that it wouldn't happen again. He then invited his brothers to join him for breakfast. He wanted to see them joking around like old times. Alan's face lit up, calling it the happiest moment for their house. "Your Majesty," Malcolm asked a bit later, looking worried, "is His Highness really leaving already?" Our MC just looked down at him holding the reins and said, "Duty's calling." He told him Cairo would handle the rest, and that the criminals were being shipped to the capital. They were going to face the music there, where a final decision would be made. Sucks for one of them, though he'd already kicked the bucket and never even made it. Norton, the guy who got trapped by the Blue Warbler, was actually allowed to go home. Of course, on paper he was officially listed as dead. Right now, my man was on his way to his estate to reunite with his wife. Malcolm then hesitated for a second before asking our MC, "So, what's going to happen to me?" The protagonist explained that, while his debts made him work for Count Hale, it doesn't change the fact that he was dealing in divine artifacts. Malcolm frowned, admitting his guilt and saying he knew he'd committed a serious crime. But our MC wasn't done. He added that they couldn't ignore the fact that he played a huge part in catching a traitor to the kingdom. Because of that, the throne was going to show him some mercy in exchange for his absolute loyalty. From this day forward, he was going to be the official butler at the Latlin estate. The dude immediately broke down, crying tears of joy. "Your Highness," he sobbed, "of course I'll serve you." Our MC just smiled, pointed at him, and was like, "No way." He couldn't believe it was him. As they headed back down the path towards Sasanian's chambers, news of the fallout was already spreading. Hale got stripped of all his titles and privileges and was slapped with a life sentence. As for Ayla the Blue Warbler, she met her end at the scaffold. Then our MC noted that all the streets were covered in Renacita leaves today. Now, about these Renacita, people usually call them leaves because of the shape, but they're actually thorns from the Renacita cacti, which are built different and can soak up moisture from the air. They use them to cover the Capitol Square, so the white tiles don't get all stained red with blood. Yikes. At that moment, Randall was busy chowing down, thinking this was all a test. He figured it was his brother's way of asking if his mom had anything to do with the woman who tried to off Kalyan. Then Plants chimed in, saying any suspicions were just baseless. Randall took a sip of water, then shut his eyes and said he had heard that since Kalyan left, he'd completely given up drinking. Plants asked, "What, you miss my drunk breath or something?" Randall just silently wiped his mouth with a napkin, put it on the table and said, "Of course not." He then stood up, hand on his chest, adding, "My days of being a mess are over. It's time I learned to be quiet." At that, Plant's fork literally dropped from his hand and he asked, "Haven't you been quiet enough?" Meanwhile, Joran was panicking. "My prince, this is way too risky." The protagonist hopped off his horse and saw it a massive landslide. "Damn this rain," he muttered. He put his hands on his waist and asked his men how long it would take to clear the road. One of them said sorry, but taking a detour was their best bet. He thought to himself that they had already wasted enough time in Latlan, and now a landslide was blocking their path. This journey was turning into a real grind. He decided that as soon as he got back to the capital, he was setting up a portal, no cap. Just then, Shay grabbed his hand and told him to come with her. She suggested they go to her village. "Yeah, you heard that, a village." Our protagonist was taken aback. "A village?" he asked. She smiled and explained that it was an elven village where she and Luca lived. The elder was there too. She kept smiling and offered to let him and the commander stay the night, saying they could leave in the morning. The protagonist smiled back at her and said, "I see. That's actually the most sensible thing I've ever heard you say." And with that, they started heading to the elf village. Then he asked, "But wait, since when did I become the commander?" He scooped Shay up, and she just replied, "You always have been." After a little while, they walked into the village, and our MC looked around totally stunned. Whoa, this place is insane. He thought the elf village was on a whole other level, and that he never imagined he'd actually be here. The next second, an elder appeared right in front of him. The elder asked, "Which one of you is the human king?" The protagonist was like, "What's with this guy?" And then said out loud, "That's a pretty grandiose title, but I don't think anyone here is that important." He assured the elder, "If you're looking for the leader of our little group, though..." This guy, the chair, steps up and declares he's the village elder. He says he's got a favor to ask the human king, which is when our protagonist formally introduces himself. Our MC tells him he's going to need a lot more info before he just says yes. The elder Cher explains that 3 elves from their village recently went missing. They had gone to check out the nearby human settlements, but when they didn't show up after 10 days, people started to worry. So they sent out 2 scouts to find them, and now those scouts have vanished too. He's practically begging the MC to help them search. He claims the elves there have a pretty shallow understanding of the human kingdom, and with that he holds out his hand. The MC is thinking, "Man, are all elves this pushy and demanding?" He then asks, "So let me get this straight. You lost 5 of your people, and you want me to find them. Why in the world would I do that?" Cher's answer is simple: because you're the king of humans. At this, our hero just slaps a hand to his forehead. He's thinking, this guy is a broken record. He corrects him, saying he's not a king, he's a prince. The Prince of Ceres, to be exact. The elder starts to say that it's hardly a big deal, but before he can finish, our protagonist shoots his own hand forward, cutting him off and insisting that no, it absolutely matters. A king and a prince are on 2 completely different levels. Cher finally caves. "Fine, a prince then." He says he wouldn't have even bothered him if he didn't have something to offer in return. He knows the MC is on his way to the Siegfried Free State, right? Our boy confirms this, saying it's going to take ages to get there, especially using the human roads. The elder boasts that they know the forest paths, which could totally shave off a quarter of his travel time. Right then, the protagonist's mind starts racing. Forest paths. The whole trip was supposed to take 2 entire months. But subtracting the time he's already wasted, if these special paths are legit, the journey to Siegfried's territory would be cut down to just 2 weeks. A massive grin spreads across his face as he throws up a thumbs up, yelling, "5 elves, you say? Oh my god, those poor souls. Of course I'll help, the prince is at your service." Seeing this, Cher cracks a joyful smile of his own. A little later, Duran is staring at a map before looking up to deliver his report. He says they haven't found a single trace of that slave trade his prince was worried about. These forests border 2 cities, though, Narika and Stein, and in both places they have spotted a huge number of mercenaries. But Duran adds that none of them seem to be doing anything shady. Our protagonist notes that this is actually good news. At that moment, Carrie thinks to himself that he low-key suspected some merchants were behind the elves' disappearance. But it looks like that theory is dead in the water. The MC then decides they'll start by checking out the closest towns, just like they planned. Stein is right on their route, and since both towns are about the same size, it just makes sense to hit the closer one first. Duran then adds that from what he's heard, there's a bit of a rivalry between the 2 cities. The protagonist asks, "Oh, really?" Duran figures it might be because their lords are around the same age. Our hero just smiles and says, "Well, a little healthy competition is often great for progress." He figures he might even snag a new sword in one of the towns. After that, they head out, but it's not long before a blacksmith crosses his arms and tells them he doesn't have any swords. The MC gives him a completely baffled look, holding his hands out like, "But you're literally selling weapons. How can you not have any swords? Are they completely sold out?" The blacksmith just gives him a look and says he seems a little scrawny. To be a mercenary. Our protagonist fires back that he's a mage, but his friend is a swordsman. He gestures over to Kyrie, adding that mercs aren't the only people who buy swords. The blacksmith then points off to the side and decides to just be straight with them. He says they're wasting their time and they need to know what's up. Apparently, all the weapons are being secretly funneled to mercenaries holed up in the city's castle. All the local weapon stashes have been confiscated. He says if they're trying to find a good deal, the Quantal is probably their only shot. Our protagonist replies that he isn't hunting for deals or rewards. He just needs a sword for his own use. He figures there's still Narika on the other side of the forest, right? He'll just see what he can find there. But the blacksmith shuts that down, saying it's useless. The situation over there is exactly the same. At that, the MC just puts his hand over his face in frustration. This elf. Kyrie asks what's wrong, and he explains that the lords of both cities are stockpiling mercenaries and weapons. It's so obvious a war is about to pop off. And as for that elven village elder whose home is smack in the middle of these 2 warring cities, yeah, he's finally starting to understand the old elf's real game. A little while later, he's staring at a letter in his hands and gives an order for Cher to send these letters to the Lords of Stein and Narika. This little stunt would throw a wrench in their plans, giving the lost elves a window to get back home. Then he turned around and added something else. He and his guys would be bouncing at first light. He claimed he had to work hard to honor their deal and guide them to the forest trails. That's when Cher yelled out for him to wait, asking what he meant. He buried his face in his hands and went on. He started to say something about the war, but before he could even finish, our MC cut him off, saying he was genuinely ready to look the other way, since he was an elf and all, but this guy straight up deceived him, even knowing full well that a war was about to pop off. As he said this, a little smile played on his lips, while the elf just stared at him, completely floored. He then added that as it turns out, the 5 missing elves had actually beelined it straight for the castle. They went to Steam to set up shop as merchants. Bruh, even the regular folks in town suspected a war was coming, so there's no way in hell their leader was in the dark. The elf totally used the situation. He knew the prince would have to ditch the war brewing in his own kingdom. Hearing this, Cher just sighed as our protagonist kept going. He said they didn't need his stinking forest roads, and the deal was officially dead. With that, he turned and started walking out again. Cher threw his hand out, screaming for him to hold on, asking if he was really just going to sit back and watch. As war tears his kingdom apart, the MC just cracked the door open a bit and said that people always have a reason to fight. They're not going to squabble for no reason forever. If that village meant so much to him, then he should have done whatever it took to protect it himself, not by pulling some low-level scam, and with that final burn he was gone. A little later, Kyrie chimed in saying the Brizon merchants were the ones to blame. Only their caravans are bold enough to travel this deep. But right now they're completely stuck because of all the drama going down at the Latlin estate. MC just leaned his head on his hand and said, "It's that guy again, Alan and Brizon." He started thinking about the towns of Stun and Narika because the soil there is absolute garbage for growing wheat. This leaves the citizens with zero choice but to buy it from the Brizon merchants. So when Brizon suddenly ghosted them on the deal, the folks from Stein rushed over to Narika, desperate to buy wheat and just survive the winter. But, of course, Narika jacked up the prices to an insane level, which obviously kicked off a huge conflict. He crossed his arms and said, so first they get a complete chokehold on the food market and then they just shut it down without a care in the world. Do they actually think this is some kind of power move that'll boost their ego? Don't they get that? This kind of stunt just leads to people starving. It's the common folk who suffer, not the lords. After a moment, Cher, with his head bowed low, came back and begged for forgiveness. He admitted he was fully aware that Luca had dragged him into this whole mess. It was because of that the war between the cities even started. But he couldn't bring himself to spill the beans because he had no idea how the MC would react. He said the blame was 100% on him. He finally understood that Luca was his son, and the Lost Elves were somehow tied to him. He was terrified that if the MC found out the truth, he'd turn his back on them for good. He was praying that he could find it in his heart to forgive him and his son. Our boy just stared at him in silence, so Cher added that he knew it was a huge ask, but they desperately needed his help. He confessed they were low-key under-equipped and couldn't handle this situation on their own. He was in the middle of begging when the MC cut him off and told him to get to the city and deliver these letters for him. Cher looked at him completely stunned. MC said they'd see if he could figure out what they needed besides the wheat. He'd meet up with them after Cher brought back the info. The elf cried out shocked, asking if this meant he was going to help them. The protagonist just held up a hand telling him to chill out. He made it clear he wasn't doing this to be a nice guy. The elf then reached out to shake his hand. He told him to accept his gratitude, saying that elves always keep their promises and that they would never forget this kindness. In that moment, MC thought to himself, Alan and Brizon, this dude is becoming a constant pain in my ass. He brought the ring on his finger closer and whispered, Master, it's time to clean house. A little while later at the Brazin estate in Syria, a subordinate bowed and said, My lord. Standing before him was Marquis Evan, the head of the whole Brezin family. The subordinate asked if he'd be heading home right after the meeting, saying that if he was, they could have the carriage ready and waiting for him. Evan just replied, No need, I'll be staying. His subordinate just stared at him surprised as the Marquis walked into the building. He then ordered the subordinate to show his guests to the office. The man just replied, Yes, my lord. He thought to himself, wait, guests, plural, but they weren't expecting anyone. The Marquis was acting kinda different today. He never skipped a council meeting, and he always preferred to meet visitors in the drawing room. Who could possibly be this important? After a moment, Alan held out his hand and asked, So we haven't actually met in person yet, have we? And Evan replied, Indeed we have not. He added that if this hadn't been the unique way Alan had arranged their little get-together, he would have set up a much more fitting welcome. Alan just replied that he showed up unannounced to save him the unnecessary hassle. This wasn't going to take long. Alan just had something he thought that the guy might find interesting, but then the second son started giving the king's son some seriously uneasy looks. In that instant, Evan, who just grabbed his mug, shot him a surprised glance, and their eyes locked. Evan just shut his eyes and asked Brannon a question. That brat doesn't have the guts to pull a stunt like that, Alan said, crossing his arms. He low-key doesn't have a great opinion of his own kid, but Alan had something that was way more convincing than his old man's take. With that, he whipped out the letters, and Evan's eyes went wide with shock after a moment. He slammed his hand down on the documents and roared, What the hell is the meaning of this? Alan just held out a hand, suggesting they should be real with each other. He admitted that he decided to get rid of Renon a long time ago, adding that these weren't issues a simple court magician should be sticking his nose into. Alan touched his chin and smirked, remarking that hearing that from a common thug was pretty damn funny. Evan glared at him absolutely livid and yelled about how he dared to insult him in his own home before gathering his energy. And then he slammed his fist on the table. At that very moment, Alan thought to himself that those who truly master the sword can make their very words into weapons as sharp as any blade. And those who've unlocked the secrets of magic, well, right then he started focusing the energy inside his own body. Alan asked, "So, have you made up your mind?" Evan shot back that he had and that Alan wasn't a threat. Alan basically told him to try and hold on if he's got the nerve. A split second later, Evan's entire body was engulfed in a massive wave of power. Alan's inner monologue was ice cold. "I've made fear my greatest weapon. The raw primal fear of death that's hardwired into every living thing. That's the gift they carry with them." He then put a hand on his chest and spoke. He said he wasn't as eager for a fight as his student, but for his own good, he really shouldn't forget his manners. Evan shot him an irritated look, and Alan just smiled back, asking, "So who's really better?" Evan was shook, thinking, "No cap, I was able to handle the pressure." From an 8th Circle mage's aura. This guy didn't become a swordmaster by accident. He really shouldn't have underestimated him. Alan then raised his index finger, saying he had zero doubt Evan could handle his own son. But what if he could offer a different, more slick way of doing things? A method to quietly cut him loose from his inner circle. Not too long ago, the protagonist had laid out the plan: say you want to acquire his merchant guild once the truth comes out. That Celeste was the one pulling the strings behind his success. When that news dropped, it was the Brezen Merchant Guild that took the biggest hit. The only reason the guild is even surviving is because Renan is desperately defending its bottom line. But let's be real, the Brezen family is a house of knights first and foremost. That merchant guild was started by the second son, who was a total bust with a sword. His father is probably already brainstorming ways to dump the guild. I mean, it's not just losing money anymore, it's actively dragging the entire family's honor through the mud. Alan then replied, "Maybe, but what's the point of doing something that doesn't help me at all?" Evan shot back, "You're just playing right into the prince's hands, aren't you? Why should I give him that kind of leg up?" Alan calmly replied that he knew he'd say that. He promised him the person buying it wouldn't be his highness. Just a little while ago, the protagonist had confirmed he wasn't going to be the one to buy it himself. They already had the perfect candidate lined up. Back in the present, Evan asked, "Is that right? So who's gonna take it?" "The head of the second largest merchant guild in the entire kingdom." Alan revealed, "He's got a pretty good reason to want to snipe his rival. Don't you think?" he added. "All you need is a solid reason to sell, and trust me, he won't lowball you." Meanwhile, Renan was busy watering his plant, cooing, "You're a real beauty." He gently stroked its leaves with a smile, saying, "Daddy's been super busy lately. But don't you worry," he continued. "I'm here now." He was thinking that Hale's arrest had really pissed him off. But so far it hadn't blown back on him at all. Maybe Hale wasn't dumb enough to just start blabbing about everything he knew. For a hot second, he seriously considered just cashing out all his assets and bouncing to Tinsel before anyone connected the dots. But man, what a nightmare that place was. Luckily, he'd cut all his ties with Hale just in time. The next moment, he stared in horror at a broken leaf on his plant and screamed, "My poor little baby, I'm so sorry." He then thought that sure other lords were also trading with Tinsel, but he didn't really need to sweat it with them. Suddenly he felt a presence right behind him. He spun around and demanded, "Why are you here?" In the next instant he was brutally attacked and slammed to the floor. Soon after, rumors started spreading like wildfire all over the capital about the holy kingdom of Tinsel. Our MC had stacked up a crazy arsenal of divine artifacts, and let's be real, none of it would have happened without Renown's help. But right now, that same guy is locked up absolutely screaming his head off. Like, "Do you clowns even know who I am? My father is gonna make you regret this." Not long after that, poof, he went missing. His dad, Marquis Brezen, literally tore the entire kingdom apart trying to find him, but it was a total dead end. At first, the Marquis was totally side-eyeing Alan and Melfier, but it quickly became obvious they had nothing to do with it. Back in the present, our boy is checking out this ring, when a voice from inside it reports that the guild takeover is in full swing. Melfier's handling all the details just like they planned, and the items he requested have already been shipped out to him, his prince. The voice tells him to just holler if he needs anything else. And our protagonist replies, "Thanks, mentor." Just then, Cher walks up and asks if he's ready to go. The mother tree gave them the green light, so he'll soon be able to walk the forest paths. Our protagonist smiles and says, "Excellent, it's time to roll." Cher then adds that her son Luca will be his guide. But MC holds up a hand like, "I appreciate it, but I'd much rather go with Shay." Then he calls out, "Hey, Shay." He asks if she can lead them through the paths. She looks surprised for a second, then cracks a smile and says, "Of course." He leans in a bit and asks, "You sure you'll be okay heading back by yourself?" But she just tells him not to worry about it. She's so confident she says she could find her way back blindfolded. He's just like, "Okay then, let's get moving." But a second later it hits him. Wait a minute, she's talking completely normally now. He stares at Shay, who just looks back and asks, "What's the matter, Commander, is something wrong?" And that's when he notices the weird stone she's holding in her hand. Our protagonist snatches the stone from her, completely floored. "What is this thing? Did you jack this along with the other holy relics?" He directs this question at Luca, who nervously looks away and mumbles that he doesn't know anything about it. He claims he can't remember. Right then, Arsene steps up and says, "Your Highness, perhaps this is also a holy relic." MC's mind starts racing, remembering the item found on Luca when he got back to the village, a black stone, just chilling with the other artifacts. There's a good chance this is one of them. But before he can finish his thought, Duran cuts in saying it feels way too sketchy to be a holy relic. "The smell of blood is too strong," he says. Our MC, still staring at the stone, thinks, yeah, he's not wrong. Just like Duran said, Arsene apparently can't sense it, but our boy can feel this sinister vibe rolling off it, like a powerful life force that was violently ripped away. And that blood energy, no cap, the owner of this stone was murdered by someone. He says, "We need to investigate this." Then he tosses the stone back to Shay, telling her they need to figure out a way to communicate while she's using it. As they're walking, she asks, "Isn't this Luca's stone?" He replies, "Not anymore. It's mine now." She gets the message immediately. "I see, understood, Chief." Then she gives him a little smile and says she'll keep it on the down low. She promises to return it the second they get to the other side of the path. Just then, Duran leans over to the protagonist and whispers, "Your Highness, about this kid, what she said earlier. Does that mean she can actually see the future?" Our MC says that she claims it isn't foresight, but he's low-key thinking the same thing. He figures that for this kid, the future just seems to arrive a little bit faster. He's thinking about the future, the distortion of time, and this weird stone that can basically shut down skills related to all that. It's probably all connected to the time axis. Meanwhile, Randall is in a garden just looking at a plant branch. He's remembering our MC's words about the roses blooming, soon thinking to himself, Kalyan. This time you finally got rid of Renan. He then pulls a pendant from his sleeve, closes his eyes, and starts to concentrate. The pearls on the pendant begin to glow, and right in front of him, flowers start to bloom on the branch. Randall reaches out to touch one. He says out loud that it's a pleasant sight and it should stay that way for a while. Back with our protagonist, he's sitting by a tree, focusing energy in his chest with his eyes shut. The next thing he knows, a voice is congratulating him. "Your Highness," it says, "you didn't get an additional circle, but your aura got way stronger." Our MC just clutches his head in frustration. He's like, "You don't have to mock me, just scold me already, master." But his master just asks, "Why would I do that? You're clearly the one who's most upset here. It's not easy to break the muscle memory of holding a sword even for a second." So his mana, instead of forming a new circle, just converts into aura. Our guy groans that he knows, but it's not that simple. Aura and mana operate on totally different principles. He's got plenty of mana to spare. So why does my body subconsciously keep turning it into aura, damn it? His teacher calmly says he never claimed he didn't understand. He just needs to get ready for what's coming, not to go back to Ceres until he had figured things out. After that, he stared up into the night sky and wondered if he'd find his answer. He knew he was on a specific path, but hey, all roads have to lead somewhere, right? A short while later, Shay started waving her arms and yelling, "Chief, it's over here! Hurry up! This is the end of the forest path." The protagonist made his way forward. Shielding his eyes from the blinding sun, he said with total shock, "So this is the land of elephants, the Duchy of Siegfried." Shay called out to him again, and with a smile, she told him it was time for them to say their goodbyes. She held out the stone and said, "Here." She insisted he take it back. Our MC looked at her completely stunned and told her to hold on. He had to ask her something. He asked if she really had to go back to her village. He pointed out that the elder wasn't exactly thrilled she was their only guide. And even he, a total stranger, could see how all the villagers were keeping their distance from her. He could only guess it was way worse when guests weren't around. He offered that if her condition was an issue, he could report her case to the Sisfanian will. Shay just clenched her fist, and as the protagonist was about to add that she could leave for now, she cut him off, saying he was right. The villagers there hated her, but the World Tree told her that this is just who she is, and being different doesn't mean she needs to be fixed. Even if she says something else, it doesn't change the fact that she's an elf, period. MC just stared at her amazed before a smile broke out on his face. He thought to himself, looks like I've still got a long way to go. After that, Shay handed him the stone and told him not to worry about her. She said she understood everything. He just replied, all right. Then he ruffled her hair and promised they'd see each other again. She beamed at him and said she'd look forward to it, thanking him for saving her. These absolutely massive castle walls rise up, built to guard the entire Sisphanian domain. Our protagonist rode his horse forward, and as he looked at the gate, he thought to himself that every Syrian prince who stood in this spot must have thanked fate that the Siegfried family never tried to claim the throne. Then he turned to Ian and asked, yes. Ian addressed him as, Your Highness. But MC told him that as long as they were here, he didn't have to be glued to his hip. Being the target of 20 psychos was tough enough, and he bet this place was crawling with even more haters. He told Ian his role as a servant was officially over. Ian just looked at him shocked. Then he said, Your Highness, I can handle every single one of them just fine. As he said this, he smiled and put a hand over his chest. MC had a flashback to when he was passed out from poison, and Ian was catching flying blades with his bare hands. He looked at his loyal knight with surprise, then smiled and said, My bad, Ian. You're just built different. Sometime later, the protagonist stepped out of the shower, drying his soaked hair with a towel. He threw it over his shoulders and sighed, thinking their long journey was finally over. But then he remembered Ian pointing at the map, explaining they were only at the entrance gate. The protagonist then complained, but the inner castle gate is still 2 days away. He couldn't believe the castle was literally the size of a city. Afterwards, he plopped down on the bed and said he figured he'd meet the head of the family today, but he'd just have to deal with it. Complaining wouldn't change anything. Then his gaze fell on the magic stone, and he remembered what Shay had said. A light bulb went off in his head. His mana may have changed into aura, but its essence was still the same. He'd always believed they were two completely separate energies, but no cap, that wasn't true. Since he can't break the habit of turning mana into aura anyway, the solution was simple. He'd just use his aura as fuel for his magic. With that decided, he began to concentrate the energy in his chest. And in that very moment, Arsene, who was standing guard outside his door, saw a brilliant flash of light. He thought, that mana was barely a trickle before, but now it's gushing out like a river. It no longer gave off that warm and gentle feeling. Now the mana had a chill that cut straight to the bone. He thought, the prince's skills are just endless. What even is the limit of his power? Then MC looked at the magic circles in front of him and said with pure joy, finally, 4th circle magic. He thought the magic issue was totally solved, but that wasn't the end of his problems. A little while later, Ian yelled out, this way, your majesty. The protagonist was thinking that at that moment, including his sleeping self, there are currently only 6 swordsmen on the whole continent. And in the world of swordsmen, anyone with a stronger aura can sense a weaker one. After a moment, a man named Sleeman rode forward on his horse and shouted, Welcome, your highness. What a long trip you've had. You must be exhausted from the journey. But before he could even finish, the protagonist was thinking, is that the Duke? The guy greeting him is Duke Sleeman, the kingdom's number 2 swordsman, and his power level is on a whole different stratosphere. Our boy just cracks a smile. He mentions it's been a hot minute since they last saw each other. The prince figured a quick look would be all it took for the Duke to size him up. And then he was like, how's it going? It clicks for our MC that he's standing in front of a master swordsman, and Sleeman just stares back, totally shocked. He couldn't believe it was possible for someone to grow this much since their last encounter. Damn, he wasn't looking at a boy anymore, but a full-grown man. Our protagonist just laughs it off, asking, you really think so? The Duke's response? He said he barely even recognized him. Sleeman can tell a lot has changed, and our MC just grins saying, yeah, he went through a small transformation. That's all. Just a minor glow-up, nothing crazy. Sleeman bursts out laughing at that. He's like, bruh, I wouldn't call this a small transformation. Then the Duke gestures for him to come along, saying they should head out, and that he'll escort him to the castle. A little later, they're on horseback. Sleeman admits that you gotta hand it to that apprentice mage. He really knew how to pick him. Not only a ridiculously talented magic user, but also the 6th strongest swordsman on the whole continent. Our protagonist saw that coming. He knew it would be tough to hide anything from the Duke. Sleeman replies that no matter what his title is, all these years haven't been for nothing. He might not be able to see Kalyan's aura, but he can totally feel it. The amount of progress the prince has made is absolutely insane. He adds that his mentor must be loving every second of this just watching his student's insane growth. But the prince says he wouldn't be so sure. He claims his master is probably just buried in his work right now. Sleeman notes that he definitely deserves all the praise. After a moment, the Duke bows. He tells the prince he'd love to stick around and chat, but his inspection duties can't wait. He hopes Kalayan understands. Our boy just waves him off, saying it's all good. After all, he's the one who showed up way earlier than anyone expected. With that, Sleeman prepares to leave. He asks, "So you're heading out first thing in the morning, right? Have a safe trip, Your Highness." He says he's already looking forward to the stories. A little while later, Alan stares into his drink and mentions that he didn't realize His Majesty was this thirsty. So, it looks like Prince Kalian made it to his destination in one piece. Romain sips his drink and Alan asks him what's up. Is he worried about his kid, or is something else bugging him? The king just closes his eyes and stares off into the distance. He says he's not sure when the time will be right to put the spotlight on Kalian's claim. Alan gets it. He's talking about who should be named the official heir. The king replies that Kalian is the last of his sons to finish the coming-of-age ritual. Once he gets back, all 3 of his sons will be old enough to make a play for the throne. He thinks Randall is super reserved and cautious. But the dude is such an enigma that it's impossible to figure out what he's actually thinking. Then there's Plants, who's probably the strongest of the 3, but his rebellious streak and stubbornness are completely off the charts. He has zero chill. And as for Kalian, he's just now starting to mature. How could he not be worried about all this? Alan leans in with a pretty dark suggestion. He says the king should just name the least popular son as the heir. The other 2 will just take care of him in the power struggle that follows. And just like that, the problem was officially handled. He then added that he was dead certain Randall would be forced to keep a super low profile for a while. He won't be making any moves until Prince Khalid finally decides to dip from the palace. That's when His Majesty will finally get the chance to see what's really going on in that guy's head. But until that moment arrives, my dude has to keep his mouth shut, no matter whose team he's playing for. He absolutely can't let himself get stressed about the future and mess up his peace right now, because when the power of Kalian finally ignites, it's only going to be for those who prove they were worthy in the here and now. Meanwhile, our MC stepped into the cave and had a thought. This path just doesn't end, does it? He felt like he'd been walking forever, but the exit was nowhere in sight, leaving him wondering just how deep this cavern really was. The next thing he knows, he's hit with an insanely bright light. He has to squint and cover his eyes. He finds himself standing in a field of flowers and is like, "What is this place?" Then he glances to the side, completely stunned by what he sees. The magical energy here is off the charts, totally blowing past any limit you could imagine. And the aura it's giving off is so intense it would terrify anyone who even looked at it. He clenches his fist, thinking this is some next-level power way more than just simple willpower. He immediately bows his head. He says, "I pay my deepest respects, O almighty Sisfanian." No cap, he's thinking that this is the actual Sisfanian right here in the flesh. Meanwhile, back in the village, everyone is just staring up at the sky, absolutely floored by the massive beam of light shooting up into the heavens. Our MC shows his respect, thinking, "All hail the mighty Sisfanian." But he's low-key wondering if she couldn't have just willed this meeting to happen. Like, what was the point of her revealing her true form? Then, without warning, she extends a hand toward him. And the MC is shook. That insane suffocating pressure from her magic just vanished into thin air. Sisfanian explains that a child, a total stranger to this world, had found his way to her carrying the memories of a different reality. This kid took her blessing and somehow twisted it into a deadly weapon, and she's been watching, trying to figure out what drove him to do it. And that's the tea. It's why she finally popped up in person, adding that he was actually summoned here. Meanwhile, the people on the ground are freaking out. Staring at the massive pillar of energy blasting into the sky, they're all completely stunned. Our scene breaks the silence, asking what in the world is going on. And of course, this all happens right when the prince is supposed to be going through his big rite of passage ceremony. Ian's mind is racing, thinking this has never happened before. He yells out for Prince Callian. Just then, Simeon puts a hand on his shoulder, telling him to get a grip and look at the state he's in. He asks if Ian is really that worked up over this one kid. Ian spins around, totally shocked, and yells, "Father, aren't you supposed to be inspecting the estate?" Simeon just smirks, saying he just got back. But Ian ain't buying it for a second, shouting that he literally just left last night. How did he even get back so fast? As the others just gawk in amazement, Veronica Manasil makes her entrance. Alan's granddaughter strolls forward, greeting everyone before walking right up to Simeon to introduce herself. Trailing behind her is Rachel Grace Callian's daughter-in-law. At the same time, Sisfanian reaches her hand out to our MC. She offers to take a look, and the second her hand touches his face, she basically downloads his entire life story up to this point. After a moment, she says everything is clear now. He looks at her, and she suddenly speaks, but the words are completely unintelligible. Our MC is bugging out, thinking, what's going on? He can see her lips moving, but he can't make out a single sound. She crosses her arms and asks if he didn't hear her, then says the reason is that she didn't want him to. He immediately asks if Serenity could be involved in all this. Serenity, she repeats, and he confirms that's her name. A wave of confusion hits our guy as his brain starts connecting the dots. Serenity, as in the Queen of the Gods, the one who went head-to-head with the Voidbringer during the Great War. She fought right alongside the 8 heroes of ELD. He says out loud that he thought she was in a deep slumber. He was sure she went to sleep right after sealing the Voidbringer's tomb, but before he can finish, Sisfanian cuts him off, saying that even in sleep, in her essence lives on. She asks if someone is truly gone just because their will takes physical form, telling him to focus on more important questions. There are more pressing issues that need answers right now. Taking the hint, our MC says, all right in that case. The Secretia Kingdom used to have an artifact known as the Time Axis. He looks her dead in the eye and shouts his real question. He demands to know why Serenity is trying to get her hands on it, but once again her reply is just a bunch of gibberish he can't understand. Our boy is seriously pissed now, thinking, again, why am I firewalled from this info? She calmly tells him his impatience goes against Serenity's will. He looks at her surprised, and she adds that he's looking for answers about what happens after he dies. If he gets those spoilers too early, the entire timeline could shatter like glass. Realizing the stakes, he says that's a big deal. A deity this powerful is actively keeping information from him. He realizes this must mean something huge has happened, something that requires him to step in personally. She confirms that it's true, and his mind just reels. Divine intervention. This situation is way more serious than he ever imagined. He's left wondering how the time axis fits into this whole crazy puzzle. He clenches his fist, steels himself, and says he has one last question for her. There's something else he absolutely has to know. Sisfanian tells him to speak his mind, and so he asks about his brother. He asks if his brother was the one who used the time axis to bring him back from the dead. Sisfanian actually looks surprised by this. Then she basically scoffs, reminding him that his brother was a king. Did he really think a king would be foolish enough to wreck the natural order just for him? And it clicks for our protagonist. So, his brother Chase wasn't the one who used the time axis to mess with the flow of time. He lowers his gaze, processing this new info. Sisfanian then holds out her hand again, offering to check out what he's carrying. He looks at her silently for a moment before it dawns on him. You mean the stone? He immediately hands it over. She looks at it for a moment, says something cryptic, and then her gaze shifts back to our protagonist. She instructs him to keep the stone with him at all times. As she hands it back, she adds that today is only the beginning. He might not have found all the answers he was looking for, but hey, this was just the beginning of his journey. He knew time would eventually put all the pieces together. He told himself he had to come back when he felt truly ready, and right after that she just vanished, leaving him solo in the massive cave. On that very day, countless messenger pigeons burst into the sky carrying urgent news to their masters about a massive pillar of light. We're talking a beam so bright that its glow was visible even from beyond the outer walls of Siegfried. It shot up the very instant Prince Callian walked into the abandoned Sisfinian lair. At that exact moment, Sleeman was watching the pigeons fill the sky. He covered his face with his hand, muttering that he never in his life thought he'd see that many birds in the air at once. And this whole winged army, it turns out, had been hiding out on his own land this whole time. Demiria came up to him and was like, "Dad, now is not the time to be shocked." He just sighed and turned a little. He admitted what a wild sight it was, but she quickly reminded him that he really didn't have the right to just stand there and appreciate it. She went on to say that having immense power always brings out the haters. No cap. It doesn't matter who those birds are flying to. Eventually their paths are going to cross, and it won't be for a friendly chat. First on the agenda, figuring out which noble family has the balls to plant their spies on our turf. And we absolutely can't let our guard down for a second. The patriarch lets out a thoughtful sigh, which then explodes into a huge laugh, as he shouts that he always knew he married the right woman, no cap. He shoots her a thumbs up, adding that she's gotta thank her mom for inheriting that big brain energy. Miria deadpans that Ian definitely didn't get his brains from their mom. She just stares at him thinking, bro, what is even going through his head at a time like this? But her dad cuts in saying she's missing one key thing. He explains that being way too cautious can be spun as an attempt to play 4D chess in the political arena. It could look like they're trying to get a piece of the action. He clarifies that their family isn't gunning for the throne, and they're not the ones polishing the king's crown, but they are his unbreakable foundation. Every bit of power they gather just makes the shield they carry with honor that much stronger, and she can't ever forget that. She looks down and quietly agrees, but deep down, she's got a feeling that this time she's gonna have to make a big move. Just then, their eyes drift to the window right where our MC is standing. Suleiman gently places a hand on his daughter's shoulder, telling her he's totally noticed she's been worried. He promises that if they need to sniff out whose spies are lurking around, they'll get it done, ASAP. They won't make a big public show of it, but they're definitely gonna beef up security behind the scenes, so she doesn't have to worry about a thing. On top of that, her brother's already keeping tabs on the prince. At that exact moment, Ian's face lights up as he points at the sky, yelling, "Dad, did you see that?" So many birds, Sleeman's just as excited, saying they're literally filling the entire sky. Ian, pointing like a little kid, adds that it's absolutely wild. "Look, there's another one." His dad squints, saying he thinks he just spotted a hawk. "A hawk where?" Ian asks, totally hyped. Meanwhile, Demiria just sighs completely over it, muttering, "Oh, for crying out loud." Back with our MC, he's gazing out the window, the word Cisphanian echoing in his mind. He can't help but wonder when he'll finally be ready. What else was she planning to reveal to him? A little later, Ian pops into his room with a tray, saying he's been chilling there for a minute. He asks if our MC saw anything interesting, handing him a mug as he speaks. "Not really," our MC replies, "but it looks like there's something going down in the garden." Ian rushes over to the window. "In the garden?" He peeks down and his jaw drops. No way it's Hina with Ian's puppy. Sure enough, Hina is petting the Siegfried family poodle. Ian presses his hands against the glass, super annoyed. He grumbles that he still can't believe his dad actually named the dog after him. Our MC just smirks, saying, "Well, the resemblance is kinda uncanny, except the puppy's fur is way nicer." "Your Highness," Ian shouts, totally offended, but our boy just laughs it off, saying he's just kidding. He then points out that Hina seems to spend a ton of time with the dog. Looks like she's more of a dog person than a bird person. Think they'll let her keep a dog in the palace. "She really seems to be vibing with him," he adds, right, as Hina scoops the little puppy up into her arms. "Did you see that?" Ian asks. "That sign she just made means adorable. He's gonna have to teach his dog sign language. That is, if he's actually serious about getting one." And that's when our MC chimes in, "By the way, Ian, you never told me how you picked up sign language." Ian's face falls a bit as he explains he had a brother who passed away from an illness. The MC immediately tells him he's sorry to hear that, but Ian just shrugs it off, saying it's all in the past. He then flashes a grin and says, "Besides, I've got one now, haven't I?" He's not actually serious about getting a dog, is he? His brothers are gonna flip, Ian wonders. The MC crosses his arms. "You think so?" he asks, then glances out the window and casually adds, "Then I guess I'll just move to Camelon." Ian nearly drops the tray, leaning in to say, "Your Highness, Camelon is the Crown Prince's official residence." Our MC just sighs. "Well, you're the one who said my brothers wouldn't let me have a dog here, so what?" Ian is just speechless, saying he's got to be the only dude on the planet who'd want to become Crown Prince just to get a puppy. To which our MC adds, "And the only one who's seen Cisphanian in her true form." Ian's like, "Yeah, no doubt," but then it clicks and he shouts, "Wait, Cisphanian's true form? What the hell does that even mean?" Meanwhile, over with Queen Celeste, a maid is fixing her hair as she asks if there's any news. Her subordinate bows low and replies. She informs the queen that her letter was delivered successfully, and they've just gotten a response. A slow smile spreads across Celeste's face as she asks, "Oh, really?" She just couldn't wait to see it. A little while later, Alan mentions he's been waiting for a bit, and our protagonist apologizes for being late. He explains that he was out searching for a very specific spot, one completely untouched by Cisphanian's power. "And did you find a place like that?" Alan asks. "Yep," our MC replies. "In fact, you're standing on it right now." So our guy is posted up by a tree in the Siegfried family cemetery when Ian straight up says, "Here." He tells His Highness that this spot close to the castle is totally outside Cisphanian's range, just how he wanted it. The protagonist explains that this is the perfect place to talk privately, far away from Sisfanian's ears. Alan then asks him if that whole rose light situation went smooth. Ian replies, "Dude, of course. It's a long story, but the short version is there was a secret meeting." Alan is shook, basically saying, "You're telling me you saw Sisfanian in her true form, and I totally missed it." Ian's just like, "Yup." He admits that he was pretty surprised himself. She told him to come find her when he felt ready, and he's hoping she'll decide to join his side. Alan then apologizes for not being there, explaining he had some business to handle. Our MC changes the subject, asking, by the way, has the queen noticed that Rainan has completely ghosted everyone yet? Alan says he hasn't heard from the guy in 10 days either, which would be weird if she hadn't. Apparently, Evan had just visited her that very morning. The protagonist asks if Alan thinks he spilled the beans about him. "No way," Alan replies, "he can't. Everything we talked about was sealed with an oath." The MC then asks if that wasn't a little too risky. Alan just smiles and tells him not to sweat it, asking if he sees how one of his students has now surpassed the master in this kind of thing. He's basically using him as the prime example. Our MC just says, "Yeah, that's my bad," and Alan's like, "Same difference either way. You can chill out. Your cousin Prince Renon isn't our headache to deal with anymore." But the protagonist says there's still one thing bugging him. Renon was basically Celeste's go-to agent on the outside. He was the one doing all her dirty work, so the queen is definitely going to be scouting for a replacement no cap. Right then, Alan, who's holding a letter, says, "Speaking of which, I just intercepted a pretty interesting letter." He adds that it's something his old man would definitely not want to see. The MC asks if he's assuming it's from the Countess, and Alan confirms, "You got it." This means she wrote to him the moment she realized Renon went missing. Our protagonist starts thinking about Gray. Gray is the eldest son of Marquis Evan, a Lord Marshal who has an estate just outside Tensel, and on top of that, he's one of the 6 certified swordmasters on the entire continent. Alan then adds that Gray is currently looking for a temporary manager. He needs someone to look after his properties. The excuse is that he got wounded fighting a wild tribe and is planning to get treatment in the capital, which is a super convenient reason for him to show up. Alan explains that he and the king are doing their best to slow him down by delaying the whole manager appointment. The MC replies, "That's perfect." He's genuinely grateful. With another swordmaster stepping onto the board, something seriously interesting is about to go down. Man, I can't wait to see them finally meet. A little while later, Sleeman calls out, "Your Highness!" He pats the log he's sitting on and tells him to come join him, saying they should take a breather. Our MC smiles and says he'd rather have a bench, but a log will have to do. He sits down next to him and drops the bomb Sasanian granted him an audience. Sleeman is like, "For real, so what's it like meeting her?" And Ian replies that it wasn't just a vision or something. Sleeman looks at him totally stunned and asks, "Wait, you've seen her in the flesh?" The protagonist just looks down and says, "Maybe." It's hard to believe, but before he can even finish, Sleeman joyfully yells out, "I knew it! I knew she was still alive." He says people have been spreading rumors that the Siegfried family has wasted 500 years guarding some empty metal dragon, a dragon that might not even be real. He clenches his fist hyped up and adds, "We were right all along, it wasn't all for nothing." Then our MC bows and says he still hasn't properly met her, and he thinks a teleportation portal between their 2 lands would be incredibly useful. Sleeman starts thinking hard. A portal now? He gets why the MC wants one, but would the king ever allow it? Carving out a new route straight to the capital, and would be like installing a window for enemies to attack through. The protagonist counters that it would only be if it was totally secure, and he happens to have land near the capital. It used to belong to Withering, making it the perfect spot. The portal to Siegfried would be built, a full day's journey from the outer walls, and you'd only get in with special permission. And obviously if his domain were ever under threat, and he'd have the right to just destroy it. Sleeman considers this and says if the king agrees, then he's on board too. The MC lets out a sigh of relief and thanks him. Sleeman just smiles and is like, "Come on, who am I to say no to the prince?" Ian then says he actually has another request. Sleeman gets closer laughing and asks if he is finally ready for that sparring match, reminding his highness that he had asked him to be at the training grounds. "Should we head over?" The protagonist just holds out his hand to stop him. He says, "I wouldn't exactly call it sparring." The very next second he starts concentrating streams of energy in his hand. And then he explains he created it using his aura. Sleeman, seeing this, is absolutely floored, thinking no conductors. He literally created a magical core out of pure aura. Our MC then adds that he's been using it just like a sword. At that moment, the energy in his hands, his aura flared into a weapon, and Sleeman, grabbing his own sword, basically asked if he really wanted to test the strength of his blade. He pumped a ton of energy into his weapon, getting ready to strike. No cap on the entire continent, only one swordsman was better than Sleeman. In that instant, he unleashed a massive blow, and our MC had to take a small step back. In other words, when you look at everyone who's dedicated their life to the sword, there's pretty much nobody who can touch his skills. Our MC gritted his teeth, thinking, damn, just as I figured, this guy is the real deal. His blade can handle every ounce of its wielder's power, while still moving at an insane speed. And with that, their battle raged on. They clashed over and over again, the sound of steel ringing out. Then Sleeman dropped a particularly heavy hit, forcing our hero to jump out of the way and skid to a stop on the ground. He glanced at Sleeman, who frowned, thinking, bruh, that was just for a split second, and even that wasn't enough to catch him off guard. The prince's lean build definitely limits the raw power of his strikes, but at the same time, it makes him crazy agile. Just then, our protagonist launched another attack, but Sleeman blocked it, thinking to himself that maintaining that much aura in his sword must be draining his mana like crazy. He figured this whole sparring match was probably set up to push the prince to his absolute limit. And yet the kid's still holding his stance like a pro, skillfully parrying and countering every move. This guy is just built different. He wondered how this scrawny brat managed to get so cracked, but then he said out loud that the prince was still no match for him. Your Highness, if you want a real test of strength, this is looking like a joke, he said with a smirk. It's time to kick things up a notch. Our MC said he was all for it, swinging his weapon with a grin, and saying this was exactly what he was waiting for. Sleeman said, all right then, no more holding back. And with those words, he unleashed a devastating blow. But our MC just threw his sword up in front of him, blocking the attack and deflecting the blade before locking eyes with his opponent. Then in a flash, he swung his own weapon forward, nicking Sleeman's neck and leaving a scratch. This ain't good, he thought. Unleashing that much aura is just asking for trouble. At that moment, Sleeman braced for the impact. Our protagonist realized there was zero chance he could dodge it. The very next second, Sleeman's attack connected. The MC's sword didn't just crack, it completely shattered into pieces. Sleeman's own blade was now covered in fractures too. A shard of the broken sword flew off and cut our MC right across the face. The fight came to a halt, and Sleeman just said, Your Highness. He was just about to deliver the final blow when the door burst open and Duran shouted, Your Highness! What was all that noise? As Duran looked on, Sleeman was holding his cracked sword and a fresh cut was visible on his neck. Duran was shook, blurting out, Wait, did he lose? A little later at a banquet, Sleeman was playing the violin. Our MC applauded and said, That was an excellent performance, Your Grace. I'd say you wield that bow just as skillfully. And as you do your sword, it would be a crime for me to be the only one to hear such a masterpiece. Sleeman bowed and said it was a natural gift. Even if swordsmanship isn't for everyone, the violin always feels right at home in my hands. I'm honored to share this with you, Your Highness. I'm always at your service if you ever want to hear me play again. At this, our protagonist awkwardly glanced over at the bandage on Sleeman's fresh wound. He said he hoped the injury wouldn't get in the way of his violin playing. Sleeman just smiled back and replied, I couldn't call myself a master if I let a little scratch like this affect my performance. Besides, he continued, the real blow I took was straight to the heart. He flashed back to his son Ian, screaming about how he could disfigure his own son's face. Ian swore that if it left a scar, he'd never forgive him, and Sleeman just shot back, asking if this was how he repaid his father after everything he'd done. Back in the present, Sleeman explained that his son had completely disowned him. Our MC, holding a glass, just smiled and said that despite all that, he was genuinely grateful for their sparring session. It was an incredibly valuable lesson, he said. Sleeman smiled and replied that such praise was a symphony to his ears, especially when it's coming from my student. The protagonist then looked at his hand and said that he now understood exactly how much power his sword aura could take before it completely fizzled out. It was the last piece of his combat puzzle. He said it all clicked into place when he unleashed that massive burst of aura. He realized he still had a long way to go, but it felt good to know there was still a higher peak to climb. Just then, Sleeman asked, By the way, my prince, how's the cut on your face? He replied that it was just a tiny scratch. I'll be fine, he said. After that, Sleeman admitted, I have to say I saw something I wasn't expecting, and I ended up going a little too hard. Your blade speed is seriously impressive, but you have a tendency to use your back to add power to your hits, especially when you do side slashes. Or when he pauses after a flurry of attacks, Sleeman asks, "Is that for real?" Our guy says yeah. It's barely noticeable, but it's a super common habit for the Knights of Sycharis. Hearing this, our MC just freezes, and Sleeman, still staring him down, says, "It's crazy to think someone trained in the Sycharis style would even have a tell like that, since their entire fencing technique is built around footwork. Their whole center of gravity comes from the hips, which makes their side strikes absolutely lethal, but for our boy. Your Highness, the arch in your back is where you're getting that rotational power." He leans in with a smile. Then he adds that he should probably just try to be a bit more careful from now on, because guys like Gray definitely wouldn't let an opening like that slide. The protagonist looks back at him and asks if he's not even going to bother asking who he actually is. Sleeman just looks at him and says they're in Siegfried territory. "Your Highness, around here we value power. It doesn't matter if you're a prince or some skilled imposter." He says it makes no difference to him. He just wants to know if they'll get to clash swords on the battlefield again. The MC cracks a smile and thanks him. Then he balls up his fist and asks if Sleeman thinks Gray will be able to sense his power. Sleeman says Gray set himself up in the Borderlands a long time ago. He's way outside of Bryson's reach. The rumor is that his own father, the Marquis, totally disowned him. Apparently, the old man couldn't handle his son dedicating his entire life to the sword. But maybe it was just his pride talking. I mean, his own heir ended up being a way more cracked swordsman than he ever was. No matter how you slice it, Gray is an absolute master of the blade. So, yeah, it won't be hard for him to figure out what our MC is all about. He's got to be ready for anything. The prince agrees, saying he definitely can't slack on his prep. 10 days later, Alan hits up the protagonist. He asks him how he's liking the fresh air in the Siegfried lands, and then gets a little sarcastic, asking if Your Highness thinks maybe he's been wandering around a little too much. The MC just smiles and apologizes, telling his master he had some stuff to handle. He promises he'll head out as soon as he's done, and asks if Gray has made it to the capital. Alan says not yet. He adds that he pulled every string he could to slow Gray down, but damn, he only managed to buy our boy 2 weeks. 2 weeks got it, the MC says, telling his master he appreciates it. They'll just have to see what he can pull off in that time. He's a wizard and a master swordsman, and that's a secret that he is absolutely not ready to share with the world. If Gray, who knows nothing about him, picks up on his aura, it's going to raise some serious questions. So, the very next morning after the party, he goes to Arcane to figure out the best way to hide the traces of his mana. Arcane just grins and says, "There's a spell that's perfect for this, and he's sure the MC can master it with his level of magic. Nailing a 4th circle spell won't be an issue, since both magic and a sword's aura come from the same place. Pure mana." Then Arcane asks if he can help out with this whole thing. The protagonist is like, "Of course, just tell me exactly what I need to do." He crosses his arms and adds, "Yes, but first," and with that inspired by his mentor, they get to work studying teleportation circles. Alan asks if Rachel and Veronica have shown up yet. Rachel is his fiancée, Baur, and she's a ridiculously talented mage herself. She spent years researching teleportation magic. That research actually saved Duke Siegfried a ton of time while he was checking out his lands. Our MC is confident that her knowledge is going to be a major asset. Right then, he stands up with a grin, saying he brought them all here because he's got a proposal about the massive Sycharis territories. Arcane beams and says he lives to serve His Highness. The two of them will focus on setting up teleportation, circles, and obviously teach the MC how to hide his mana. The spell itself isn't that hard to pick up, but actually maintaining it, that's on a whole other level of difficult. On top of that, Sleeman is the only person who can tell if his aura is leaking out, so he's basically on lockdown in the castle until his training is done. After endless hours of grinding and research, the big day finally comes. Sleeman shouts with joy, "Perfect! I can't sense your aura at all." Looking at him now, you'd never guess he'd ever even held a sword. Our protagonist thinks to himself that all the prep work is finally finished. After a bit, they got their horses ready, and Sleeman walked up to our MC, warning him that next time he wouldn't be getting off so easy. Our protagonist just smirked back at him and was like, "Don't sweat it. I'm not planning on being an easy target forever." The guy just threw his head back and laughed, yelling that he was totally looking forward to it. And with that, our MC shouted for everyone to get a move on, because Cyrus was waiting for them. Meanwhile, we see Gray holding a letter just saying, "I see." So, this dude is the messenger. After all that time wasted just sitting around, this is all he gets. A couple of girls were just lounging next to him. He crumpled the letter in his fist, glaring down at the subordinate bowing before him, who was probably thinking, bruh, the sun isn't even up yet. The subordinate managed to say, "My lord," before Gray just burst out laughing, yelling, "This is hilarious," as he shot up from the bed. He mused that it seemed the court had gotten a lot more entertaining while he was away, then strolled over to his subordinate with a grin. He asked if he heard that right, a messenger. He figured it was finally time to head back to the capital, and a little later, Alan was seen checking out a closet. Cracking the door open, he muttered that it hits different every single time, like he's seeing it for the first time. What a massive stash of treasure. And all of it was apparently scraped together from dying estates that used to be famous for having the best wheat fields in the entire region. He recalled the guy saying that it would be totally unacceptable to burden the prince with the guild's expenses, so instead he should take a cut of their income. You know, as a token of his deep respect. After that, he shoved a few more bags into the safe. And bam, just like that, the guild that was once loyal to House Brezon is now dumping all its cash straight into his pockets. Leaving the room, he thought to himself, damn, he really latched onto a gold mine that never runs dry. Just then, Merlin asked if he was all finished, wondering if she could lock the doors, if he didn't need anything else. He just waved a hand and was like, yep, go right ahead. As he walked on, he suddenly looked to the side, surprised to see some plants growing right up the stairs. He cracked a smile, thinking, well, what are the odds, before saying out loud, it's been a while, hasn't it? Your Highness, the plants responded, looking right at him. Magician, he replied, taking another step up. He said he was curious if it was his own doing that caused such a big change in the plants, or if his new self was the reason they reached out. No one was giving him a straight answer. So maybe the plants knew something? Alan just smiled again and said he could ask him the exact same thing. Was he just feeding himself crazy theories now that he'd supposedly given up drinking? Or did he quit the bottle because he realized he was losing control of his own mind? The plants just smiled back and asked, another soul still longs for you, huh? What a shame, isn't it? But he replied that it wasn't like that at all. He explained that everyone is bound to change, whether it's finally crawling out of a wine barrel or getting the guts to stand up to your brothers and their dumb ideas. Sooner or later, change comes for everyone. The how and when of it doesn't even matter. And with that, he walked past him saying, have a good one, Your Highness. As he headed down the stairs, the plants looked down after him and muttered, reckless impulses, huh? Time zipped by, and it had already been 20 days since Ciel left Siegfried's territory. After a while, Carrie asked, is this Lake Reddington? It's so beautiful and chill. Our MC smiled and agreed it really was. He was kicking back on the balcony thinking about Reddington. It was a bummer he had to bounce so soon. This little side trip was maybe the only good thing to come out of the whole disaster with Veronica. He honestly didn't expect Rachel's speed-up magic to be so cracked. Maybe it was a bit too much for the horses. Just then, Ian brought him a plate of desserts, saying it seems like the outer region's city life can't even touch the vibe of a place like this. Yeah, Viscount Reddington always had a reputation for being super calm and keeping to himself. Maybe this was exactly what he needed before they got back to the capital. He knew he wouldn't get a chance to rest like this once they were back. Our protagonist looked over at him and agreed with a smile, saying he was right. He seriously doubted he'd ever get a chance for a long trip like this again. In just 4 days, they'd be back in the capital, and it was going to be pure chaos. So they had to soak up the peace and quiet while they still could. But before he could even finish his sentence, they were all interrupted. The sound of a carriage was getting closer. Our MC just grinned and said, there it is. That's what we need. The carriage pulled to a stop. The protagonist told Ian to go and deliver a message for him. He needed him to let their guest know that the prince wanted to see if His Grace would be so kind as to announce his presence to the newcomer. A little later, Monceau closed his eyes, thinking that even though he was pretty disconnected from the royal court's drama, literally everyone knew that the third prince and House Bresson were at each other's throats. He immediately decided he was sending them away. Look, the prince was already there, so Ian explained that, yeah, His Highness's request was exactly what they thought. But he questioned, was that the whole story? Turns out there was one little exception if Count Grey happened to be in that carriage. In that case, His Highness would be more than happy to have him over for tea. Manasseh meanwhile glanced out the window, remarking that it looked like they'd see tomorrow. A few moments later, an aide announced, His Majesty Prince Kolyan is entering. Manasseh's eyes went wide as he yelled out, Your Highness! Count Grey, on the other hand, smugly accepted the invitation. Grey shot him a look that was pure annoyance, while Moncey chimed in with, Your Highness, But before the guy could even get another word out, Gray starts massaging his own shoulder, complaining about how he's still not over his injury. He claimed he couldn't possibly stand and give a proper bow, hoping the prince would be understanding about it. He even cracked a little smile. Our MC just stared while Monsay absolutely lost it, shouting, "Sir!" He explained that literally only one noble in the entire kingdom gets to stay seated when the prince shows up. And that dude is Sleeman, but our MC just goes, "Yeah, I get it." Gray gave a little wave like, "Thanks for understanding." He made a show of trying to stand up, acting like the pain was just too much. Our boy Kalen told him to stay comfortable, thinking to himself that for a guy like Gray, this kind of disrespect is basically a privilege. But then he adds, "However count, you should at least bow your head." Kalen was thinking this dude had no right to do otherwise. Just then, outside the room, we cut to Ian, listening in. Ian was stressing out, thinking, "Your Highness, why are you being so direct? I can't protect you if you get in his face like this." He was freaking out that this insolent dude might just snap and attack the prince. Ian knew he had to find Sir Arsene like right now, because who knew what could happen. Just then, Arsene walks up and asks him what he's doing creeping around. Ian turned relieved, saying he didn't know how they got here, but he knew they couldn't handle this without his backup. Arsene mentioned they'd cooked up a few proposals for the prince about the portals. He was like, "Anyway, what's the emergency?" Ian told him. His Highness was in the sitting room right now, but before he could finish, Ian was cut off, yelling, "Gina!" He spotted her bolting down the hallway. She was a mess, wiping tears from her face. Ian immediately crouched down in front of her, shouting her name. He urged her to catch her breath and tell him what was wrong. Through her sobs, she choked out something about her brother, the knights, and horses. Ian shot a look at Arsene, guessing that something must have gone down between Kyrie and the knights from House Brezin. Arsene stepped forward, saying he'd go check it out. Ian added that they should be at the stables. Then he called out to Arsene, warning him that no matter what he finds, he better not do anything reckless. Arsene just turned back and told him not to sweat it. He knew what was on the line. Then he sprinted off, his mind racing. He had a seriously bad feeling about all this. He knew it was only a matter of time before the powder keg in the living room finally exploded. Back inside, Gray was smirking, clenching his fist as he asked, "You mean I should bow?" That's when our MC put a hand to his chest and let him have it. "The absolute nerve," he said. "I'm your prince. You heard what I said. Now do it." "I didn't give you permission to talk back." Gray's face went red with rage as he sputtered. "What did you say?" Kalen clenched his own fist, his voice dropping low. "You deaf, I said bow." And with those words, he unleashed an aura so powerful it shook the entire room. Our MC had a flashback to asking Ian if he'd ever met Gray before. Ian confirmed he had. He told His Highness it was before he started serving him, so it was ancient history. Ian figured it was no surprise Kalen forgot. He guessed that if they had crossed paths, Gray was probably absolutely floored by the man Kalen had become, even though Celeste had warned him in a letter not that long ago. She straight up told him not to judge Kalen, that he wasn't the same defenseless kid anymore. Our MC was thinking that Gray probably didn't believe a word of it. "So, what's it gonna be now, Gray?" Kalen wondered. "Are we gonna have an aura battle right here? Or are you gonna be dumb enough to draw your sword on a prince?" He knew that whatever choice Gray made, it was going to end in the worst way possible for him. A little smile played on Kalen's lips as he thought it. Gray was just staring, completely shook. He thought Celeste had gone senile, but now he was seeing she wasn't just stirring up drama for no reason. Could all those insane rumors about the third prince actually be true? He just couldn't wrap his head around it. To him, this kid was supposed to be a nobody, just a pawn set up to fail. A second later, Monsay yelled out, "Count Brazen! You need to show the prince some damn respect and get back in your place." At that moment, our MC glanced at his own trembling hand. He thought, what is this tiny little Viscount thinking, raising his voice at a count who defends the entire border? But that misplaced courage was totally wasted on Gray. This idiot Monsay didn't even get it. He had just saved Gray from getting absolutely wrecked. At that moment, Gray was seeing red, thinking this dude was a total clown, and it would be so satisfying to teach him a lesson. He wanted to do it right there, but first he had to deal with this other brat. Then he played dumb. He had no idea the third prince was so thirsty for clout. With a smirk that screamed, "I'm better than you," he bowed and was like, "Whatever you say, Your Highness." Then he swivels over to our boy Kalyan and starts spouting some fake nonsense about his deepest respect for the great Kalyan. Kalyan, with zero chill, just closes his eyes and is like, "Yeah, whatever. I'm beat and I want to crash." So he basically tells them he's out. Monsieur, ever the yes man, just goes, "Of course, Your Highness." And Gray is just fuming, thinking, did this dude seriously just ghost me to my face? The absolute nerve. Just as he's about to leave, our MC cracks the door open and tells the guy to promise him he'll look after the Count. He adds that the Count looks low-key sick. This sets Gray off, who just explodes screaming, "Who the hell do you think you are? The nerve!" But before he can even finish his sentence, a huge explosion of flames lights up the window. He spins around shouting, "What the hell is that?" Our MC glances out the window and immediately clocks it as Arsene's magic. He's thinking bruh Arsene is an ice magic specialist. He wouldn't pull a loud flashy fire move like this unless he was trying to signal me. Meanwhile, Arsene is literally yelling, "Fire!" and one of the nearby knights, completely clueless, yells out, "What is that?" The mage just casually lobs another fireball. Some knight rushes over yelling about the noise, and Arsene just gives him a look. He's like, "I don't know what's happening, but I can tell you one thing for sure. Prince Kyrie isn't going to be pleased." The knight looks away, muttering that he already knows that. Then he gets right back in Arsene's face, screaming, "What have you done? Do you even know whose carriage you just lit up?" Arsene just strolls right up to him and hits him with a, "And what about it? You guys were the ones messing with him, and you knew exactly who he reports to." The knight just sneers. "What are you, one of the third prince's little minions, too?" Arsene just crosses his arms super casual and goes, "Yep, that's right. I'm one of the prince's lackeys. And who are you guys?" "Oh yeah, Gray's little puppies." The knight is so mad he can barely speak, just gritting out, "What did you say?" He points right at him, screaming, "You've crossed the line. Do you have any idea who you're talking to?" Just then our MC strolls in and says, "I heard him just fine. He called you mindless mutts." The knight's blood runs cold. "Prince Kalian," he stammers while Arsene gives a respectful bow. Our protagonist steps up, casually gazing at the bonfire that used to be a carriage, and asks, "So, am I gonna have to cover the damages for the Count?" Arsene immediately shuts that down, saying, "No way, Your Highness. I'll take care of it with my own salary." Kalian just grins and says, "All right then, we're all good. I was getting a little worried seeing my crew gathered out here. But it looks like it's no big deal. Wait a sec. I don't see my maid. She's usually with her brother at the stables. Where'd she go this time?" Arsene explains they tried to drag her. Bemat and to drag her off. He puts a hand on his chest and adds, "They figured they found some cute, quiet girl for the Count's entertainment. They had no clue she was part of your crew." Our protagonist just lets out a dark laugh and says, "No matter where I go." Trash like this always crawls out of the woodwork. In the next instant, blood goes flying. Gray, who just rolled up to the scene, completely loses his mind. He screams, "What the hell is the meaning of this? Those are my knights. You have no right to cut out their tongues." But our MC just gives him a dead-eyed stare and says, "They're not knights anymore. They were stripped of their title for harassing a prince's maid. And for assaulting my attendant." Gray is grinding his teeth, thinking, "You absolute brain-dead idiots. How dare they embarrass me in front of a viscount and all these nobodies?" As our MC walks right past him, he casually mentions, "Lord Manisil will pay you back for the carriage once we're in the capital." Gray's fist tightens as he thinks, "Oh, you will pay for this arrogance. Big time." Kalian then walks over to Kyrie and asks him straight up, "You got nothing to say for yourself?" Kyrie just drops his gaze, thinking, "What's the point? I've been through this song and dance more times than I can count." The old voices start echoing in his head. "Who the hell do you think you are, you damn half-breed? A mute with a pretty face is still just a mute. You should be grateful we're giving you a shot to get in the Count's good graces. Not acting so tough now, are you? What happened to all that arrogance?" And Kyrie just thought he should turtle up and wait for it to be over. It always passed eventually. Then the knight started beating him up, shouting, "Come on, use that smart mouth of yours. Let's hear what the big hero has to say. There's nothing like a good beatdown to shut a talker up." He thought to himself, "There's no way the prince actually gives a damn about this." And then out loud he just says, "No, Your Highness." Our MC just brushed it off, telling him to handle it however he sees fit. A moment later, our boy is all smiles, holding a mug, and looking totally unbothered. He lets out a sigh. Finally, some peace and quiet, and tea. This is exactly what I needed. Across from him sits Manasseh. Manasseh says he's glad the prince likes it, but then he's like, "If I may be so bold, is this really a smart move?" "Your Highness," he asks, but our MC is just confused, asking what he's even talking about. Manasseh clarifies, "The Count." What if he decides to mess with your safe passage back to series no cap? That guy Gray has all the markings of a true sword master. The protagonist just thinks to himself, Gray, huh? He'd already clocked the guy's aura the very first time they met. It meant Gray's skill was on his level, or more likely a good bit lower. He could literally slam the dude's face into the pavement whenever he wanted. Then he just smirks and says, there's no need to stress. A throwdown between them was gonna happen sooner or later anyway. Manasa was completely floored. He thought, there isn't a single shred of worry on his face. How is that possible? For a prince who's barely more than a kid, his composure is absolutely insane. Then he adds, there's one more thing. Our MC asks if something's bothering him. Manase nods. Yeah, it's about that servant of yours. He kinda looks away and adds, he's been pacing the training grounds for hours. You're not gonna just leave him out there all night, are you? Our protagonist looks him dead in the eye and replies with zero hesitation, yep, he needs to learn a hard lesson. Manasa asks if he thinks that's a little extreme, but our MC just says he can't trust someone who can't even handle a small test like this to watch his six. Everyone has to carry their own weight. And it's about time he realized that he finishes. Manasa gets it thinking it's not just a simple punishment. The mage who actually set the carriage on fire got off completely scot-free. So the servant's real screw-up wasn't his actions, but being way too cautious when the prince demands absolute unquestioning trust. He's low-key jealous of the kid for getting to serve such a legendary lord. Then MC switches gears saying, by the way, he heard that Gray hit up the Viscount for a new carriage to replace the one that got torched, all thanks to his servant's mistake. But here's the kicker. The Viscount told him he couldn't spare a single one, claiming they were all out of commission. Seriously, all his carriage wheels just magically broke at the same time. MC looks at him and thinks, he already knows. It was a garbage excuse, and the Viscount understood that he just didn't want Gray anywhere near his estate. Even if it meant losing some of his own property, he was committed to the bit. Then Manasa smiles, placing a hand over his heart. He says that as the owner of such a modest estate, he can't just be giving away priceless carriages like they're party favors. Otherwise, he'd be stuck here forever. Our protagonist says he knows his family is back in series, and while this place is nice, he has to wonder if he misses them. Manase admits he doesn't quite follow. Our MC then hands him a letter, telling him that the seal on it will get him an audience, whenever he wants it. Manasa just stares, and our MC adds that he needs him to come with him to the royal capital. At this, Manasa gets super nervous and blurts out that he hopes the repairs on his carriage will be done by the time the prince's horses are ready to go. With that, he snatches the letter. A while later, a woman named Celie mentions that Kalyani is supposedly coming back soon. She takes a sip of her tea and adds, it seems like rumors just follow that guy everywhere he goes. She says she can't wait to finally meet him. Across from her, a guy named Plants is stewing. 5 months, he thinks. 5 long months since I last talked to her. And after all this time, the first thing she wants to bring up is Kalyani's damn brother. So he snaps asking why she's even here if she misses his half-brother so much. She just replies that Gray is arriving soon. He asks what that has to do with him. She says, oh my dear Plants, I just don't get why you're so mad. This was always the path you were meant to walk, and your little tantrums won't change a thing. You don't have another choice, so just be a good boy. And drop this angsty teenage rebellion. He scoffs. No other choice, you say. He brushes his hair back, saying that part's annoying too. Who exactly decided this was my path anyway? He asks. She fires back, asking when he's going to stop acting like a child, telling him that if he thinks his little jabs are getting to her, he's totally delusional. Now let's get back on topic. Gray will be in the capital soon, and you... But before she can finish her sentence, Plants cuts her off, muttering that he should have just kept his mouth shut that day. Funny, isn't it? It's wild how some people change so much you can barely recognize them, while others seem totally stuck in the past. He frowned, just looking at her. She told her beloved son there was no reason to push himself so hard, but he just smiled, thinking that was pretty ironic coming from her. He could have said the same thing right back at her. Honestly, she should just let him handle it, and save her the trouble just like she wanted. She just bit her lip, not saying a word. After a moment, our MC announced that Viscount Reddington was set to arrive. No, later than next week, in fact. Alan breathed a sigh of relief, saying that at least this was some good news. Now, dear Poland wouldn't have to go meet his ancestors just yet. Kalayan asked if he'd really had it that rough, and Alan shot back that it's tough being a servant, especially when their prince can't seem to stay out of trouble. Our MC then asked if his little adventures were the talk of the court, and more importantly, what the king thought about it. Alan explained that His Majesty's response was to speed up the formation of the Balkan. Kalayan was surprised. He asked what on earth happened at the Siegfried estate, and Roman filled him in. The incident had made Kalayan the center of everyone's attention, which on its own would have been enough to send Brezon into a rage. But now that Gray had publicly embarrassed himself, it gave them even more reason to worry about what would happen with Kalayan's future plans. Under these crazy circumstances, he decided he'd hand over the barracks and territory of the Knights of Pavel for the Balkans' use. Alan was completely shocked. "Your Majesty," he stammered, "surely you get that. This is basically the same as declaring war on House Brayson, right?" Kalayan just replied that if it draws their attention away from Colin, then so be it. Back in the present, Kalayan stated that this move was going to put his father in a really vulnerable position. Alan confirmed he understood that part. The Balkan would be made official as soon as His Highness returned. The ceremonies were all scheduled for next week, but Kalayan knew it wasn't going to be that simple. No cap. Even with his mentor at the palace, it still wasn't enough firepower. There wasn't a single knight in all of Kira who could even hold a candle to the Swordmaster's strength. If Gray managed to reach the capital before him, Roman was in some serious danger. He turned to Ian and asked if this was the only road to the royal capital. Ian confirmed it, unless he wanted to wander around in circles. Kalayan sighed, saying it looked like he was about to cause his mentor some more headaches. There was no way he could let Gray get into the capital. Meanwhile, Gray was absolutely losing it, screaming, "Damn it!" He had his hands braced against the ceiling of the carriage, yelling about the indignity of being forced to ride in a lady's carriage. He then kicked the wall in front of him, roaring at the driver that he needed to push the horses harder. He was fuming, wondering how all the other carriages were suddenly out of commission. Did they have any idea who he was making him take his lady's ride? Just then the coachman shouted, "Your Grace!" Someone was tailing them. Gray looked out the window, asking what the hell he was mumbling about. He glanced to the side and his eyes widened. What the heck? He spotted our MC closing in on him fast and muttered, "There he is!" Gray shouted, "What the hell is he doing here?" In his mind, he was panicking. How did that guy close the distance so quickly? It had to be some cheap trick his mage mentor taught him. After all, he's just a worthless royal heir. Then our protagonist called out, "Count Gray." He flashed a grin and added that he could see Gray still hadn't quite figured out the proper way to greet royalty. Gray stared at him stunned for a second before bursting out laughing, his teeth clenched with rage. "You dare teach me manners!" he screamed. The next second he kicked the carriage door clean off and yelled for the coachman to stop the damn carriage. "Today the royal family gets cleansed of this low-born fool." Before he could even finish the sentence, our MC snatched him by the throat and hoisted him into the air. Gray's mind went blank, wondering, what is this insane power Kalayan just calmly stated malicious intent? A fake insult? You started all of this yourself. "I'm just here to defend my honor. Don't you agree?" He formed a weapon in his hand, and in the next instant he struck. "This is for insulting the prince's lineage," he said before hitting him again. Gray was already on the ground, a total wreck. He grabbed Kalayan's leg, crying out, "Enough, I beg you. I was wrong. You have to spare me. I beg for mercy." But our protagonist just raised his leg over him and asked a chilling question. "Have you ever stopped to wonder why my brother disappeared so suddenly?" Gray cried out, asking what he was even talking about. Kalayan continued, "Marquis Bryson was paid a pretty hefty sum to get Renan out of the picture, and then poof, he was gone. And you know, he said an idea just hit me. What if I tried to convince the Marquis to get rid of the firstborn son, the one who is trying to take his spot? Now, I'm going to ask you a question, and you'd better answer wisely." He tried to remember the name of the man who put him on the ground today, and in the next beat he growled through clenched teeth, "Evan. Marquis Evan, his own flesh and blood, his father." Without missing a beat, our protagonist struck again, planting his foot firmly on the man's back. He leaned in, asking how a dad could be so stone-cold cruel to his own son. He figures that's the exact question bouncing around in their skulls right now. Isn't that right, gentlemen? With that, he shot a look at Gray's bodyguards. They just stared back, totally shook. He told them he was sure they'd figure out the right story when people started asking what went down here. The coachman, sweating bullets, managed a weak smile and yelled, "Of course, the Count is heading back to his estate right now." They scrambled to carry him off, shouting as they dipped. They screamed that it was just a little family spat, nothing more. A second later, our MC turned and asked, "You've been watching, haven't you?" He knew he was, just for him too. Right on cue, Kirai slips out from behind a tree, a smudge of blood on his cheek, and says, "My prince." Callian hands him a handkerchief, saying his whole performance wasn't necessary. But Kyrie shot back that it's obvious he changed his mind about something. If he hadn't, he wouldn't even be here. Loki Kyrie knows him better than he knows himself. Kyrie was lost, asking what he meant by that. Callian just leveled a gaze at him and said, "There's something he absolutely needs to know." It's a long story, Kyrie, one that started decades ago, but this little detour should give us more than enough time. A while later, the villagers were absolutely buzzing, cheering that Prince Callian had finally come back. They were saying the goddess Sisfanian herself blessed him with sacred light at his coming-of-age ceremony, a blessing his brothers never got. He might be the youngest, but no cap if anyone deserves the crown. It's gotta be Prince Callian. With the great Sisfanian on his side, they were confident that King Romain felt the exact same way. Prince Callian was totally going to inherit the throne. After a bit, our protagonist walked up to a grand door as his guards announced his arrival. His Royal Highness Prince Callian enters. He stepped into the dining room, and his brothers immediately snapped their heads in his direction. He gave them a slight bow, remarking that it had been a while, dear brothers, before asking them to forgive him for being late. Then out of nowhere, Plant actually said, "Welcome back, Callian." Our boy was so surprised he did a double take, wondering if he'd just imagined it. What a shocker. What kind of angle was Plant playing this time? Before he could puzzle it out, a guard's voice boomed, "His Majesty, King Romain, has arrived." After a moment, the king seated at the head of the table turned his attention to his son Randall. He mentioned that he'd heard he was getting into the treatises of Cetrea. "Have you finished it yet?" he asked. Randall said yeah, and that he'd be honored to hear his father's take on it one day. Romain beamed, and then turned to his other son, exclaiming, "Wow, Plant! Looks like all that training is finally paying off. You've definitely put on some muscle. We should go on a hunt together." Plant just gave a grunt of agreement, and Romain doubled down, saying they should make a whole trip out of it. At that exact moment, our MC was thinking he couldn't remember the last time he felt this level of cringe. The king was acting like a completely different person. It was hard to believe this was the same guy who used to give his kids the cold shoulder. The 180 was genuinely mind-blowing. Just then, an attendant hurried over to the king and apologized for interrupting. He leaned in to whisper some news, and Romain just casually replied, "Oh, really? Well then show her in." Plant looked over, totally confused. But our MC, glancing at his brother, just thought to himself, she really isn't wasting a single second. It seems someone was starting to get nervous. A moment later, the attendant announced, "Her Majesty Queen Celeste is here." Callian gave her a look and said he was glad to see her. Celeste glided past him, saying the feeling was mutual as she took a seat at the table. "You look wonderful, Callian," she gushed. "Did you have a safe trip to the capital?" He just smiled and said, "Of course. Everything went perfectly." Celeste kept laying it on thick, saying she was so worried he'd catch another cold. "You know, just like last time," she added, hoping the journey wasn't too much for him. Our MC shot back, "On the contrary." He explained the trip was actually pretty chill, and his recent sickness had only made him stronger. With a sly smile, he added, "Besides, there are way fewer things to worry about outside the palace." Celeste's own smile didn't waver. "That's good to hear. All that impressive news from the Siegfried lands had me quite worried about your safety. Wouldn't you agree, Your Majesty, the cheers of praise for Callian could be heard, even from my own chambers? This is without a doubt a historic moment. The only thing that's bothering me are these persistent rumors flying around." She then asked for permission to just ask him straight up, "Does Your Majesty actually intend to make Callian the heir to the throne?" The question dropped like a bomb, and everyone's eyes at the table went wide. But Celeste just sat there smiling. Our MC could barely keep his grip on his glass as he thought, "Celeste, is she done pretending? Is she really that desperate?" As the tension mounted, Romain calmly wiped his hands and got ready to speak. Model. Not too long ago, he had a chat with Lord Manasseh, who basically asked him, why not just send away the son you care about the least? That way, he could just yeet his problem child out of the picture. But the thing is, he doesn't have a single son that he wouldn't lose sleep over. But thanks to her pushing, he's low-key tempted to actually consider it. He then locked his eyes onto Plants. That's when Celeste just slammed her hand on the table and screamed, vowing they'd see just how long his cocky attitude would last. He was gonna regret how he treated her no cap. He'd regret this day so badly. With her heels clicking loudly, she stormed out of the room and slammed the door shut. Romain gently tapped his fist on the table and told Plants he was sorry. He pleaded with him not to get it twisted, saying he wasn't talking about him, and held no hard feelings. Plants shot back that he already knew. Romaine just put a hand to his head, saying they all know exactly what went down with their uncle. He wouldn't wish that kind of fate on any of them, and he sure as hell can't afford to make the same screw-up once he hits 20. See, all the princes except for the heir have to bounce from the capital. They each get their own lands to rule over. But their trips back to the capital are capped at 5 days, and they're absolutely forbidden from raising their own armies. A little later, our MC was strolling down a path with Ian trailing him, who mentioned that in his opinion, those rules seemed pretty reasonable. Their uncle Prince Asnan, on the other hand, definitely didn't agree. From what Ian's heard, the guy started a whole rebellion the second his father took the throne. But his master plan totally flopped, and now he's locked up in a tower out in the middle of nowhere, in the most secure part of the Verican Valley. Kalyan replied that's the exact reason His Majesty is so desperate for him and his brothers to squash their beef. He wants them to finally get along, so none of them have to end up unalived. Ian then asked if he really thinks that's even possible. Our MC just waved a hand and was like, who knows? Given how things are right now, he's finding it hard to picture that ever actually happening. But before he could even finish that thought, he froze, staring at a rose in total shock. Ian's eyes went wide with fear as he shouted, Your Highness, our MC just said, yeah, Ian, I see it. Ian then yelled about the Noah flower in his pocket, and Kalyan glanced down at his pants. A bright light was literally seeping out of his pocket. He pulled out a stone, staring at it, and then back at the rose. He thought to himself all the other flowers were cut down, but this one rose is still blooming, like nothing happened. And what's up with this weird glow? Is the flower for real reacting to this stone? Of all the crazy things to find in the royal palace, MC reached out and touched a petal, and then with a gnarly crackle, the rose just shattered into a million pieces. It withered, MC said, completely bewildered. He thought it was like time itself had stopped for a second, then rushed forward all at once. Kalyan stared at the stone in his hand, his mind racing through the words Stone Rose Elf, Access of Time, Sisyphonion, and Serenity. He recalled the warning about his impatience going against Serenity's will. Our MC clenched his fist tight. How was he supposed to stay patient when time was literally slipping right through his fingers? A bit later, Ian spoke up. My prince, you've skipped breakfast for 2 days now. Are you planning on going tomorrow? Lying on his bed, our MC just said no. He was still completely wiped out from the long trip. Ian nodded. I get it. I'll let the servants know. Good night, Your Highness. Kalyan watched him go and then closed his eyes. After a moment, he glanced at the shadows by his window and asked, What do you want? A figure was perched on his balcony railing and said, So you really are a mage. You even jump out of bed at the slightest noise. Our MC shot back, It's late, and you weren't invited. Why are you here, brother? He glared at Plants, thinking this is getting old. The guy just waltzes in uninvited whenever he feels like it, just because he can. He's just like his mom. Plants said, A rose has vanished from the garden. Was that your handiwork? Kalyan's eyes widened before he snapped his fingers. A magical barrier instantly formed around them. MC stood up and said, It's just one flower, but you're making all this noise. It must be a really big deal to you to show up like this. Plants glanced around and said, My dear brother, I couldn't help but notice that it wasn't just any old flower. Isn't that the real reason you've been skipping breakfast? Our MC thought he knows. Then it clicked. It was from Randall's garden, and his mother was from Tinsel. So he must have figured out that what he saw was connected to the holy power in his blood. Plants let out a breath and said, I know. He then explained, I kept asking Randall if he knew anything about a rose in the garden that never fades. And every single time he told me, he had no idea. Our MC shot back, Every time? So what did you expect? That one day he'd just say, Yep, I know. Plants said, It's simple, really. Only someone with holy power. He can make a rose's brief life last longer, but what he can't wrap his head around is why Randall feels the need to keep his powers on the down low. The MC's eyes went wide as he thought, Wait, so Randall can use holy powers? Just then, Plants hopped down from the balcony railing and said he just wanted to give him a heads up that he'd torched the rose. Then he turned to leave, saying, So, now I can play the fool all I want. He figures that they'll just see each other tomorrow, but the MC shoots after him, cutting off his escape. The MC demanded to know what he was up to. Their gazes locked for a second before Plants let out a little chuckle and said, Well, he'd actually skipped breakfast, just so nobody would notice how rattled he was. The MC shot back that he knew exactly what he was implying. He asks why I'm acting so differently all of a sudden, trying to protect him from a confrontation with Randall. As far as he can recall, they were never tight enough for him to owe him a favor like that. Plants just laughed and asked, "Oh, so you do remember that," before Colin cut in again, asking what was going on. Plants laid it out flat. No matter how cracked he was, Randall was simply unbeatable, and honestly so was he. The MC just stared at him, totally stunned. He had to ask again just to be sure he heard right. It sounded like Plants decided to help him, only because he knew that Randall didn't stand a ghost of a chance against his own mother. Plants just grinned and was like, "I think I'm picking up what you're putting down." The MC shot back that he never even wanted to be the crown prince in the first place. A little later, he was sitting on his bed, and those words kept replaying in his mind, no matter how much power he possessed. Randall couldn't be defeated. He thought about the flowers sustained by holy power and a creepy black stone that seemed to resonate, with the stench of blood clinging to them. Khalid thought to himself that he was finally starting to see how Randall was tied into all this. To get him to spill his guts and reveal all his secrets, he had to be provoked into making the first move, and the only real way to do that was to strip Celeste of her power. He stared out the window thinking, but the clock was ticking. Elsewhere, Celeste slammed her fist on the table, screaming, "What is this nonsense?" She demanded the maid repeat what she'd just said about Count Grey. The terrified maid replied, "I was told the Count was seriously injured, Your Majesty. He's already returned to his estate." Celeste's mind raced. So, that's why, she thought. It all made sense now why the report suddenly stopped right before he was supposed to arrive in the capital. She pressed the maid. "Is it true about the injury?" The girl explained that just before arriving, he was ambushed by men working for Marquise Evans. Celeste was floored. Why in the world would my father do something like that? The girl hesitated, saying, "Well," Celeste snapped at her to spit it out. The maid explained that the Marquise had warned him to never set foot in the capital again. It seems Count Brazan was making a play to snag the title of Marquise for himself. Felicia's eyes widened. She wondered if her father could have possibly found out about their secret agreement. She had asked her brother to help Plants become the crown prince, and in exchange her father's title would become his. No, she thought. I was so careful. There's no way anyone could have found out. Besides, the timing was completely off. Her father would never intervene so directly at such a delicate moment. She said out loud, "Grey is a master swordsman. Who could have possibly wounded him if it wasn't my father?" The maid meekly replied, "Well, perhaps the Count was already dealing with some old injuries and they left him too weak to properly defend himself during the attack." A sly smirk crept onto Celeste's face. She ordered medicine to be sent, telling her maid to let the Count know just how badly he was hurt, and also to find out who the real attacker was. The girl bowed and said, "As you command, Your Majesty," before rushing off. Celeste leaned on the table and just started laughing. She thought, Gret's injured, no cap, not a chance. Whoever this new player was, their little game was already doomed to fail. They probably thought involving her father was some kind of 500 IQ move. Too bad for them. She was the one who told Grey to use an injury as a cover story in the first place. A while later, Celeste tossed a bag onto the table. A knight standing nearby asked, "Is the bag full and how long's the list?" Celeste crossed her arms and replied, "There's only one item on it." The knight looked surprised. "Just one? That's almost too generous, Your Majesty." She looked at his smug face and thought to herself, Thalie, the second in command of the Fable Knights. Behind that charming mask, nobody sees his true nature as a cold-blooded killer. This guy is built different, taking lives for a laughably small price. Thalie asked, "So, how can I be of service?" Celeste replied, "A man was assigned to escort Prince Kalyan to his coming-of-age ceremony. I need you to find out if he crossed paths with my brother Grey. If he did, let me know what happened, and if you silence him permanently, you'll get another bag just like this one." Thalie chuckled. "Another bag, you say?" He leaned forward in anticipation and told her to just give him the name. Celeste took a sip from her cup and said his name. Still, she couldn't shake the nagging feeling that Kalyan was somehow the puppet master behind this whole circus. She reveals that Arsene roughed up a mage, and pretty soon the whole room is buzzing with hushed whispers. They're all convinced the attack on the Marquis's son was the real deal and are gossiping about it. Apparently, the Marquis is on a rampage trying to find out who started those rumors, but nobody knows for sure. What's really sus is that he's been MIA from the court for a while now, and he's a no-show at this meeting too. But the real question on everyone's mind is, why did the king drag all the nobles here today? After a tense silence, Remain announces he's got a bombshell to drop. He explains that for generations, they've been sleeping on magic, putting all their faith in brute strength and steel. To fix this massive oversight, he's decided to create their very own official mage squad. The crowd completely loses it. A mage troop here in Syres. They're like, "Your Majesty, are you blind?" This place is run by knightly families, and where the heck is the Marquis of Bryson while all this is going down? Remain cuts through the noise announcing their name will be Vulcan, and their official formation ceremony is just a week away. He adds that he's already signed off on transferring the barracks and training grounds from the Knights of Fable over to Vulcan, then tells everyone to get out. He needs to be alone. The man bows and says it'll be done. As Remain stalks down the hall, he's clutching his head in frustration. Suddenly, our MC's voice cuts in, guessing that the nobles weren't exactly thrilled with the news. Roman just stares at him surprised. Kalyan asks if everything is going to be okay. Ramon lets out a breath and tells him not to sweat it, he's already got it all planned out. He then asks if Kalyan needed to talk about something. Our MC says, yeah, he has a question. He's planning on making a little tour of the Knight families. He wants to know if that's going to cause any issues. Roman repeats, the Knight families. He immediately gets it, smirking that Kalyan is trying to lock down his allies. He asks if Kalyan sees them as some kind of threat to his power, but honestly, he doesn't seem to mind at all. He just smiles, wondering how his son grew up so damn fast, and tells him to do whatever he wants. Kalyan grins back, super grateful. But he adds a little condition: if he's going to chat with the right people, he's got to steer clear of the Breeson family, if the king is cool with that. He then casually suggests holding that joint hunt they talked about. A little while later, a massive cheer erupts. Ian is absolutely losing his mind with joy, shouting that the prince finally has his own power base with a legit mage squad. Our MC has to point out that technically he has zero official connection to Vulcan. But Ian is not having it. That's no reason not to party. The other mages start whispering among themselves, spotting the prince's legendary red eyes, just like in the rumors. Kalyan just tells Ian to get a grip and look at himself. The dude is practically glowing with excitement. Ian fires back that for someone who just made a huge power move. His Highness is way too calm. A mage then walks up to them. As the mage turns around, his eyes go wide with shock. It's Arsene, and he shouts that he's finally cracked the code for the teleportation circle. He explains the principle is basically the same as how oath seals work. This new method would let them create binding contracts for using the circle, while of course keeping all the control in his hands. Kalyan is floored, saying this is absolutely incredible, but they'll hammer out the details later. For now, Arsene needs to get some rest, and they'll celebrate big time at the ceremony. Arsene says thanks for the concern, but he absolutely has to meet with Lord Manisol after dinner. He's terrified of what the old man will say if he just ghosts him. Our MC tells him to chill out, he'll handle it, and Arsene should just crash while he can. Arsene turns around, thanking the prince for everything. He says he'll take his advice. Kalyan waves him off, wishing him luck, and joking that he better not fall asleep on the way. Fast forward a bit, and Arsene is in a carriage starting to nod off when he suddenly hears our MC's voice in his head. It warns him not to fall asleep. Suddenly someone screams, "Mr. Hurst, it's an ambush. We're totally outnumbered." Arsene whips his head around to look out the window, as the coachman yells that there's a whole mob chasing them from behind. Arsene leaps out. He orders the driver to floor it and not look back. An attacker swings a sword at him, but Arsene parries the blow like it's nothing. He smirks, saying he totally saw this coming. He then introduces himself. "Greetings. I'm the second in command of the Vulcan Mage Squad. The name's Arsene Hurst." Later back at a banquet hall, Alan notes that things are a little too quiet. He points out that Sir Hurst is missing. Our MC just says you could say he's a little tied up at the moment. First thing in the morning, the news about Count Grey finally reaches Celeste, and you know she isn't going to just sit back and do nothing. Alan puts two and two together. So, Sir Hurst was the bait. He remarks that Kalyan is really using Arsene to his full potential, and asks if he's still holding a grudge. Kalyan just says he's certain of one thing. Right now, the Queen is seriously doubting where Count Grey's loyalties lie. She's smart enough to know his help had nothing to do with family bonds. Grey only gets his father's title after the old Marquis kicks the bucket after all. The Queen's not about to rule out the chance that Marcus Evan caught wind of his son's schemes and decided to make the first move. Alan explained that this meant she'd need a minute to get her thoughts straight, and our MC was like, exactly my point. On top of that, Celeste had literally never crossed paths with Sir Hurst before. so she had no clue about his magic level, and probably figured sending a few decent knights after him would be enough. But let's be real, Sir Hertz was more than capable of handling that little squad all by himself. Alan noted that their trust in him seemed to get a major boost after he aced that initiation ritual. Our MC shot back, "Of course it did. His face was the last thing I saw before I got sent back to this timeline." Meanwhile, Arsene was absolutely dismantling the mercenaries, hitting them with a flurry of attacks while the knights were begging for their lives or trying to book it. Thiel spun around, thinking, "Bruh, what is up with this mage? Aren't spellcasters supposed to need time to aim and charge up?" But this guy was just spamming spells with zero cooldown. As Arsene kept wrecking the knights, Thiel frowned and said that mages are usually squishy up close. He yelled at his mercs to get off their horses and rush him, shouting that they had to close the gap. He told them that being scared wasn't going to make them any cash, and this mage was a walking payday, reminding them of the huge reward for his head. Arsene whipped around just in time to see dudes swinging swords at him, and instantly threw up a barrier of mana in their direction. One of the mercenaries screamed in terror, a barrier that was instant, before Arsene went back on the offensive, and Thiel just watched. Damn it, he thought, realizing he never should have taken this job in the first place. How the hell were you supposed to beat a monster of this level with just a dozen guys? He turned, thinking he sure as hell wasn't going to die here like some chump just because of a shot to get rich. But surprised they were no match for him. Arsene locked onto the fleeing Thiel and instantly appeared right in his path. "Just one left," he said coldly. Thiel dropped to his knees, begging for his life and promising he had intel. He swore he'd spill everything he knew to the prince. Arsene just asked, "Is that it? You're gonna have to give me more details." Thiel shoved a bag of gold at him, confessing the queen herself had hired him to take out the prince. And what's more, he also got paid extra to eliminate Prince Colin's maid, the very one the queen had sent. He even offered to testify if they needed him to. Arsene glanced at the bag and said he had a feeling the prince would rather just bury that whole incident forever. Thiel screamed out, "And the disappearance of Renan Brisson! I can tell you who was behind it," Arsene thought to himself. "Her Highness, who else could it be?" Thiel kept screaming. And the attack on Grey Brisson, Arsene was thinking the exact same thing. Thiel begged him to stop saying he knew everything. He knew exactly where the Marquise's money was flowing from. That made Arsene pause and look at him with a glimmer of surprise, and Thiel shouted again. "He runs a secret fight club in Ceres. They have these no-holds-barred matches he bets on. He can run the whole operation," Arsene said. "What a shame. You almost had me interested," he replied. "But the prince already has someone who knows that place like the back of his hand." Thiel went white as a sheet and stammered, "But I can—" He suddenly recalled the busted sword and blurted out, "The Marquis of Brisson hasn't picked up a sword in years. I saw the broken pieces of his sword, but his son Grey tried to cover it up." Arsene gave him a long, thoughtful look. Then he placed a hand on Thiel's shoulder and said, "Now this might actually get His Highness's attention." Thiel screamed, "That's not all. I saw Grey get into a massive argument with his father about inheriting the Margrave title." Arsene was like, "I see, so you know a lot." Thiel quickly agreed, Yes, just take me to the prince alive. I'll tell him everything." But before he could get another word out, Arsene ended him. He looked around the now empty battlefield and sighed. A chatterbox is worthless the second he starts talking. Now, how am I supposed to get back to the palace? The carriage was long gone, the horses had scattered, and the road was completely empty. He couldn't afford to waste mana right now. Just then, he heard the sound of hooves approaching from behind, and Arsene cried out in surprise, "You!" A little while later, that same bag was dropped on the table in front of our MC, who started to inspect its contents carefully. Then Evan's voice boomed, "What? What is the meaning of this? Are they seriously accusing me of kidnapping Arsene Hertz?" The butler simply replied, "Well, the Royal Guard Knights are set to arrive by noon, my lord." Evan just smirked and said, "How dare they invading my estate so brazenly? The king must think I'm in league with Vulcan. How did that mage get tangled up with Thiel anyway?" the butler reported. Thiel was spotted at the palace around noon that day. It's possible the queen herself summoned him. Evan's face darkened as he processed this. "I'm heading to the palace, right now," he declared. The butler asked if he should let Her Majesty know he was coming. Evan exploded. "Do you want me to snap and kill that idiotic woman the second I see her?" He slammed his fist on the table, shouting, "I'm not going to see Celeste. I'm meeting with her son." Later that evening during dinner, Randall casually mentioned, I heard the mage's second in command has vanished. You must be worried. Our AMC just looked up and replied, yes. He'd gotten used to having the guy around since the ceremony, but man, it was obvious the king and Master Manasil were way more freaked out. Randall gave him a hard look and said, yeah, about that. Plants cut in sharply. The date for the big hunt is officially set. He then asked, so are you coming, brother? Randall shot back that he really didn't think so. Kalian's eyes shot open in shock, his mind racing. No way does Randall actually think the king set up this whole hunt just for Plants. Of course he's not going to show up. Plants just said, you should really get some fresh air once in a while. Randall, sipping his tea, replied that he was touched by his concern. The MC started thinking. Besides, hunting isn't even his thing. Even knowing that I still hit him up just to be 100% sure he wouldn't come. Is this his weird way of helping him? That's not like him at all. Then bam, everything went completely white, and he was just staring around totally confused. He thought, what is this feeling? Is this the master? What could possibly have him this pissed off? He remembered hearing a voice before, so it was him. And seeing him now, it's clear the whole losing his henchman thing didn't bother him one bit. That completely calm face says it all. Alan shot back, so I guess Kalian's the new favorite. Is that it? He'd heard the guy just lost a dozen of his own men recently, and yet he's showing zero signs of stress. That's some insane composure. Looks like his own grandson definitely isn't the golden child. Evan's fist tightened in anger while Alan just smirked. He asked his dear Marquise if it wasn't a leader's job to actually, honor the memory of the dudes who died for him. Especially before showing his face at the palace. Evan just snapped back. He wasn't about to take a lecture on morals from him. He then asked if being this disrespectful was normal for someone with no rank or title. The only reason he's even standing there is because His Majesty allows it. Alan was like, it's not my place to question the king's kindness. Evan kept going, saying that showing favor to someone like Alan proves the king's judgment can't be trusted anymore. And as for Kalian, he's basically a clone of his teacher. He can already see Alan's messed up influence on him. Alan just grinned and said, well, he believes His Majesty and the Third Prince are a hell of a lot more trustworthy than some so-called knightly family. I mean, they lost 10 knights to a single mage. He then wondered out loud just how much his goons were paid this time. He bet it was just chump change compared to his massive fortune. Then he leaned in close to Evan and whispered, a fortune that came from the profits of selling his very own son. Evan's eyes bugged out, and he absolutely roared, what? What the hell did you just say? A mage's mana started exploding in every direction, and Alan just coolly stated, like I said before, I'm not weak. He completely crushed Evan's mana with his own, and continued, but you've got this really bad habit of forgetting things. How can you even stand straight when you can't even remember your own place? Evan's eyes were wide with pure terror, as he thought, these flames, they're eating me alive, and just started screaming. Alan told him to learn to think, before he opens his mouth, and to seriously consider who he's messing with. Evan clutched his throat, coughing like crazy. And then he rasped out, you might be a strong mage, but you're all alone. You won't last long by yourself. Alan just waved a hand and said, contrary to what you think, I'm not alone. But even if I was, they say I'm built different. Had he ever stopped to wonder why Gray even came to the capital? What was he hoping to gain, and who did he think was backing him? Evan's eyes went wide. He realized Gray would never have set foot in the capital without an offer he literally couldn't refuse. Something huge like an offer to become a marquis. And now that he thought about it, Ronan totally ditched his own family. He placed his bet on Randall, and now Celeste is doing the same. Later, the MC was standing on the balcony just watching the world go by. The butler asked, Marquis, it's been a while. Are you planning on visiting the prince's chambers? Evan scowled, thinking. His original plan was to swing by the Shermal Palace to see how Plants and his mother were getting on. But things had totally changed now. Clenching his fist, Evan announced they were heading back. He'll meet with Plants. Once he figures out whose side the kid is really on, the MC stared out the window saying, this rain just won't quit. At this rate, the hunt is definitely getting cancelled. He turned and asked his brother, what do you think? Plants was just sitting there, hugging his leg. He'd felt the mage totally overpower those knights earlier that morning. The MC asked, surprised, whoa, so you felt that mana surge? Guess our father wasn't kidding about your skills, especially when it comes to swordplay. Plants just let out a heavy sigh. Kalian then asked him if he talks with the Marquis much. Plants kind of looked away and admitted he's never once spoken to him one-on-one. The MC said, well, duh, you guys have such a tight-knit family. that a simple hug would probably shatter it. He figures that's the real reason the Marquis wants to visit them. He's planning to strip his mother of her title, and that he should take the Crown Prince's spot. Plants just stared at him completely serious, which Loki surprised Kalyan, who then breathed out. He told him that if his only mission was to see his mother fall, then he had no reason to keep backing him, but if he really wanted to be the next king of Ceres, then he better go have a chat with Evan Breeson. Plants was like, "Brother, I think I've already made my choice." The two guys locked eyes for a moment, and then our MC said there was only one last thing they needed to hash out. It was all about Celise. This time, she was probably facing the worst-case scenario because that was the exact fate he had cooked up for her. He had absolutely zero intention of protecting her from what was coming. He stuck out his hand, warning him not to shake it, unless he was truly prepared for the fallout. Plants shot back that his mother went out of her way to dig her own grave. If this was the result of all her scheming, then so be it. They shook on it, and a bit later Ian asked. So, he'd officially teamed up with Plants, not Randall. Our MC confirmed that was correct. Ian then asked if Plants had completely turned on Celeste. He shouldn't have had any reason to, but Kalyan explained that he hadn't actually turned on anyone. He'd just finally slammed the door on his mother. He couldn't get on board with all the messed up things Celise had done just so he could climb up the royal ladder. Plants was hiding behind this whole rebellious son act. His clothes would be soaked in wine, but his breath never even hinted at alcohol, and he only ever acted like a total jerk to Kalyan when there were people watching. He probably thought that the whole problem child image would finally make his mother give up on him, or at least stop hurting other people. But eventually Plants had a tough realization. He figured out that Celeste was already past the point of no return, and only her death would put a stop to her rampage. Ian wondered why he had acted that way towards him. For so long anyway. Our MC just cleared his throat and was like, "Who knows, I didn't ask." Even if he had a reason. The one person who could truly understand and forgive Plants was already long gone. After a bit, a knight reported to His Majesty. He stated they couldn't locate Sir Arkan anywhere on the Breeson property, and they'd even searched the nearby buildings. But there wasn't a single trace of him to be found. However, he leaned in and whispered to Romain that they did find an heir in the dungeon, and it was most likely Renan Breeson. Romain just frowned and said, "I see. You can go," to which the knight replied, "Yes, sir." Just then, a voice from the side asked if this was really the best move. Romain replied that this wasn't the time to be picky. He then asked, "You haven't forgotten who you are, have you? Even if it's just for a little while, he's basically the commander of the Vulcan mages, Alan." He grabbed a piece of paper and said he wanted to let him know just how much power the new mage squad in the palace held. Alan shot back, "That's exactly why he'd beefed up the royal guard and cranked up the search intensity." A little while back, Evan asked if he was being accused of kidnapping and holding a mage captive. He spun around as a knight spoke up. "These are the king's orders, please don't resist." Alan mused out loud that not too long ago, all of them were just regular people. Romain replied that anyone who only sees the fancy titles and regalia is just going to see him as another mage right up until they realize how wrong they are. Alan thought to himself, so he's totally aware of how Evan sees him. Romain said that brings him to his next point, asking, "You became a Viscount in Riverine, right?" Alan confirmed it was true, but added that most people know him as an archmage, a Viscount in Riverine, and a Baron in Secretia. But he had to admit the title he liked the most was being the prince's mentor. Romain popped on his glasses and said, "Fine in that case. We'll let you keep the role of third prince's mentor, but we're also tacking on the title Count of Ceres." Alan just stared at him completely shocked, and Romain asked him what was wrong. Alan just laughed and said it sounded so normal, as if they were just casually chatting about the weather. Later, our MC walked up to the window super happy and announced the rain had finally stopped. This meant that the hunting competition wasn't going to get cancelled. Ian chimed in, "Good morning, Prince." Kalyan jumped out of his skin yelling, "Were you just standing outside by yourself again?" He just smiled and said, "Good morning, Ian," as he held out his jacket. "It's just a short walk, I need to give this to someone." Ian took the jacket and asked who it was for. He figured he should probably just be grateful this little outing was in the morning and not the dead of night. "By the way, Your Highness, you got to see this. Some gifts just showed up from Baron Pollen." A little later, our MC was checking out some horses. "Nice horses," he said. "Looks like Viscount Reddington made it to the capital in one piece." Alan replied that they'd go through the gift list, which included horses of the same breed. "Raven," he said, showing him a basket, "and also a cat." The cat meowed, and our MC, confused, asked, Wait, is that a cat? Ian confirmed. Yep, a cat. Callian just started laughing. And here I was, he said, wondering if I should get a dog or a bird. Talk about lucky. Later he walked into a room and said, Here, this is for you, Hina. He holds out this adorable little kitten, letting her know that the Chermol Palace is surprisingly cool with cats, and tells her she'd better take real good care of the little fella. Tina takes the little fluff ball, and it immediately starts to happily squirm around in her arms, causing a huge joyful smile to spread across her face. His Highness, he remembered, thank you. Hina cracked the door open just enough to see Kirai the cat. Ian then leaned in and whispered, Oh, and one more thing, about His Highness. So, the royal guards completely tossed the Brezen house last night, but our MC Arsene just pursed his lips. He was thinking what his teacher would say. Ian let out a little chuckle, confident that his boy wasn't some pushover. He knew that wherever Arsene was, he was doing just fine. Meanwhile, Callian placed his hand on the window, swearing he wouldn't let the deputy commander's disappearance just slide. Vanishing Vulcan mages is a big deal, and someone was going to answer for it. He then casually drew a smiley face on the glass. He said with zero chill that House Brisson was about to get exactly what was coming. A short while later, he hopped on his horse and with a grim look announced, All right, time for the hunt to begin. Back at the palace, the courtyard was buzzing. Word on the street was that this year's royal hunt was all in honor of the second prince. But the guy of the hour was nowhere to be found. Was he really going to flake on the hunt again? Plants glanced over to where the chatter was coming from. He saw two guys gossiping about how his health had taken a nosedive. Bruh, this wasn't the first time he'd heard that lame excuse. Plants leaned against the balcony, thinking back to what our MC had told him. So, it's today, right? He mumbled to himself. Callian had told him not to even bother showing up, saying he'd be stuck in bed with a terrible cold. Plants had been like, Wait, what are you even talking about? But Callian just shot him a knowing smile, and it clicked for Plants. Oh, so I'm actually going to be sick on the day of the hunt. Got it. Callian even put on a whole act saying how sad it was and not to worry, because he'd personally explain everything to the king. Watching from the balcony, Plants looked down completely lost in thought. He had absolutely no idea what Callian was plotting. But if the plan was for him to stay low-key, then so be it. He just really hoped nothing would suddenly go sideways. His thoughts were cut short by a cat's meow. He spotted it next to Hina and immediately recognized it as Callian's little servant. Hold on a minute, he thought. That path she's taking, it leads right to the road.